everyone. Whew. Okay, the lead up to this stream comes with a story. And that's not a very interesting story, but it does explain why I seem stressed already. I'm getting a double thumbs up from Mr. Bones that the audio is working, so that's always just great. Hi everybody, happy time zone. I'm still just getting my screen set up because I was completely ready to go. And then my computer decided it was time to do an update. It's like, okay. But then when it came back online, none of my cameras were working. So I had to restart again and it decided to do another update. And that update finished at 12:59. 12:59! But we made it! We did! I've already stress eaten half my stream snacks, which are sour Coke bottles today. Thank you for asking. But let's get to the interesting stuff, right? Because we all know what you're here to see. You want to know how last week's creations turned out, and we all want to know what we're doing today. So, let's swap my screens and hope all the cameras are working. Oh, bless. Let's see, there we are. There's my sour Coke bottles. There were more of them. I'm gonna hydrate or dihydrate. Please excuse me for a second. Okay. So. I'm so sorry, I've been running for the last 15 minutes. Just so stressed. Thank you, Duchess. I appreciate that. I will calm down. I just need a minute. Darcy, if you've got a bit of a delay, you could refresh and it might catch you up. Hoping for Caterpie, that's interesting. I do always like to know who you guys are hoping to see, but there is a bit of a theme today because last week we started off with Diglett, right? And you guys, I think this is the most accurate I have ever gotten a Pokemon, ever. We dodged the Diglett for 9 weeks, and in that time, I apparently just processed and knew exactly how to make this little dude. So, it's Diglett. And we named him Dodge, because we were playing Dodge the Diglett, and then we didn't dodge the Diglett, and so now we have Dodge the Diglett. And I love his little rocks. And I think I confused some people last time when I referred to this as a mouth with a tooth. I was memeing. It is a nose, it is just a shiny pink nose. Yeah, there is our little Diglett. He's very nuggety and solid. Yeah, out of the barn crochet, you gotta hydrate or dihydrate. We ain't joking around here. I'm gonna have another swig just for that. Everybody have a drink. Refreshing. It's water. It's water. No matter how unhinged we get, there is only water in that bottle. So yeah, there is our little Diglett, whom I love. And I just think, I'm so pleased with how he turned out. Okay, next up, we rolled Machop. You guys picked Machop, and you steered me so well with Machop because I was gonna make him gray, and he so clearly needed to be that. I think the color was duck egg after all that, but needed to be blue. This is how he turned out. So he's got a little bit of a punch happening. He has his abs/ribs/gills. His little head fins, and his little tail. So we did land on the fact that he's an amphibian. I think we named him Cheddar Cheese, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sort of, normally I would refresh myself on these things. But yeah, stuff and nonsense. Stuff and nonsense took over everything. So there we go. So there is our punchy lad. And Mr. Bones thankfully made him a little stand, which does make him a little more stable, but I think I moved it when I was assembling him, so I don't know if he's still stable. But he had stability and he will have stability again. And finally, we had our little drowsy friend, and I'm trying desperately to remember what we named him. Does anyone remember what we named the drowsy? Because I'm panicking now. What did we name the drowsy? He needs a name. We definitely named him though. Hold on. I'm gonna load up my spreadsheet. While I do that, in making Machop, we actually passed a very interesting threshold in that we've hit the 1/4 mark through the Gen 1 Pokédex. And I have added it to my screen here. It's in white, so you can't really see it, I suppose. But Gen 1 Pokemon, we have made 38 out of 151. So we have hit the 1/4 mark. Mr. Bones has walked over looking confused, trying to help me with the name. I'm not showing you him until I know what his name was. Banoffee, Snorkel, you think it was Snorkel? Sorry, I'm reading the chat now, honey.
I got the names from last week's stream.
Yeah, but I don't remember which one won. I remember vaguely what they were, but I would have written it down. So I'm just going to I've got a Crochetdex spreadsheet and just checking to see. Hopefully I updated his name. I think it was Snorkel. Snorkel sounds right to me as well, but I know that there was, I know he's number 96. Yep, we named him Snorkel. Okay, so I'm afraid that I had a little too much confidence in my assembly ability when I told you he wasn't going to look like, was it a Wooble? Like the clangers. The clangers you were posting in the Discord. But I did my best and I do think he came out very cute. You'll note that I did add the insides to his ears, even though you guys graciously told me I didn't have to. And there is our Drowsy. I did keep the little mouth in there, but it is very tucked under, which I think just gives him a little bit of life. And he's plonked. So we really nailed the details on this one, even though I like had a little too much confidence in my assembly. So he has his little foot pads, his little yellow toes, and I just embroidered in the dark brown into the middle of his little magic ring ears. And he has his wavy pants on. So there is Snorkel. Oh, Darcy Rose, I hope you enjoy your ads today. It should be a novel experience, but they shouldn't come on too often. Yeah, Snorkel's very tired. All right, and we'll prop him up there. I didn't have time to calibrate my screen or like zoom us in and out, so we kind of just got what we got today, but I don't think it's too bad. Honestly, it's focused pretty nicely. And we have room for just one more on this page. Excuse me, chatter. Excuse me, Diglett. And we have our hardest working tortoise here, who has now become a hook caddy as well. And you're going to be able to see me take some notes behind the sprite. So yeah, we are going to scooch all this over a little bit and we're going to pick what we're making today. Because I know some of you are just like literally hanging on for that vote. So I'm sorry it's taken me, what, 10 minutes? 10 minutes of chatter to get to it. So I do have a theme today and I've given you a helpful tool to help with today's theme. Oh, sorry, first we'll just update our Pokédex. Ready? That's not the new Pokédex. I'll do that later. I'll do that after break, just so that we can get the first vote done. Here we go. So we have 5 options today. There'll only be 4 appearing in the first vote. And you'll notice that I've packed you guys a shovel. And that is because all of these Pokemon have a common theme, and that is that we can dig them up in some way. Hi, Ezekiel. Yeah, the economy really bites right now. I feel you on that one. Okay, so let's pick. I'll start this poll. I don't have YouTube open. You're gonna have to give me a second to start the poll. I'm so sorry. Normally I have all of this open and ready to go. And in my defense, it was all open and ready to go. And then my computer was like, is that the tasty internet? Downloaded a massive Windows upload and just sort of took matters into its own hand. I looked away for 1 second and my computer had switched itself off. Number 5 will not be included in the first poll. That is correct, Mr. Bones. We can only have 4 options, but because like in each poll, but I include 5 to start with because often we get through like 3. Sometimes we even play with the concept of doing 4. And so I need to give you guys options to pick from. Sorry, I just distracted myself by trying to find what I'm looking for. So I have to give you guys options to pick from, and sometimes that means you need 5 options. Let's see here. This is a live, and if I click on that, so I feel kind of bad for you guys because if it's this hard for me to find my own live, I can only imagine what it's like for you. There we go. At least I don't have speakers in here, so I don't have to worry about that. But I have to open it in YouTube to start my poll. All right, can I just please see my own stream? Thank you. I got hit with an ad. Oh, isn't that just the way? Excuse me, Mr. Snowball. Alrighty. So we've got some theories working in the chat, I hope, as to what each of these colors are. And I'll tell you, when I think of these Pokemon, I kind of think of them all as like gray and brown, but then when I did my color samples, they're clearly not. So I think that's quite interesting. So there's no Dodge the Diglett, so we had to come up with a different theme, of course. So diggy diggy hole. And we're gonna go with 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And the poll has now started. So yeah, your options are kind of purple, yellow, sandy fawn, or blue for our first Pokemon of the day. Oh, I'm seeing theories here that number 2 could be Cubone. Because of the whole dig up thing. I missed the first part of that Nerditia Master, but I'll scan through and see if these I think are all fossils, possibly. Holly, how... Yeah, Mr. Bones is feeling quite fancy today. You may notice he has a little top hat. We nicked it from the Crab Franken pattern, but hopefully you guys will get a better look at that later. He tends to get a little bit frisky as soon as I leave the room, and I never really know what I'm coming back to. One looks like Swalot. Danae, that maybe, but we're doing Gen 1 and Swalot, I don't know which gen he is, but not Gen 1, I'm afraid. Sorry, Ghost Rat Girl, but I think we all are never, like, I think on some level we all always have that song a little bit stuck in our heads. Like, if we're honest. Okay. Oh no, Mummy Games, you hit the wrong button. Well, if your first option doesn't get picked, come back in about, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours, depending on what's picked, and we'll be voting again. Alrighty. Oh, I'm getting an error message from YouTube, guys, so I'm gonna leave that vote open for a second while I just check that out. The drama today, I am bringing it. It looks like we've got a good bit rate. You guys just let me know if something's going wrong. All right, let's just get this vote done because that's very alarming to me that it's warning me about that. So things start getting laggy, start making a lot of noise, and Mr. Bones will let me know. We might end up unplugging the face cam just to improve the quality of the experience. But let's close off this vote. Here we go. Ending poll. Who was the winner? The winner was number 1 with 38% of the vote. Number 4 came second at 36%, so there was only 2% in it. But let's do this thing. Let us dust off number 1. So I think it was Holly, did guess correctly in that there are some fossils mixed through here. So let's have a little look-see at what is hiding behind door number 1. Oh, that is paint and not erase. That is not going to help us. So let's have a little look-see here. Oh. And at this point I should know better than to give you guys the choice of a difficult one first, because I think he might be the most complex of the day. And we are, of course, making Aerodactyl. Good guessing, guys. I think I saw that somebody guessed that it was giving wing vibes. I'm trying not to erase any of the others to give hints. But we are making Aerodactyl today. And fun fact about Aerodactyl, his online sprite is already blurry. This isn't me doing this. Oh, someone was guessing number 1 was coughing. Afraid not. We are doing a giant pterodactyl. We're swapping our screens here, and I will change over our sprite from Drowsy, who is done. And we'll find Aerodactyl somewhere in this list. He's right near the end, I think. Yeah, there he is. Between Snorlax and some others. There we go. Oh, not showing up super nicely today, but I think you guys can see him all right. I think he's caw. Alrighty indeed. Okay, cool. So, good night to anybody who was just trying to hold on for that first vote. You now know who we're making. And I don't know if this little corner is going to be enough for what I'm going to need to draw for Aerodactyl, but we'll see. I'm loving the idea of there being a million life-size Togepis out there in the world. I'm going to give you all bonus points if you put like jingle balls in them, so that they're just like... So they obviously can't say pee, 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 but they could jingle a little bit, just a little bit, just like Christmassy jingly bells. I ought to do a theme of exclusively boring colours, give all those poor guys a fighting chance. That's the thing though, like some of those, I tried to teach you all a lesson last week when I made, I put seal in there and you're like, that's a boring colour, and then you saw it was seal and you're like, oh no. So like, there are really fun ones hiding behind the boring colours. Yep, Night Autumn Fox, thanks for hanging out. I am gonna turn the page on this because I don't think that's enough room for Aerodactyl. And also we're a little pressed for space today. So, because I don't want to like dismantle the whole rig. I'm terrified it won't turn back on again if I'm honest. We're having one of those days, folks. So we'll just work from this corner here and I will wait for Mr. Bones to send me through some birdie butt pics. There he is, he's on it. He braves the depths of the internet so that I do not have to. Well, that's a very realistic looking one. Is its mouth always open, is the question. Lisa, I have joked about doing that so many times. It's like the idea that I just literally do nothing but shades of brown. And honestly, if you guys had managed to put off picking Diglett for much longer, I was literally going to just find all of the brown Pokemon and fill the screen with nothing but the browns. But Diglett got picked, so I didn't need to pull that particular trigger. Oh my goodness, this guy has bits, doesn't he? All the bits, and I'm having a hard time working out what this color is, because like to me it looks like a very, very pale purple, but the palest purple I have isn't right, so we might have to make him grey. Yeah. I brought the rain again, yay, Katie. As long as I didn't bring like tornadoes, that's okay. It's got sunny again here. Still wearing a sweater because it is winter, but it got sunny again here, though it was lovely and lush and green when I visited my folks on their farm yesterday. It was a whirlwind of a trip, but yeah, it was just so lovely and green, and I got to wriggle my toes in some grass instead of pavement, which is just always... I think we all need that every now and then. We like to literally touch grass. It's not just a pithy response for the internet comment section. There we go, we got wings. Wings do not really scare me. I say that, and then these ones here will be bad. It looks like these wings are purple on the front and the back, so we're not going to have the double-walled issue we had with Charizard, so that's something. I've drawn his head very large. I don't know why I've chosen such a strange angle. Oh, and his legs like curve forwards, and then a weird little V's. This is going to be a fun one. Ah, thank you, my love. I really have miffed this a little bit, haven't I? I've just been sent a different angle. You've got rain too? Yay! Everybody with the rain. Yeah, I don't like this drawing at all, and I don't know how to fix it, and so I'm going to turn the page and we're going to pretend it never happened. So let's start by drawing Aerodactyl. What happens when I get a little bit like... Sometimes you just like need to settle yourself down a little bit before you can do things right. A little pointy tail. There's just... Oh, this is going to be a big one today. We may not even get to make 3. We might just have to settle for 2 depending. We're going to go as long as the technology holds out on us though. Do I have a favourite? Oh yes, the Helix fossil. Oh my, yes. There's no competition. He is our Helix Lord. There we go. Instead of doing my own take, I'm just directly copying the picture at this point just to help me understand the shapes and settle my brain down for its long winter's nap. This guy is just such a gremlin. He looks like he belongs in a cave or something. I suppose Aerodactyl is, yeah, cavey. It's just I don't tend to associate pterodactyls with caves, but then he's almost more of a bat. Okay, that's much better. This one's going much better. There's no eye on it, but it has left a little indentation, and we will decide later if we're going for like giant, been licking them toads eyes, or other. I keep wanting to give him little arms. Make him more creepy, but nope, that's not what we're doing here. Okay, so that's him. We'll do better when we crochet him. What am I going to do if I get one of the stream Pokemon during my Soul Silver run? Well, there's a couple of options available to us there. If it's the female version and I've only made the male version, or vice versa, I'll make the opposite version. There's always the chance that it will be a shiny, in which case I'll make the shiny form. Otherwise, it's just a freebie evolution, which will help as we get further into that run. That run does have all gens 1 through 4, So there is a relatively low chance of hitting one we've already made from Gen 1. And yeah, if it evolves into, for example, an Aerodactyl, cool, I have an Aerodactyl for a level and I can grind it up another level, which helps me grow stronger faster. So yeah, it's just really not a problem. It'd be a problem if I was getting to like the end of making all of the Pokemon from the first 4 gens. Then that's going to be a little bit of a different issue. But right now, it's a complete non-issue. And I did think about that before I got started. It's just I'm really keen to finish off my Gen 1 Pokédex. And I was really keen to just have a subject to be able to stream about regularly. And this fit both of those very nicely. I think he has 2 of these little... I have no idea how I'm approaching this. I should have really thought about it more before I put it in the listings. Because it always makes it just a little bit more painful, I think, to watch. And I'm just not like, right, this is what we're gonna do. Bam. But I suppose that's what makes it valuable for you guys as well, to sort of see how, in my panicked form, not to be confused with like a regional form, I approach things that I feel unprepared to approach. Hoot Hoot and Knockdown? The wing foldy bit comes from his elbow, not his hand. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I see that. I've just drawn I've drawn the wings the wrong shape. That's a good catch, everybody. So I'll redraw the wings now. Oh, he's got a horn in the middle of his back. My dude, have you never heard to take one thing off before you leave the house? Honestly, the more pictures I get, the more confused I get on this. We might have to do a little bit more sketching and to acquaint me more with this guy, and he might get a translation. Kind of like, I don't know if you guys remember the Articuno I made where instead of this long, elegant bird, we made her a frozen chicken nugget. It's kind of the same thing. We might be just translating Aerodactyl a little bit to make him slightly more accessible. And Mr. Bones, I appreciate you. I'm going to ask you not to send me any more photos. I'm getting overwhelmed. Yeah. So let's see, we've got a hooky beak and a big stone jaw, right? Both things easily accomplished, right? And this is fine. We're fine so far. He has a hooked brow, but that's fine. And 2 little spikes at the back of it. Both also fine. We're fine. We're doing great so far. Isn't this lovely? I'll stitch on teeth. We won't worry about crocheting those in. But, okay. And then this will probably all just be one color inside the mouth. We're not going to fuss around with doing like a fully detailed mouth. That's just nightmare fuel for... I can feel my anxiety rising as I say that. We're not doing that. But we will make like the flap of the lower jaw. So that's the head, right? Then it looks like he's got a neck and then a bulb for his body. And so I'm going to stick with what we can see. There we are. I'm going to see with what we can see here. Hello. Rather than what I'm seeing on my screen, because I think my screen is meant to be like a realistic interpretation of him, not this. So we'll give him a neck and then we'll give him a real bulb, and we're going to make him shorter than he otherwise is. Like that. Okay. And now these legs, rather than having them drawn out like this, I'm going to stumpify them. He will keep his 2-toe formation. But we'll make sure that he looks like he eats a diet exclusively of the McNuggets. He can have his tail with the point on the end of it, but it might end up being slightly shorter, just to facilitate the size. You're going to try to make yourself sick so you can watch the entire stream? No, bunny. No. Bad bunny. Health is precious. We do not play around with it. That said, breaks are important too. And then the wing shape. Trying to sketch it out a little bit more accurately over here so I can follow it when I need to. So that's the elbow, and then the claws are up here. Claws. And this So that's, I think, a more accurate wing shape, right? Did I get it right? I'm gonna need some positive reinforcement from everybody right now. Okay, so this is more of the body shape we're gonna go for. It's a slightly chibier version. I can't wait for Blastoise either. Honestly, I'd love to complete the starters and all of their evolutions, because I think they're wicked. Okay, now I have a better portrait to work from. It was worth it just taking my time and doing up a different portrait, because I'm feeling a lot better about this than I was about that. I've activated the part of my brain that's looking for shapes, which is good. Well, you guys probably can't see that very well. How's that? I do like the fact that you can see my pencil lines today, so maybe all of the updates weren't such a bad thing. And the two-toed feet, great. We love an animal that's stopped at 2. It's like, we don't really need 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. Caw-caw. All right, just because this is the first Pokemon of the stream, I will do the usual reminders. And that is, we make all of the pieces, but I sew them all together after the stream, do the reveal the following week. The patterns are all available on Patreon for download, but not on Etsy, except for the ones that we made last week, which I'm still typing up. I'm so sorry. Just having a bit of a time recently. But everything up to that point is up there. And I think that we're up to 80-something overall, but we've done 38 of our 151. This is our 39th. So there are 35 Gen 1 Pokemon patterns up there now if you're looking for them. And we often get through 2 or 3 a stream. Okay, good. So I've mapped out this wing piece. I'm going to leave that sketch alone, but I just want to sketch this body out again, just so that I get an idea in profile what I'm making. So I'll probably start at the end of the beak, because then we can do like a little picot or something to make the little... I don't know why I'm trying to form my lip into a beak, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about, right? You guys think he might be grey anyway? That's good news. That's good news. Yeah. Thanks, Holly. Exactly. I just needed to calm down. Find my zone, because normally I'd find my zone before the stream. It's just, it was set up stress. So I plucked all my feathers out. They all went everywhere. And here we are. So the colours that I kind of thought might be right for this, oh, just like spoilers in the background. Not really. I think that's the closest grey I have to his body, and that's the closest I have to his wing colour. And this is the palest purple I have as well, just in case you guys think I'm bogarting. Hang on, let me move my head to one side. This is it. And the purple I have here used to be sitting in this gap. That's why there's like a little shadowy spot. That's like I've saved the spot for it. So I'm not holding out on you regarding purples. This is the palest purple I have, and it looks like the dark purple of the wing. Yeah, so I was thinking nice pale grey for his body, which I get should be slightly bluer, but it's what I got. And then this for the wings. And I think that's pretty close. I think that's not a bad combination. I think they look nice together, which is something that I try and do. So yeah, we'll start at the tip of the nose and we'll work backwards. The lower jaw will be a separate piece because it'll make it significantly easier. I will try and build in his little head nubs just because it saves us on sewing and all kinds of other nonsense later. So the jaw will hypothetically attach here, but we don't need to put that in yet. If we're inserting eyes, they'll go there, and then we'll stitch on eyebrows afterwards, which is always fun. Thank you so much. I'm so glad everybody's excited about these colors. This one's the one that I wasn't really sure about the colors. The others, I think I've got them pretty nailed. Official color on Bulbapedia is gray. Thank you very much, Fluent and Fangirl 12. That's fantastic. It's good to know. See, I'm glad I'm not crafting alone today. You guys are like my emotional support creatures. You're my emotional support chat. Oh. Oh, and he has shoulder bump. What's wrong, honey?
Building, thinking.
Oh. Mr. Bones has ideas. That can be fun or scary. All right, so then for the lower jaw, I'll probably build it as like a pink square and then a grey square of the same same size and then just stitch around the outside to form it. And then with white later, I'll add the little teeth. So that's literally what the jaw will look like. Tail-wise, we can't go too thin with it. So that's what I mean when I say it's probably going to be a little nubby. But it will have its classic triangle point. Tanya, thank you so much. I'm so glad you enjoy watching this while you're crocheting. I apologize later for when I start counting because I've heard it's not great to watch these while you're crocheting. Am I doing a lighter grey or white for his belly or leaving it as lighting? I think it's lighting, honestly. I think that's just a big I think they've really like overexposed parts of him with shadows here, like you can see on the wings as well. I don't think that's color markings. I think it's just shadows. Yeah, Mr. Bones' ideas are spooky and fun. That's true. Like he does keep life very interesting. And he can hear everything that I'm saying, which is easy to forget because I can't see him right now. Yeah, and then the wing, I already have like a realistic map here, but really it's going to be more of a, let's see if I can think in rows for a second here. Because you have to actually build it at a right angle from the peak to get it to sit right. So it's like this. And then we'll go shorter and we'll hold there for a little bit. The actual number of rows may vary. We might do like some sort of increase there to help spin it around. And then we can build it shorter and shorter and shorter. So yeah, sometimes it helps to literally just break it down into a grid. Really liking the fact that you guys can actually see my pencil lines today. That's good. I'm gonna have a sour candy because I get a little treat because I calmed down. Also, apparently sour candy can be really good for like helping break anxiety responses. So do with that nugget of wisdom what you will. And for his feet, we're just going to do chunky little thigh. Sorry for talking with my mouth full. And then a two-toe structure. And depending on how big he gets, they might be just treble crochets doubled over, or we might do actually two toes. Your mimic eye is wonky and doesn't have much of an eyebrow. Any tips for sewing curves like that? I do have, sorry guys, we're just gonna derail for a second. I'm gonna give you a little toot on sewing curves together. If this is the pattern I think it is, because I know I have a couple of mimics, you're trying to join like an arched piece and a rectangle piece, yeah? What you do, you find the middle of the arch and you find the middle of the side you're sewing to it, and you pin those 2 points together, and you pin this point to this point and this point to this point, right? So then sometimes when you're sewing, it's easier to start in the middle and work down to one side and then work down to the other. And sometimes you can just, depending on the size of the piece, just work the way across. But having this middle point anchored as well will help keep everything more aligned. And you can do it again as well by finding the midpoint between these two and the midpoint between these two and fasten those in as well. But that tends to be for larger projects. And again on the other side. So just by like anchoring yourself at separate points, that might help out a little bit. It's been a long time since I've made either mimic though. All right, let's get started. Thank you, Tortoise. Let's everybody give it up for the hardest working tortoise in all the land. He is doing a mighty fine job. Just knocked my yarn to the ground. Alrighty, and we are going to start with the face. How do I spell aerodactyl? Is it A-E? It is, it's A-E. I've got it on my screen there. It's like aeroplane, but not. I had Coke bottle stuck in my teeth. Yay for the pumpkin tortoise! Thank you, everybody. Magic ring. So yeah, as I said, we're going to start at the tip of the nose. And it's quite a pointy nose, but he's going to have a blunter one for me just because that's where I'm starting. That's where I'm starting. If I was a little bit more of a stickler for details, I might build his face as 2 flat panels that I joined down the middle, but that's honestly an experimental shape that I'm not willing to do to myself today. So we'll start with a magic ring, and we might even throw the picot into that first ring. We're going to try it and see. Sometime, whoa, 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 whoa. Mistakes almost happened. Let's put that down and back away. Great. I'm gonna try my best to keep my hands on screen. With his super round belly, I feel like he's going to translate to chicken nugget super well. I think you need to say super as many times as feels right. And yeah, it's kind of like with the other legendary birds, I intend to use the Aerodactyl body shape again as well. So I'm kind of cool if Aerodactyl can chill with those guys, because to me he's the rock pseudo-legendary. I don't know if he technically counts as a pseudo-legendary because I don't really know his stats. I never really got super into the numbery side of it, believe it or not. But I feel like Aerodactyl chills with Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. They're buds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He might even be their great-great-granddaddy. Yeah, the picot has to go in this row, and so when in doubt, you put it in the middle of the row. So I'm going to do 3 stitches, and then we're going to picot to form that little pointy beak, which I will not try and make my face do again. Like, and then she does it. And then she just goes ahead and does it. But we're going to picot just in the middle of that magic ring. It doesn't add a stitch. We won't be stitching into it. It's just a little like detail just to see if we like it. And then we can just carry on and finish our magic ring as we normally would. Perf and Dolphin Studios, we appreciate you for literally clapping for the hardest working tortoise. He does his very best. We couldn't do things without him. He's the happiest employee, and all he asks is to be useful. Picot and 3 single crochet. Oh, you're going to see the whole desk wobble as I'm writing furiously, but as we get down here, you'll get little sneak peeks at my horrid handwriting and notation. So that should be fun for everyone. And then we're going to do a round of 6 single crochet just because we want tube beak. It's a tube. Pseudo-legendaries have 3-stage evolutions. Do they? Okay. Okay, so they are the legendary birds, and then I feel like he is like a bonus legendary. How's that? I understand that pseudo-legendary is something in the world, and so I shouldn't just co-opt the phrase. I just mean that like he's not considered a legendary, I don't think, but he kind of chills with that crowd. If I was sorting them, he would go with them. Oh, Coletti Spaghetti, we all must go to work at some point. I pray that you start your day without a computer restarting on you twice as a deadline looms. 10 out of 10 would not recommend. Your nephew calls that expression chicken butt face. You know what? It's probably accurate. Okay, cool. I like that little tippy, pointy, tippy boy. I'm going to use some English words now. I like the little tip of the beak. It's got a nice little point. And I think I'm going to have to grow the face out wider to make enough room to attach a properly satisfying jaw here. So we've done 1 round of 6 single crochet, and this whole page might just end up being Aerodactyl. And that's fine. He's redacted the Aerodactyl. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the stitches we have in our round. And our picot is sitting approximately here. And we want to grow it wide enough to support the base of a jaw, which will be probably at minimum 8 stitches around, because we'll have 2 for the color and then the outside edge, and then you've got the underside to think of as well. So that's going to be about 8 stitches around. So we need this bit here to be wider. Hopefully this makes sense. And so we're going to start gradually. We're going to put 2 increases each row, which will get us up to 10 stitches in our round, and we'll just see. Mr. Bones says he was legendary back in his day and now he's retired. Exactly. He got a tooth. He's a happy little nugget. And like, look, we'll give him little hands so that you know that he's functional. They're only loner hands though. Once he gets his wings, he'll have his proper hands. So yeah, I'm going to put increases here, and then in the next row, I'm going to put them on the outer stitch of the increase to grow wide. So that's kind of my thought process here, visualized a little bit. We're doing our best anyway. So our starting point's there. Dang it, I hate it when I use Biro on my book. Biro is not for sketchbooks, unless it's what you've got, in which case you can do really cool things with it, but I digress. So we're going to go 2 single crochet, and then 2 increases, and then 2 single crochet, which will get us up to 8 around. We're going to break out a bobby pin. First bobby pin of the day. I promise not to tip my bobby pins all over my desk again. I learned that lesson, and also I feel bad because I didn't realize you guys were playing along last time. I thought I was messing with Mr. Bones. I learned my lesson. See, I feel like that should be a single crochet and then an increase, so I'm going to change my plan. So what I did there instead of this is I moved one increase up, just because, well, I think I moved this one up. Because this, in the way it's sitting almost over the top of this stitch, and so it's kind of like I'm making a plan and then updating that plan based on what it actually looks like. So you can't just do everything in theory all the time, and that's a lesson I need to learn because I'm very prone to just, theoretically it works, it'll be fine. The Aerodactyl below Pumpkin Tortoise looks adorable. Oh, thank you very much. Do you mean like below, or do you mean like below? Because both could be below. Mwah. I can show you the world. And that's all that we're going to sing of that. Because, Disney. Won't do it to myself. See, that might be crooked now. But I think it's straight enough. I think it's straight enough. Ink. 3 single crochet, ink. Single crochet. And that'll get us to 10. I like to think that even if you don't know Pokemon, there is still like some fun to be had here, just because we are approaching different shapes, and if you're interested in the crochet side of things, you get to see me make all kinds of different shapes, and some of them are pretty cute on their merits without having to know that, I don't know, they freeze things by licking them, and thus makes them highly effective against the dragons for some reason. There we go. And thus a beak is being built. Building a basic beak. Okay, so that gets us to 4 across on the bottom, and so now we just need to extend that down to where we want the face to turn into the head. I gotta be careful not to go too small, funnily enough. I know normally I'm having the opposite problem, but if I go too small, I'm going to make this absolutely nightmarish for myself when it comes time to do fingers and toes and whatnot. So 10 around is pretty good for this narrowest part of the head. I'm just doing 1 row of 10 single crochet, and then we're gonna grow kind of an eyebrow ridge. She said, pointing to her own eyebrow ridge as though she's got a large one, but here we are. Am I using a different cam than usual for the table cam? I'm not. I've just lowered it because I was trying to film my regular video with it just to save myself from having to break it down every time, but my computer's not up to the bitrate. Can't film in high enough quality. And in the stress of trying to get my stream live today, I forgot to lift it back up again, and it would take me a good 10 minutes and it might turn the camera off again, and I don't want to risk it. So we're a little zoomed in today. And I've also removed the wooden panel from the background, which I think is actually helping the camera focus and be a little bit sharper. So I'm kind of just like looking at the silver linings of things. Have I ever wanted to do another childhood game or game in general where I do a playthrough in crochet? I would love to do that. I'm playing a lot of people-based games at the moment, but I did spend a terrifically fun time recently. It was a game called Age of Wonders, and don't get me wrong, I didn't play it, but I sat around with a group of friends and we created characters for the game, and we used like the character builder to build like a dragon and his toad army, and it was so much fun. And now I want to crochet the dragon. But it's such an obscure reference to an obscure thing. Yeah, and stuff like that is super, super fun. So maybe at some point I'll use I'll film myself playing with a character builder, we'll build a character, and then I'll crochet the character. So like that could be a fun idea. Oh, I'm so glad to hear it, Joe Moore. I like the idea that other people are crocheting now because of me. So we need to build an eyebrow ridge now, back on track a little bit, because I got distracted with all of the talky talk. And I'm going to do that with it 3 single crochet in the 1 stitch, so I call them an increase 3. If you're trying to follow along with my babble. And just right plonking it straight in the middle of the forehead is the way to go here. So single crochet, increase 3, and then we have 8 stitches to go, and they'll just be regular crochet. I'll scooch this down. See, look, I'm writing. We'll get us up to 12. Oh yeah, what are we naming? Is Mr. Bones okay in the background? Things are looking precarious. Oh no, he's fine. He did this to himself. He just wants to make sure he gets his share of the attention. Oh, knitting on your loom? That's cool. I'm sorry, I think I said this last time. I've chatted about this before. I'm fascinated by looms. I want to use them, but I know that as soon as I start, I'll be discouraged by how long everything takes, because loom feels to me like something you have to like plan out meticulously and approach carefully and then just like go for it. Yeah. Okay. So we need a much broader brow than what we're getting, but that was the foundation, those 3 stitches. And so now I'm going to put an increase 3 into each of the 2 out of stitches of that. So that means that I know I'm growing it balanced and evenly, but also exponentially. Gonna be a big browed boy. Could also be a girl. I don't actually know what the gender dimorphism is for Aerodactyl. It's always fun for me because, like with Gloom, I was just making what I think of as Gloom, and it turns out it was a boy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Da -da -da, da -da -da -da. And enough of that. What is with the copyright songs today? Since this one is the one fossil with an actual skeleton in this gen, can we call him Mr. Bones? Mr. Bones, I'm going to throw that question to you. Your name votes are dairy or myth? Oh, because he's not quite legendary, he's just dairy. I get it. Barney? Oh, legendary, right, okay. So I'm behind on the joke. But I still got it. Nobody can blame you for humming the old dress. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, it's iconic. My sister walked down the aisle to it, you know? Like, you think Cubone should be Mr. Bones? Yeah, but then what do we do when we get to Marowak? The House of Lasagna for dinner. That sounds great. I didn't know that they made houses like that. I've heard of House of Pancakes. We don't have them over here, but I've heard of them. I've lost the start of my row. This bobby pin has failed in its duties, but I'll use the landmark of that increase and that single crochet. So this is the start of the row here. And the rest will all work out in the wash. We like Ace. I like that too. He's got the good color palette. Perfect color palette for that, actually. Yeah, we'll put a little star next to Ace for the name. And we'll tilt your little beak. He's got to have a little wonked beak, but it is what it is. That's the start of our face. It's got a little vulture-y face, actually. I'm tempted to stop and make the lower jaw just so that I can get like a feel that things are going the right direction. But it looks like I was planning on cutting corners today because I didn't get any pink ready. So we'll just go to the drawer. Mouth pink. Mouth pink, or we could do mouth pink. So register your votes for pale or rose, I don't know. Oh, he could be Smith, Aerosmith. So yeah, guys, pick your pink for the mouth while I do another row of the head. I'll leave them on the screen here. It's a crowded little screen today. We are doing our best. What am I doing now? I think we're just going around again. Yeah, I think we've reached height. We're going to go around again. The horns are at the back of the head. We're at 16 stitches around, which is just perfect size for this to be. We're going to hydrate or dihydrate. Wow, that is an influx of pale. Okay, pale pink wins. Sorry, sometimes I forget I've asked a question and then I glance at the chat and it's like you're all shouting, pale! Am I going to do all Pokemon generations? Yeah, hypothetically. Currently my plan at the moment. That said, this is still a job. If folks lose interest and don't want to watch it, it might just become a personal project I do in my own time as opposed to something I share. So that's fine. My crochet journey actually started with the notion that I would crochet them all, and so this is kind of a very full circle moment for me. The fact that I am doing it. Will it be tongue or upper? Light is for tongue, darker the rest of the mouth, depends. It's going to be the tongue, I think. We're just going to do a very basic, like, pink patch inside of a grey disc. Because otherwise there's a risk of me making him look like he's like, bah! Okay, cool. I'm liking the head. We are liking this head, and we're gonna go around again, I think. 3, 4. Yeah, history kind of confirms that I don't think Pokemon are going away. I think while Nintendo keeps keeping them relevant, Pokemon will always be of interest, and I think the nostalgia value of at least the first gen is pretty high. So, can I crochet more pats? As in like more patterns? Well, I mean, we've got a pattern coming out this week. It was meant to come out last week, and it was also meant to come out the week before, but yeah, it's a tricky one. We've got a pattern coming out this week, and we had the axolotl before that and the otter before that. So I do think that there are still a lot of patterns coming out. It's just YouTube's a bit tricky in trying to like. I never want to be somebody who like caves to the algorithm, but like currently I've been a little bit more interested in just like playing with crochet, making big cool things, seeing if I can integrate beads or like sewing patterns and that sort of thing. So that's been really fun for me, but it's also, what is this betrayal? What is this betrayal? Why would I have done that to myself? Sorry, anyway, yeah, the algorithm's kind of rewarding it, where I get a lot more views on videos that aren't patterns than I do on ones that are. So it's kind of like, there is a balance that must be struck. There will always be, well, I won't speak in absolutes, but my intention is to always put out at least sort of 1 to 2 patterns every month, but the rest of the videos are going to be other things. They are. It's more fun, and it drives the craft forward. It's like, because without those other things, I wouldn't be able to integrate beads as scales or embroidery techniques into things like Albert, who's behind me here, or like the wire, the lighting that went into the 100-piece challenge that I did with Skein Spider. I've got some pretty cool ideas on the horizon for different things to integrate. I'm very interested in mixed medium, but also just techniques like the articulated fidget slug, which also helped inform the tail of the dinosaur we're making this week. So it all kind of just like feeds itself. You've got to keep that like inspiration bucket full. Yeah, see, I love the experiments too. I just have to deal with this yarn betrayal. Hello, honey. What are you? Oh dear, that's ominous. Are you going to hang him?
The Aerodactyl, not Mr. Bones.
Okay, the Aerodactyl, not Mr. Bones. That's okay then.
That's clarifying.
I thought he was going to sacrifice himself in effigy. Well, like, what the effigy? Yeah, see, like, you gotta have a balance. You like, the pattern tutorials are cool because I love, oh gosh, it makes my life when I see photos of you guys taking patterns and interpreting them. Like, the colors you choose, the fact that sometimes they're made with massive yarn, sometimes they're made with thread, because y'all are nuts. Just like, I love it. I love it so much. The names, I love seeing like big market tables full, and then the day, like then afterwards, there's another photo and it's empty, and I know you guys have gone out there and you've made your money. And like, these things just give me life. I don't understand why other designers are like, nope, you can't sell the things you make from my pattern. I'm just like, yes, go, make money, haha! But only if you're enjoying yourself as well. Like, you gotta be having fun with it. Gotta be having fun with it. Yeah, I love the anglerfish too. He's there. He's not threatening any little baby pufferfish, but he is maybe tasting the baby pufferfish. I don't know. Is this long enough, or does it need another row? No, I think the horns go on now. We'll do the horns now. So we need to work a certain number of symbols. We need to work a certain number of stitches before we do our horns, but I'm just going to make note of how I want to make the horns first. So I think we'll put them 2 stitches apart. Sort of center of the brain. So there's the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches up. Or are they more on the sides of the head? They might be more sidey than toppy. Oh yeah, they're more sidey than toppy for sure. So we'll do 3, a treble, then I'm thinking 4, but we might edit that as we go, and then the treble again. We don't even need the slip stitches when we're spacing them apart like that. Where's Gengar? Was Gengar back? Oh, okay, there is an answer to that question actually. So I got all of my Pokemon out and lined them all up for Gen 1. So Gengar is in that lineup. I don't actually have any of them except for last week's makes on my desk at the moment. Instead, I've got a wall of them facing me. And, oh, Mr. Bones is passing me Gengar. He's not banned. You can join the stream back there where he can't lick anyone. But we'll see. We'll see if he gets integrated in the desk. He's just a little too close in size to being able to just eat Diglett, and I don't want Diglett to feel like this is a hostile work environment. So yeah, I changed that back to 4 stitches after that. 3 wasn't correct. Your problem is that you want to keep all the things you make. Well, I both do and don't have that problem. It's like, no, I can't reach. I was going to tilt the camera up, but all you got treated to was my massive hairy forehead. Like my shelf is full. It makes me happy, and when it doesn't make me happy anymore, I will find some other people who might be made happy by it. A little treble. I might go back and make that bigger, but we're just going to try a little treble horn on for size. Oh yeah, bigger. We've got to go bigger. Where's my bigger crowd at? Normally you're there cheering me on to go larger. So let's see, that's treble, quadruple. Does it go quadruple, treble, treble? No. Hang on. So we got double, treble, double, treble, treble, treble. Okay, so we're doing a treble, treble. The numbering, y'all. The numbering. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've told you all the story about how I did an extended stitch that had 100 yarn overs. It turned out 1 meter long. Submitted it to the Guinness World Records at one point. Just be like, hey, is this the biggest stitch ever made? And they were like, we need more information. And I never got back to them. That's on me though. Okay, I think that's a good level of horniness. Not the horniest of beasts. Particularly if he's ace. Let's see, so I only did 3 across the forehead. And then we'll do 3, that's 3, and that's 4. And that nasty little knot where I've had to join on new yarn is going to fall directly in the middle of my horn, and that's going to annoy me. But we'll carry on. We'll soldier on. The things I have to put up with, I tell you what. 1, 2, 3. I don't know how many stitches I'm even doing, so I don't know why I'm counting. 4, 5, and it looks like it's 6. Wicked. So I'm going to pop this down at this point, and we are going to make the lower jaw, just purely because I think it's good for me to be able to line it up and see if I like it at this point before it's too late to go back and change it. Metapod him. Thank you, Becky. The camera went out of focus when I did that. What did I do? Oh yeah, the camera is no longer focusing. All right, 1 second. Oh no, we're back. Are we back? Okay, we're refocusing. If it does it again, I'm going to turn off autofocus. Drum break. Yeah, okay, we're gonna make a mouth. Where's the end of this? This is like having guests over and showing them your messy room. What even is this? In fact, I don't even think this is Marvel. I think that might be, I don't know. I don't think that's Marvel yarn, which is the yarn I use mostly. But I don't know what else that could be. Marvel don't make that colour. It's the colour I normally go to Carnival yarn for, but Carnival yarn doesn't look like this. Oh, I think that might be some of the yarn that I got from Mr. Bones's mum at one point. Still working my way through it. I've got a lovely big load of yarn from her at one point. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, starting with a magic ring, because I could work this up as a flat piece, but I've decided to work it in the round for lols. It's just always easier when you've got loops to work into instead of having to work into the edges of rows. How much bigger do you need to be? That's already pretty good. Okay. Pink, we're going to magic ring 6, and then I'm going to expand out 2 corners just to add a little length to it. 2 single crochet, 2 increased 3s, and then 2 single crochet, but that's it. So it's going to get to 10, which is a little wider than I thought it was going to be, but I think it's still going to be okay. Like, sometimes things have to happen in chaotic order. It's not necessarily the most satisfying way to do things, but sometimes you need the chaos as part of the creative process. It's like, if you're following a tutorial, follow the instructions, but like, sometimes things just gotta be a little bit messy. I'm seeing a lot about a bee. What's happening with the bee? Yep, Ace needs to be on the name list. I think that's my favorite so far. There we go. And oh, I might not even have to do it as 2 panels that I stitch together. I might just be able to do a colour change and some front post. I feel like that's jewelry enough. Oh, yeah. The noises are helping me process it. It's kind of like anyone remember dial-up days? It's like that. It's that, but my brain. Sorry, anybody having like flashbacks based on that? I thought I was pretty impressed with it. I'm gonna change to my grey, and I'm gonna do front post around. So the thing about yarn, there's 2 ends. You just have to find the other one. There we go. Though technically this ball had 4 ends when I started because of the way I coiled it together like a traitor. Do not wind your yarn scraps back onto the ball. I'm so unbelievably miffed at myself for doing it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, and then, as I've said like 4 times now, I will use some white to stitch on some little teeth, so that he is an appropriately chompy boy. But that will happen in the magic between streams. Get off the internet, I need to make a phone call. That, Coletti Spaghetti, that was my entire childhood. Hell, that was my entire uni degree. And it's hailing, I'm sorry. I bring the rain when I stream. It's become almost a fact. Okay, so I've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I've got 2 stitches left, and I'm kind of inclined to not do the last 2, because I like it. Okay, so he's going to be a happier. Oh, he's meant to have a very big square jaw, so this technically should be at the front here like this. Rah, that's not bad. Yum, 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 yum. Rah. Oh no, he's got a weapon! Alright, I'm gonna stop. Put that back in the tortoise, thank you. So yeah, that cinched it for me though. I am going to not work into those last 2 stitches, and maybe I chain and turn? Maybe we're feeling a little cheeky and we chain and turn. And maybe we'll work 8 front post single crochet back. What do you guys think? I think so. Oh, split my yarn doing that, but we'll try again. There we go. So layering up post stitching like this for multiple rows kind of helps you turn a corner, because if you think of stitches as, we're going to a little drawing time with complicated knots, you think of stitches as blocks, right? Building a regular block would extend the row up this way. So that's just regular stitching. Whereas like front post stitches kind of connect on the front of it and build out this way, or they connect on the back of it and build out the other side. So yeah, by building like one stitch this way and then going front post single crochet, we're building upwards, and then by going front post single crochet again, we're curving it around. Yeah. And it's subtle because it's crochet, so it's squishy. So like it's not necessarily a hard corner, but it does give you a little bit more of a ridge or an edge. It turns your work. Just because it's fabric doesn't mean that it's the boss. Oh no, pink. You see the vision? Okay, good. I feel like I should have made him white inside his mouth to just really steer into it, but no, we're doing truth. We're going accurate to the, well, as close as I can get it, to the portrait. How many was that back? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was 8 back. It was. I did it. It just doesn't look right. And then we're going to turn again, and I've picked up my pencil instead of my pen. Chaos is unfolding. Let's give me some room here. Tortoise, I know you think you're helping, buddy, but I just need you to like sit over there. And we're going to do 8 single crochet back, and then we'll do 4 decreases and finish off. You have a plan for the bottom of this mouth now. So it's a little shorter than I originally planned it to be, but I think it's still going to work. I'm so sorry for the chaos unfolding on the screen right now. It accurately represents the brain of the designer. But this is a way easier way to do it than just crocheting around the edges of rows, in my opinion. I'd much rather work in loops when given the option. And it's way easier to communicate in a pattern, or to you folks, where to stitch if there's loops pointing the way, than to describe, it came to me in a dream one time, and so I realized if I took 3 steps to the left and turned a quarter to the south, then if I was holding a purple umbrella in just the right angle, then I knew where the stitch should go. Does anyone else know how to make a fox? I have a fox on my channel. So no, it's an old one, but I got a pattern for one. It's just a little guy with a pointy little face. Still working on reversible Pac-Man ghosts. Oh, I've been excited about those. Coletti spaghetti, sorry. And I'm very keen to see how they turn out. I think they're a great idea. Okay. I think we turn again. And again and again. And again and again and again. There we go. And just do 2 decreases across. And that should get us to a nice flat underside. This is a little bit more pockety than I originally wanted. I could have taken out that row of single crochet. But I think it gives it bulk. And I think he's supposed to have quite a bulky jaw. So maybe we leave it as is. It's not open very far, but it is still bulky. So I think we might still be in the spirit of things. We'll finish off. We are designing. And we'll tuck all these bits away. And then we have our head, and this will be sewn on in a way that makes it look non-ridiculous, but he's only got a very, his mouth's only like open like this. He's just whispering. He's whispering a little bit. I could move it back, which would make it look more organic, but his jaw is meant to be quite big and low. Maybe I did need to make those pieces bigger. No, you know what? I like it. I like it. I think it's fine. It fits the chibbiness that we're going for. It'll do. I might remake it in between streams, but for now I'll say it'll do. Okay, so the next part of the body then, knowing that we're happy with that, is to start curving down the back. And yeah, we curve down the front as well. So we're using decreases to do this bit. and increases to do this bit. We're currently here. And that helps calibrate the brains. I'm wondering if that neck needs to be narrower though, so maybe we continue this way and then, so then that's just regular single crochet, decrease on the other side, and then we'll flare this out with increases when we get there. So that's the plan. All right, yeah, I agree. If I like it, it's perfect. I am the decision maker, but I do like to lean on you guys a little bit. I'm just gonna, the candy is really helping keeping me going a little bit this morning, evening, afternoon. Even if it means I'm talking with my mouth full, and I'm very sorry about that. I was raised better than this. Was I? Yeah, I was. Okay, so I'm gonna put a decrease behind each of the ears straight away. Pull it in as a corner. The best way to do that is with a single crochet 3 together. So it'll be 3 single crochet, the decrease, a single crochet, the decrease, and then 5 single crochet, and that will quite abruptly get us back down to 12 stitches, but I love 12. Anyone who's been here for any of the previous streams has almost definitely heard me rant about 12. 12 is great. 12 has so many wonderful factors that you can divide it by. It's divisible evenly by 2, 3, 4, 6. Like 12, it's great, it's great, it's perfect. It's the perfect number for tiny creations because you can evenly position stitches in so many different ways and get so many different shapes. 24 is pretty good too. Okay, there's my decreases. Then I said I would just continue single crochet, so we'll just continue single crochet. I need to remember to put the eyes in too. Maybe we do that now. 4, 5. I am running out of eyes. I need to place another order. Someone remind me to place another order for eyes. I think this is all I have left, but I also feel like I have other baggies hiding from me. Oh, I do. Oh. Never mind, I have 2 other bags. Maybe I don't need to order anymore. Yet. I don't think I have enough to complete this series if I keep having to put safety eyes in all of them, but some of them need the eyes, y'all. Some of them we get away with, like Diglett didn't need any. Some of them arguably don't need them and I use them anyway because I think it brings them to life. So let's see, what row is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8. Keeping in mind he'll have an angry eyebrow over the top, but I think 8 is pretty good. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because I work in a spiral, sometimes it has to be 7 on one side and 8 on the other. Which is why I tell you, start with the starting point and then move them around until they look right to you. So yeah, I've got 1 in row 7 and 1 in row 8. Honestly, is it just me or is this a better Charizard head than the head we did on Charizard? Like, I won't take it personally if you agree. Yeah, maybe Gengar's been eating the eyes. He does seem like the snacking kind. He's the only Pokemon I've given the 20mm safety eyes to, and I don't regret it for a single second. Eyes into row 7 / row 8. Boop. Great little finger puppet. Anyway, sorry, I will focus and we will keep going. So, let's see, that's started to pull it in at the back a little bit, and I think that we can flare out into the tum-tum pretty nicely now. So we'll end that row with, we'll end the next row with 2 increases, the big ones. And the top here we'll do 1 decrease 3 in between those decreases we did in the previous row. So that's 3 single crochet 3 together, and then 3 single crochet, and look at that, it came out beautifully balanced. You gotta love that. That is the magic of working with 12. Like, as soon as you start like positioning things, everything else kind of just like falls. I need to turn my phone on silent, I'm so sorry. Oh look, my new light's finally arrived. I got a new light for this setup. You may notice everything's slightly pink. I got one that has a much nicer light rating. And I'm hoping that helps a little bit. I'd really love to get to a point where I can just turn a light on and not have to fuss around for 3 hours to get everything looking okay. So that's the dream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ew, okay, that gets us to 13 stitches somehow. How does that work? That shouldn't be that. That's not right. Because we're losing 2, but we're gaining 4, so it should go up by 2. It should be 14. What's gone wrong here? 2 increases, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. And that leaves us with 4 stitches, not 3. I've just ranted. See, I've just ranted about how good the number 12 is. And I was wrong. Okay, well, we'll adapt. We will survive. Yeah, sorry, Nerdity Master, that was a Dark Crystal reference again. Alright, so we'll work up this way. Snap the eyes, I will in just a minute. I like to settle them in a little bit first. It's a superstition. I am a superstitious crafter. You gotta work, leave everything in there for a couple of rows and just see if it works. And I can get my fingies in there, so we're okay. Okay, that's the decrease. And then we need to give this guy the belly of all bellies. He's been snacking. He's been hitting that McDonald's drive-thru. I don't know, what do aerodactyls eat, do you reckon? Pebbles? Or are they meat eaters? Does eating geodude count as meat? I'm sorry, I always end up back in a food place with these guys. It's like, if he eats geodudes, does that count as meat? It's like a gingerbread man eating gingerbread. Is that okay? Or is it kind of one of those ethical grey areas? Oh yeah, okay. If people want the clicky sounds, we will snap the backs on. Because I'm pretty happy with that positioning, and I feel like you guys wouldn't be saying snap the backs on if you didn't like the positioning either. So let's see if we can get you some sounds here. Alrighty. Did that register at all? That one went on quite nicely. Oh, the microphone's up here, so we'll just try this. It depends on if carnivorous is defined by eating meat or just defined as eating the same living substance that you're made of. See, snap the eyes on and now they look crooked to me. I hate it when that happens, but we're going to stuff the head. Now normally I'd have to send him to school for this, but we're going to homeschool him today. Get your head full of stuffing. Oh, good click. Oh, yay. I'm glad you guys got to hear it. It doesn't necessarily register here, but I know that the mic picks things up and does things to them. Oh, Fiara, you are welcome for your thunderstorm. I'm just going to start taking credit for all the bad weather going on. Oh. He's a chubby-headed boy. And he looks like a puppy right now, but we'll give him some teeth and some scary eyebrows and aerodactylize him. Aerosolize him. A little bit more later. Mm-hmm. There we go. There we go. There's our aerodactyl start. So we're going to just keep swelling out the front of this body here because I want it to be like a real little like blobby kind of shape. I'm just drawing it with my hands here. So keep growing the front. I think the back is probably okay to just sort of stay as it is now. I don't think we need more decreases back there. So, oh yes, I got to remember that lump on his back too. Sorry, thank you for whoever I saw that fly past, but I think that we're still a row or two away from that because if I'm all tangled up. Why is this pink all the way across the desk? I think in terms of where we are, we're like here. or even more extreme of a curve than that. We're like here. This will all even out in the wash. It's just currently we're heading like this way. So I think we have 1 row, possibly 2 rows before we get to that little fin. Megaforms could be on the agenda. I'm not as familiar with megaforms. I think they're regular forms just with a lot of extra details to them, which could make them cool, but also means they need to be larger. But I wouldn't mind doing a megaform series if there was interest in them. Because, I mean, Ampharos demands his glorious Fabio hair. It's like the only megaform I really remember. That and Gengar looking like a carnival entrance. So, okay. We'll start with what we know. So I know I want to increase this where the 2 increases were last row, so I can add that to my row now. 3 single crochet between them and a single crochet at the end. So that's good. We've worked out like the back part of this row, and then I think the top part of this row still just needs to be single crochet around. I was tempted to start growing that little fin out the way I did with my sharks. You know, you grow an extra fold and then you skip the stitches, but I don't know if we're quite ready for that yet. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Where did I put that bobby pin? 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And yeah, okay, the numbers add up, so it is 8. Found it. I know I'm the problem when it comes to bobby pin, guys. I don't think they have like mythical properties that sends them skittering away into the darkness the second my back is turned, unless they do. But yeah, I'm the problem. Aren't there studies about plants having sort of nervous systems though? Yeah, I think they like release like danger pheromone, well not pheromones, but like planty equivalent of pheromones. The scent that says, oh gosh, that hurts greatly. Everybody release your protection stuff. Bobby pin next to hand. Thank you very much, Stephanie Hall. Sorry, there's a little delay between chat and me, so if I get truly stuck, I know you guys can help, but often I'm just sort of on my own out here. It's like traveling through space. It's like you get far enough out and even real-time communications are delayed by months and years and goodness help us all, decades. Just building your belly in the way that doesn't involve pasta. You don't strike me as a pasta eating fellow. Excuse me, I'm gonna have just a little drink. No, bobby pins have issues, I swear, because mine and my hair bubbles go missing. Yeah, okay. It's nice to verify that from a secondary source. I thought it just happened to me. And like, I don't know if you guys get this as well, but do you often just like know that you only put 2 in your hair? But then the end of the day comes and you're not a dirty person, but somehow 4 come out. So it's not that you've forgotten them in there. It's just that they've somehow attracted more to them. Eggs. Do the roar. Rah. Okay, so we grew that there. I think we've got 1 more row before we reach back lump territory, so we're going to do the same thing again. Another. 3, 5 single crochet. Am I on the screen yet with it? There we go. We've filled up half a page. Ooh, I should try. I could. Sorry, I'm always thinking about ways that might make my life, things that I might try that might make my life easier, or just like speed up parts of the process. And I think it could be cool. I don't know if those paper notepads are good at like real-time input, but if I could take my handwriting and just have it automatically be in the system as text and not just images, that could honestly save a lot of time. And we might even get to the point where I can have the pattern on the screen for you guys in real time. That could be cool. Bobby pin, tiny construct, chaotic neutral, speed 25 feet, false appearance. While the construct remains motionless, it is indistinguishable from a normal bobby pin. It's like the bobby pin mimic. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you like his head. I'm hoping that we'll like the rest of him too. But so far he's turning out as a chubby little fellow, and that's super cute. I love it. I love it when I can make him cute. Because this guy here is very like rocky and dinosaur-y, and like I sometimes have nightmares about things like having to craft, I don't know, Tyrantrum, which is the giant T-Rex that has so many unnecessary details on him. Like, don't get me wrong, I would never like accessory shame a Pokemon, but does he have to? Which starter do I have yet to do you're nervous to do? Okay, well in terms of Gen 1, I have Blastoise, Charmeleon, and Wartortle, and Venusaur to go. Venusaur I'm a little nervous about because I'm making changes to an existing pattern, which is always just, it can be a little hit and miss to do it, because I want to take the Bulbasaur pattern and just stretch it wider. I want to make sure that I'm maintaining that shape integrity, and that's not something I've done a lot of. Whereas like just making shapes from scratch can be a little easier, but I want to stay true to the forms that we've established there. So I'm nervous about that one. Same kind of thing with the turtles. I remember how painful Squirtle is to make in terms of making those pieces, and I just don't feel like doing another 2 shells on camera where all of yours can see how hard they are. So yeah, like probably Venusaur and Blastoise, I'm the one, and yeah, that's why I'm not looking forward to them. In terms of the other starters, I start becoming less familiar with them after a certain point. I don't fear any of the first evolution state of them, any of the ones that you pick, fine. It's the third evolutions of them all that kind of make me a little twitchy. Hello, Anita! Or, sorry, Anita B. Draws. The XY fossils was something, yeah. Exactly, Keegan. I'm pretty sure that was the Tyrantrum. But then there was also like the Tortuga, the turtley one from the previous one, and the Pachycephalosaur with the bald head and the spikes. Okay. Yeah, electric notepads. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. Like you can get those paper ones that you can write in, and it like. But I don't. If it's one of those things where you write it and you have to scan it at the end, still honestly might help me a lot. I don't know. We'll add it to the list. The list of potential tax deductions for next financial year. Tax season. All right, I think that's about as fat as this little guy can handle being. And I think it's time to. No, we got one more row before I want to put a lump back there. His lump might end up just being a puff stitch, and I want you all to like emotionally prepare for that situation. I think we're just going to do 22 single crochet around, honestly. Just a nice little break row from all of the shaping stress. I love it when I get that. I consider it like a recalibration row. Kind of just like settles everything down, it locks it in, it kind of helps you see the shapes you've already built, work out if they're going okay. Cranidos, that's the one. Is Groudon hard, or is he going to be mostly embroidery? Yeah, there's different ways to approach him. We could do him as panels, but that will make him take way longer than a single stream. Honestly, a lot of the legendaries just aren't stream material. Yeah. But then, like, if you look at something like Kaka, I'm a Reshiram, you got to kind of work out, is that fluff? Are we making spikes? Spikes, okay. In general, spikes are my least favorite thing, closely followed by stripes. Because, like, you may have noticed that I haven't offered you guys Growlithe or Arcanine yet. If you take a really close look, every single stitch on Growlithe and Arcanine is going to have to be doing at least 2 separate decorative things, either fluffy or stripy or color changes for the snout, or there's a nose on it, or there's claws, or just he's a cute little puppy, but he's very busy, and that means that I'm putting off doing him. Surface Pro OneNote's what you use. Field pen. Okay, cool. That's awesome to get a recommendation, actually. Thank you for that. Yeah. Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. My bottle is really far away. Maybe I'll move it. Down there. Okay. I knew what you meant by pen and pen. It's okay. It happens to all of us. Legendary, especially box legends, are just a little bit hordes. Hard? A little bit hard? Yeah. A little bit. Oh, little bits hordes. I understand. Yeah, they definitely have hordes and hordes of little bits. Exactly. Though currently I'm not enjoying, like Jolteon I did long enough ago that the pain of it has almost faded, but I'm not looking forward to doing Zapdos. Another very spiky animal. 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys all emotionally prepared for this puff / cluster / whatever you want to call it? I'm just gonna write bobble. Maybe I'll do it as like a I'm thinking. I might be super obnoxious and do it as like a 2 treble cluster. Oh no, it'll do just 3 so that it has a defined top. This is just me making up stitches at this point. Let it be known for anyone in the future attempting this that any bobble or puff would probably accomplish the same thing. But we're just going to try. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's treble. And we'll get all the way to the end of it, except for the final 2. So 2 on my hook still, and we'll do another one. Because we're feeling super obnoxious today, and we just can't help ourselves. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, I think that's 2, and then we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. It's all going into the same stitch because that's how clusters be doing. This might be too big. We might take it down a size. Hi, you've been bopping along.
I was just hearing you sing.
He's so cute. Then we'll finish that off, and it looks kind of spaghettified nonsense. But then if we continue on, yeah, I think it's too big, but it was worth a go. Caca. Yeah, that's way too big. But if I take it down a notch, maybe one size down to a double treble, we might get what we're after here a little bit. Maybe I just do an increase 3 and then an increase 3, and then in the subsequent row I just do a massive decrease 5. That's a better way to do this. You're seeing me work this stuff out in real time. Yes, and that was Under the Sea. Stay tuned for more Complicated Knots Radio. 517 single crochet. I can math. I can totally math. I got this. You lost your phone. That sucks. You took a hook, but you found your hook. Okay, first of all, I strongly dislike the fact that all of our devices are always listening to us, right? I don't like that. But I would be lying if I didn't say that it was extremely helpful that because I have my phone logged in, I can just go to Google and type in, "Where's my phone?" And Google will be like, "By the way, your phone is here. Would you like us to ring it for you?" Like, on the one hand, I want to be offended because, like, I don't want them to be like, I don't like them knowing where my phone is at all times. I don't like this, that, and the other. But on the other hand, it has saved my bacon more than once to just be able to Google where my phone is. So yeah, it's the duality of man a little bit there, I think, or the there's a name for it. The 3 triple cluster would be good for the claws. Yes, I agree, UFO Crochet. That is probably how I will do the claws. I was thinking the exact same thing, you and I. We are wavelengthen. Yeah, the last time I attempted a decrease 5, which is just single crochet 5 together, was the first rendition of the smallest awoo, that little wolf pattern that got stripped from the internet, but came back eventually. And it came back without, I think that was even just a decrease 4. Because, yeah, it just turned out it didn't need to be there. But that's, I found a different way to accomplish the same shape, so. But working on the fly here, I think we're going to decrease 5 to just really pucker up this fin. Because the other option is that we skip stitches, and I just don't really like leaving little gaps if I don't have to. So we're going up to 26 stitches in the next round. We are making progress. Honestly, we're doing pretty well. We're only an hour and a half in, and I know I didn't start stitching until like the hour point. So like we are way further into this than I thought. I thought this was going to take a really long time. I always think they're going to take a really long time, but I don't know. So far, we've been like pretty good at like setting our expectations appropriately. Mr. Bones has already said that he's on my side if I decide to go longer than normal tonight. So we're just going to see what the energy levels are doing to see how many we get done, because we'll definitely do 2. That's just neither, like, unless this goes completely off the rails, we'll definitely do 2. But I like it to get at least 3 done, and it'd be kind of awesome if we could do 4. Depends on what you guys pick, I guess. Seriously considering buying an AirTag to attach your dad's keys to? Yeah, well, I mean, if technology has the solutions, isn't there a shame in using it? Oh, B pics on Discord. Okay, all right, Joseph, I've seen you. Let me have a look real quick. Where am I going? Whips and brags? Oh my goodness, there's a tiny little rainbow frog there by Elf's Crochet. I'm all distracted now. You've done this. Now we're not going to get any done. Oh. Oh, the big wolf. I actually forgot about the big wolf. Sorry, now I'm just talking to Discord. Old Discord. I don't see any bees there, so that's not it. General whips and brags. Oh my goodness, that snail is so cute. Tiny baby dragon. Nope, I'm gonna focus. I don't see a bee. Where is it? Mr. Bones, I'm gonna get you help here. Creepy Dave. Okay, today we're making an aeroplanodactyl. He is best favorite animal. Okay, bye. I might have to get Mr. Bones to point me towards the bee. I'm sorry. Live stream. Oh, of course. Sorry. Oh my goodness, it's so small. It's so small. Could you just give it a little gentle boop on its snoot for me?
I was coming in to clarify what you were after.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, there was a bee. There was a bee?
Also, it's aeroplanodactyl.
Aeroplanodactyl?
Yep.
Okay. Excuse my pronunciation. Yeah, exactly. The dichotomy between helpful tech and creepy stalker tech. Because on the one hand, yeah, I can see why this tool exists, but on the other hand, I really wish it didn't. And I can see the perks in, I like the fact that they let me switch it off, but at the same time, if I turn it off, it can't help me anymore. It's like, I want it to be available and there when I need it, but I also don't want it to exist when I don't. And working out the in-between of how to navigate that's Windows and, that's Microsoft's and Apple's problem. Well, I quietly go off to my corner and work out if Linux will work for me instead. Dang it, I forgot to account for drift, and now his spike is crooked. His little fin is floppy. And I think I have to go back 2 rows to straighten it out too. Meh. Or maybe I can just fake it. Can I fake straighten it? I don't feel like fake straightening it is fair on you guys, because then I pass the pattern along to you and it looks like it's crooked, even though it works. It's not the most refined way to do things. So maybe we push that one over 1. And then it's hard looking at it backwards like that. We push that one over 1. Nope, that's even harder to interpret for my brain. And then we'll push that one over 1 as well. So we're going to put, let's say they're curved out this way. I'm going to push it over 1, so when it curves out, it's still a little bit more centered. That means we've got a frog. Ready for some aggressive frogging? Wahoo! Yeah. What it is ain't good. Stop with the copyright songs, dang it, brain. There we go. I'm gonna push that over 1. Why don't I have the rest of the body crooked? That's always an option as well. But I do want to just like try this. If it comes out crooked this time around, I'll just leave it. It's not a big deal. Not in your house? What? Apparently the new Meta AI doesn't allow you to turn it off unless you're in the EU, unless they agree with you. No! I know that the new, I don't know if it's I know it's a Microsoft invention. I just don't know if it's necessarily Windows, but I know that they've got that thing that takes a screen grab. A screen grab. I don't want to like be the person spreading fear, but it's a screen grab every few seconds and they save those images. And it didn't take their researchers and their testers long to realize that it's a massive security concern because anybody on your computer can access those images even if they're logged in on a different profile. So, yeah, not a fan. Not the biggest fan. It's like, and I'm somebody who has absolutely no worries about Big Brother watching. You know what I mean? I ain't doing shit. But like, oh, excuse me to any children watching. Along with their parents, hopefully. But like, yeah. It's just like, I don't like that. Why do I need to be so nosy? I don't need their AI tools. I turn them off when I can. I don't even like the little weather pop up in the bottom corner, which I can't get to go away. I keep turning it off and it keeps reinstalling itself. Bah! Meta is worse than Creepy Dave. Well, see, I actually like Creepy Dave. It's not crooked, it's in action. Yeah, fair. Exactly. Like I said, if regardless of what happened, I'm not even paying that much attention. I think I've redone both rows. I'll check in a second. But yeah, we will leave the chips to fall where they may now. So if this is still crooked, it's an action pose and we'll work with the twist. And if it's straight, fantastic, I'll just carry on. Not to be confused with carrion, which is probably what Aerodactyl eats. Sorry, vulture motivational posters. Keep calm and carry on. I'm sorry. I think I found that way funnier than any of you will. Yeah, okay, so that's way straighter now, you may be asking. So yeah, we're happy with that. It's still a little off to one side. So, and now in the next one, maybe I give it one more row and then we decrease it down. So we're just going to do a row of 26 single crochet. Oh, well, thanks very much, Dara. It's great to have you join a stream. I love it when I see like, oh, first time streaming him. Because like, okay, no, that was probably a little too fast. What I said was like, welcome, thank you for watching. I'm so glad you could join us. It's like, for a while there I was moving this around until I found a time that I thought suited sort of my brain chemistry and captured a nice subsection of you guys. And I did end up settling on a Sunday just out of the respect for the group of people who were determined to stay up and watch it even if it started at like 2 or 3 a.m. for them. So like out of respect for them, I kind of moved my stream to a weekend. But I used to do like a Monday or a Tuesday test and that gave me Saturday and Sunday to film. So I do want to keep like I will probably stick with the Sunday slot unless like with this week I had somewhere to be. But it is good to move it around every now and then, and it'd be good to get to a point where I have the energy levels and the stamina, the stream stamina, to do like a 24-hour one, because then I know I'll be hitting every time zone and no one has to miss out. But I know that there will potentially be some of you who feel the need to stay up for 24 hours, which is not something I would encourage any rational person to do outside their early 20s. I feel like teenagers and early 20s can probably go on forever. I know I could. He's going to be Charizard size by the look of it. He might be a little bit fatter than that. This isn't actually going to grow his size. That's going to be pinched in as like the little fin. So he's going to be smaller than Charizard, I think. Probably as chubby. Oh my goodness, look at this. It's acting up in front of company. It's just being an absolute nightmare. I hope you guys don't pick another grey one, but if you do, we'll make it work. Because you won't know what you're picking. So really, it's on me. This row, I'm going to do my massive wonky decrease. So we'll do 6 single crochet. And oh, look, I'm really on the page now. Hello. Hang on, just like... It says caw. Okay, this is too much fun now. Just... and I'm going to do my massive hunkin' decrease to see if that forms the fin the way I think it should, which should get 4 stitches out of our row and bring us back down to 22. 1, 2, 3. This is the first one, Grim Squirrel. We decided that we were going to dig up Pokemon today, and the first one dug up was a fossil, specifically Aerodactyl. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's that way. If I go up one more, it'll be straighter. Oh yeah, that's way better if I go up one more stitch, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is what I wrote down. I just lost count apparently. So then we'll just do our little massive decrease dance. Look at this, we're basically knitting. I don't know how to knit. Clearly, I think that's pretty obvious. And giving us a nice little back lump. Look at that. Nailed it. And we'll keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting, sorry. 5, Bye, Holly. Thanks for hanging out. I like to think Aerodactyl used to be a cuddly big bat and only needed the teeth to crack hard prehistoric fruit shells and coconuts. I actually love that. Because yeah, he's definitely, he's giving bat. He's serving bat. Which is funny because like, I think of him and I kind of think of pterodactyl, probably because they've named him Aerodactyl, but then he's clearly cave dwelling. He's got the bat wings. He's just... There was a yarn avalanche, I'm sorry. We're fine. We're fine. I'm just twitchy. Yeah, perfect. We're just nailing this, guys. Go team. So now the question is, how much of a nugget boy do we want him to be? Do we want him to be a little bit longer, or can I just make him a proper little bulb at this point? I think one more row for length and then we start bulbifying him. Not bulbasauring him, different dinosaur. Yeah, 26 single crochet and then we will start reducing. And we'll do 4 reductions in the first row to get us to 18 and then it's just easy from there. 1, 2, 3, 4. His name is Batty. His logic is erratic. He's a potato in a jacket, guitars in an attic. Any Ferngully fans out there? Tim Curry seducing us all as children in the form of ooze. Mr. Bones is feeling his own drama in the background. He does have a top hat, but at some point he will have to put it on for it to read as a top hat, I think. Hydrate, stitch, and save your work, that's right. Sorry, stretch and save your work. Nerdateer Master is out here doing us all a favour. Hydrate or dihydrate, everybody. I want to see you rolling those shoulders. Hitting that save button. You will thank yourself. Or better yet, learn that Control S is save in most softwares. Then you can just like tap it on the keyboard and keep on going. Mr. Bones is out there doing his stretches, which is, forgive me if I'm a little distracted. Yeah. Oh, your net died for a little bit there. I'm worried about that happening. Just because I did get an error message earlier saying that not enough footage was getting through, but it's saying it's fine and it's saying that I didn't drop any frames. So, yeah. You guys got to tell me if things start going wrong. Because with all the drama this morning, I'm just like, look at this, look at this. I'm just trying to get enough yarn out of the tangle for now. And then I will deal with it later. Right. You know what, guys? I think we need to go around again. I said I was only going to go around once, but I think it needs to happen again. 3. So then after this, we only have what? Legs and wings. What a piece of pie. It's a pieodactyl. Well, sorry, I just saw you got so much done while I was gone. It's like, yeah, look away. You gotta keep this thing moving. We're only 25% of the way through Gen 1, and I was really hoping to have this video done by Christmas. I might have to start streaming 2 days a week. That just leaves me no time whatsoever to get my regular videos done. I don't know, maybe I do the same thing that I did last year. Last year in August and September I went down to 1 video a fortnight. That might work. Gives me a little bit more breathing room, gives me a little bit more of a break. I've been doing... So for tax season over here, I have to keep a representative work log of just like the hours I work every day to be able to claim things like electricity, right? Consult a tax agent. If don't follow this as any kind of advice, I'm just anecdotally sharing. And I was like, even on my days off, I've been working 6 or 7 hours. My average day is 12. It's like this. I've got to do something about that. I'm a little bit of a workaholic. I'm a lot of a workaholic. I'm a workaholic. I mean, that said, work for me sometimes involves just like sewing wings on a Charizard. So like, there's no complaints here. It's just like, I'm a little bit of a workaholic. Stretching all the way to the post office for 10 minutes. I will not miss the naming vote. Okay, Lisa, go. All right, guys, so now our goal is to get this completely done in the next 10 minutes. No, It's not gonna happen. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, cool. So now I've done 2 rows when I said I was only gonna do 1, but I liked 2 better. And now we're gonna close this off. I'm gonna load my first lot of decreases at the front here because otherwise he's looking very boxy. And if I close him off like this, he's gonna be leaning forward. And I'd rather have him like sitting back. So closing off the front will give him a more round appearance. Can you make a little notebook for Mr. Bones so that when you see him in the chat, we can also see him on the computer? Oh, well, he has a little keyboard that we've made him. It's just, sometimes he's feeling dramatic. And there is also a screen here somewhere, but I don't know where it ended up. So yeah, we made him a little computer. Well, Mr. Bones made himself a little computer at one point. He's a very crafty fellow. And yeah, sometimes we have him set up with it. It's just I don't think it reads very well on camera. From a distance, like it just looks like a little black rectangle, I mean. Just trying to work out my decrease positioning because it's kind of on a weird tilt. Do I use that as the center back? It means we're all the way off to one side, which means I'm finishing my row with 4 decreases, which uses up 8 stitches, and 22 minus 8 is 14. Sometimes I try to peer pressure myself into being able to do maths. It's like if I start saying the sentence, I'll come up with the answer by the end of it, right? If I pause, they'll think I can't do maths. Ah! And so like that's in that silence, all you can hear in my brain is ah! Current name list is Barney, Smith, Pale. Nah, I don't think Pale was a name suggestion, honey. I think Pale was them picking the pink for the mouth. Ace, Goyle, I like Goyle because gargoyle. Aeroplano Dacatacatal. We're not voting yet. We will have a poll. But it is always helpful if 4 clear favourites can appear in the process. Because then we only have to do 1 vote instead of, I think it took like 4 votes to name the Raticate. And even then we mashed 2 of the names together. Some people liked Pale as a name as well. Okay, sorry, my apologies. I didn't count this row. And now it's too late. I'm too far gone to remember. So I'm just going to keep going. And it'll all be fine. No, I'm going to go back to my row count here. There we go. There. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at that. The muscle memory did the perfect number of stitches even though I wasn't actually paying attention. Oh, I love my brain sometimes. And my hands are very helpful too because they'll just keep the stitches going while I'm making eye contact with the camera. I think Smith and Ace seem to be pretty clear favourites. I'll admit I'm not super clear on where Barney came from. Is it because he's kind of a purple dinosaur? Ace Goyle, the creepiest Dave.
Barney is in. It'll be legendary.
Oh.
Yep.
I get it.
I'm talking about legendary.
Legendary, yeah, I get it. It's been a while since I was making the Barney the dinosaur connection.
It will be legend.
Wait for it. Don't do this to me. Thank you. He derried me from across the room. Oh, wow, we're just packing all of them into a single name here. Ace Goyle, Pet Detective, Aero Ace the Pride Goyle. Or we could literally name him Legend, wait for it, Derry. That's right. You guys have the power. You can meme him, you can call him Steve. Like, this is entirely up to you. And don't get me wrong, I register my opinion, but if I'm outvoted, I'm outvoted. Thanks for dropping in, Dara. Thanks for hanging out. Yay. Barney Stinson. Awesome, 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 awesome. Barney Stinson. Big fan of that show. Didn't like what they did with the last season. Well, sorry, didn't specifically like what they did with the last 2 minutes of the final episode of the final season. But, I used to rewatch that show quite often. Like a comfort show. Sour Coke bottles are just the best. They are peak candy. That said, I've just been enjoying pineapple. Not a candy, just pineapple. To me, they taste like Sour Patch Kids. It's yummy. I already knew that. I'm not new to pineapple. I'm new to enjoying it as much as I am. He shall be named Bob. Oh, My love, would you like? You're not on camera. Mr. Bones has to trick or treat for his candy sometimes because I've got the candy jar in here with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Scheißen. Oh yeah, I just did an extra decrease, it's fine. He's fine. So now we're down to 18. We can just do our usual decrease patterns to get down to 12 and then down to 6. And finish him off. Huzzah! Caw-caw. There we go. One and a decrease and one and a decrease. They released another ending. What? Okay, maybe I missed something in like the bloopers or something, but yeah, like I'm fine for it, like to, I acknowledge that it was the artistic vision of the show to end the way that it ended. I just, as an audience member, feel stupid for loving it as much as I did. And that's the trade-off you have to make. It's just like it's their creation and they have a right to do what they want with it. But as a viewer, I have a right to not like it as much as I could. Steve is ghastly. You name your Gengar Harold? I do not speak German, I'm afraid. I believe I have some German ancestry, but yeah. I learned Japanese in high school. Lived in Japan for like a month on exchange. Not a lot of it stuck. Enough that I think I can pronounce things correctly, and that's about it. This is unmanageable. You are unwieldy. I'm going to be glad to see the end of this piece, and we will not stop to untangle. Oh, we have tail to make. I was listing pieces and I forgot about his tail. We will not forget about his tail. I think wings have to be done next though, right? Or do we do feet next so that we can make him look like this? Oh yeah, sorry, we're all talking about How I Met Your Mother, in case anyone's just listening in. Oh, yeah, I did that on purpose. Sorry, Sarah, there's a scribble on the notepad that sits under the arrow tag. I drew that there. I also gave him a little caw speech bubble. I think I'm funny. Feet! Yeah, okay, we'll do feet. I'm trying to get a feel for if he has, I don't think he has a back claw. I think he just has 2 front claws. 2 little front grippers. Oh, okay, thank you, Ghost Right Girl. Apparently I pronounced my German swear words correctly. I don't even remember saying it. I'm so sorry. I mean, okay, sorry. There is the start of our aero nub. He just needs some little waddly legs. So he can sit over there with his emotional support Diglett. I'm going to try and make some sense out of this. I might just actually cut it off, because it's fine. You can totally do that. Normally I wouldn't, but I can untangle that later now. And in the meantime, I have a relatively nicely coiled bit to work from. So sometimes we sacrifice. Sacrifices must be made. Because this is actually kind of a nice little cake. Yeah, he just has little hands on his wings. That's it. Just little fingies. Feet. Yeah, like I said, this whole page is just going to be aerodactyl. So I think his feet are just like curved at the back and 2-toed at the front. Based on the size of him here, I think we can do his toes the same way we did his horns on his head. I don't think we need to get too fancy with it. They're not a different colour either. They're just the same grey. So we'll work shrink them down here. And we've got like a magic ring of 6, and then I'll have to work out if I want to attach the toes in that starting magic ring or if I want to grow it a little bigger first and then attach the toes on the outside, which is probably what I'll do. I'm just like passing the options in my brain while I talk about them. Creepy Dave, don't eat the Diglett. Don't eat Diglett. It tastes nasty, yo. Okay, bye-bye. Diglett's in trouble from a few different angles at the moment. He's got Gengar having a little lick, which frankly seems a little inappropriate for YouTube, so we'll put that away. And then we've got Creepy Dave just having a little nibble. Like I said, it's an emotional support Diglett. It's not meant to be anything aggressive. Oh, you think he has a back nub on his foot? Okay, all right. Thank you, those pictures are helpful. I'm looking. Okay, so that's fine. We can still work with that. I might just do it as like a... We'll see. We'll see what my row count ends up as, but we'll try and position a little one in the back as well. So we'll do larger ones at the front that are like his horns, and like maybe a size down for a back toe. His feet have a thumb, Mr. Bones has confirmed. He could be named Batter, the prehistoric giant fruit bat. Like Batty's a name as well, but keep in mind we do still have Zubat and Golbat to go, and then hopefully eventually Crobat, because I love Crobat. I didn't even like Zubat and Golbat until they brought out Crobat, and then I was like, no, okay, I see your value now. 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. So we have our magic ring of 6. And it needs to be more of a paddle, I think. Actually, you know what? That's already kind of the right size, but we'll grow it a little bit. We'll do increases at the front and increases at the back to get us up to 10. And that gives us some room to play with making toes and the like. And like big-footed is just going to make him look baby. So that's cute. We like that. We don't mind a little baby vibe. Crochet doesn't go badass very well, so like, baby. What's creeping you out? Is it the Aerodactyl? Is it the Diglett? Lots of people have either tried or succeeded in crocheting a lot of Pokemon over the years, including the 151. So like, yeah, this isn't, don't pretend this is a new idea. This isn't a new idea. Okay. Okay, so I think that's the sole of his foot. I think that's a good size for it. And we'll do 1 toe at the back and 2 toes at the front. So what did I use for his head horns? They were trebles. I can work with that. So we'll go 1. Okay. Okay, we have a plan. 2 repeats of a single crochet and then a treble. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that's where I want to put that one, but that's not enough of a... It's going to make his little feet veer off to one side, which I don't want really. That's where his back toe should go. There. So it should be 1, 2, then that's a toe, and then 1, 2, 3, and then 2. Okay, yeah, no, that does line up now. Okay, I straightened things out. Should be 3 single crochet, and we won't do a treble, but we might do a double treble, and we can always cross out the treble and just make it a double. And then 2 single crochet. I did not leave myself very much room on my notepad for writing those notes, and that's my bad. It does make it harder when you don't leave yourself enough room. What am I chaining for? 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, I suppose technically he is a wyvern. Wyvern? Wyvern or wyvern? Yep, V-shaped feet. We got it. A little toe stump at the back. Don't get me wrong, he's going to have rounder, flatter feet than usual in my rendition, but he's still going to have the right number of toes in the right places. 2, 3, and 4. Oh, I might have to have a little break and eat some lunch. All the stress leading up to this, I forgot to properly eat. Go. Oh. Night, Ellis Tree. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep is important. Right, so double treble would then be 3 yarn overs. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 2 back to the start. All right, folks. That's his footprint. I get that it's looking a little round in places, but I think that's pretty dang diddly darn good. There's the little Flanders coming out at me. They are big for what he is, but I think we kind of love that. I kind of love the idea of him having just these large, very stable, flat feet. I could even... Mr. Bones, I'm good for a little bit, okay? Well, we'll finish Aerodactyl and then I'll eat. Prepare for treble, but make it double. Exactly. Team Rocket gets it. Oh my, would I be Team Rocket? That's a thought. Okay, and then in the next round I want to close off really fast at the front and at the back, just to get us back to 6 stitches, and then we'll balloon out into a little balloony balloon for his thigh. So single crochet and a decrease 3. I might actually have to map this out a little bit. I'm having just a little bit of trouble visualizing right now. So we are what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 around. So we'll just draw our 10 stitches. Okay, and then let's say our toes are here and here, and our toe is 1, 2, 3 here, which means that that is our starting point. So like just like this, it's just I no longer have to try and hold this in my brain. For the next row, I want to work a decrease over these 3 stitches like that, and I want to decrease over these 3 stitches like that, and just like that. Now I can see very easily it's single crochet, my decrease, 2, my decrease, and a single crochet. I don't know, I think I might just be extra visual sometimes, and sometimes I can't hold all of the stuff in my brain. Oh no, don't be Hans Mole Man. Yeah, he's just a little gremlin baby. He's just looking for some grubbins. Oh my goodness, Aerodactyl totally eats grubbins. I always thought it was weird that they went back and they gave some, like, pre-evolutions, and Aerodactyl didn't rate any. Because, like, it would have been really funny to have just, like, an egg with some feet sticking out of it, but the egg looked like a rock, and it could have been just, like, a defensive type, you know? Like... Then it breaks out of its rock shield and learns Aero Ace or something, you know? It's just... Missed opportunity. There we go, see? Foot is still probably slightly rounder than you would draw it if you had that, if you were drawing him, but I think the foot is great. It's a feat of greatness. So now I want to immediately swell it out into the chonkiest dang thigh you ever seen, but maybe I keep my chonkiness to the front. Yeah, so then he looks crouchy as opposed to blubbery. So we'll do 4 increases because we're feeling very precocious. And then 2 single crochet, which will get us back up to 10. And then we'll do a number of stitches and then 4 more increases, I think. Ooh, I'm giving myself a headache. 2 single crochet and then 4 single crochet. There we go. And that'll get us up to 14. And 14 might be as big as we go, but we'll see. I may not even go larger than 10. So 1 and 2. I know that they've got that little vulture. That's kind of like, I think, is it Volbeat? That's kind of half hatched out of an egg. Evolves into Mandibuzz. Just imagine how much of the world I could take over if I didn't have all of this just stuck in my head. Yeah, Vullaby. Okay, Vullaby is who I was thinking of. Thank you very much to, well, my goodness, that is a cat's face, not a name, so I cannot thank you by name in the chat, but thank you to whoever posted the Vullaby pic into the Discord. Then 1 and 2. So it grows. And let's see, we'll go 1 and 2. And 4 more increases at the front because we really want it to just look like a knee that's bent over, but we can trick the eye into thinking that's what it's seeing without having to actually sculpt a knee that's bending over. That's the real trick here, is like knowing which bits to like fake and which bits to actually go the extra mile and put the detail in. But like Dr. Robotnik. Oh, Woolly or okay, Woolly. We'll go Woolly. Thank you, Woolly. Well, see, 8 AM is fine. Just after 8 is a perfect time to be watching a stream, like with your coffee. I got a teapot recently, so as the weather gets colder, you'll probably see me on here like sipping some tea. But yeah, it's the 3 AM folk that I kind of want to send on their way, because both morning and evening people should be asleep at 3 AM. Oh my goodness, he's got the chunkiest little legs I ever did see. I'll use his tail to tilt him forward a little bit, but this is going to be perfect. We're going to do at least 1 round of 14 single crochet. My bobby pin's being very well behaved today. At least 1 round of 14 single crochet, possibly 2. We're going to do 1 and then just see how we feel about it. I'm going to feel our way forward. Good morning to Scotland. Specifically to Pickled Witch, which is a great name. The autistic frog is dancing and I'm right here for it. Happy time zone, everybody. Coffee's overrated. I don't mind a little bit of tea, but even then I tend to be a peppermint tea or a green tea with lemon more than... I don't mind the occasional Earl Grey, but I've never really been a hot beverage person, you know? And sometimes that's helpful because it means that in the situations when I have to wake up at strange times, and by that I mean in the morning, I can just like wake up and my brain does the same thing every time, even if it's 5 AM or if it's 9 AM. It's just like my brain wakes up, works it out and wakes up. But then every so often it'd be really nice to have a chemical dependency to just like help give me that little bit of boost, get me across that line. So I leave the coffee drinking to Mr. Bones in general. Is that 1 row or 2? I believe that was 2. Not seeing any shaping. So yeah, that was 2 rows, go me. That's true. Night shift gets extra credit. They can drink as much coffee as they like. Right, I think we just start closing this sucker off. There was an S. Sucker. People should not be awake between 3 AM and 5 AM. Me, who stays awake the entire stream, sweats profusely. It was more than just like, it's a choice. It's a lifestyle choice, okay? So if you're actively choosing that, that's fine. It's just I feel like 3 AM to 5 AM is when the evening people, like the night owls, have kind of gone to bed and the morning folk haven't woken up yet. So it's just like the one time when we all agree that we should be asleep hypothetically. But yeah, I mean, I cut it close more than once. Spiced rubus, I've not heard of that. All right, I'm just going to mirror the increases but do decreases instead. So in the previous row, I did 2 single crochet, 4 increases, and then 4 single crochet, and I'm just going to swap those increases to decreases. It's not been a large enough row for there to be enough drift for me to really worry about it, you know? So 1, or I could be wrong, 2, very, very wrong, 3, 4. When did I fall so out of sync with my row? That was the last increase. So 1, 2. Yeah, no, okay. We're right. Am I right? I have to make another one of these legs so I can test it. I just rather not make the same mistake twice if I can avoid it. So that's the increase. And 1, 2. So that's the first stitch of the row, which goes to here. So that should be the first stitch of the row, not this back here. So I don't really know what happened there, but we'll see if the problem reoccurs in the next rendition. So that should still be 2. 1 and 2. And we'll work our decreases. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and I think that gets us back down to 10. Stop. Yeah, you mind your manners. Oh, good night, UFO Crochet. Thanks for hanging out. Well, good night to everybody who has just tried to go to bed. I appreciate all of you staying up as late as you do to catch the start of the stream. It does mean a lot to me. And also means a lot when you hit the like button, but I don't want to cheapen this by putting a sales pitch. Sweats at 3:17 a.m. with coffee. Pearly, you were playing a dangerous game. Aww. Thank you everybody who's being very nice to me in the chat right now, but being the person I am, I don't really know how to process the being nice sometimes, and so I'm just going to be a little overwhelmed and I'm going to eat some candy. I'm feeling really lazy, so rather than like gradually doing things the way I should, I'm just going to slap 5 decreases around and call it a day on this leg. Yeah. You know what, Nerdity Master? I love this community too. You are all... This is going to sound mildly condescending. I was expecting people to be meaner, okay? Particularly in live format. It's why I kind of avoided doing lives for so long, because I know that like there is a mean element out there, but there's just like there's not a single mean body anywhere in the body of this audience. I've noticed it on the Discord, I've noticed it on Patreon, and I've absolutely noticed it here on YouTube as well. You guys are superior. You are incredible. And you all deserve a really lovely pat on the back for just being genuinely good human beings. Someone check on Elsabeth. Are you okay? Good morning to the Netherlands. Well, the good news about these lives is that even if you don't make the start of them, even if you don't make them at all, I leave them up. You can catch up. There's literally hours and hours and hours of footage there now. In fact, I actually had my first interaction with YouTube support recently. I mean, other than just like, you know, the applying for monetization, but that was a few years ago. But that wasn't actual support. That was just their automated process. So, but yeah, I needed help with something from YouTube, and they were very helpful. I was trying to download my streams because I needed to get stills for them for something. And gosh, you're a chunky little fellow. And yeah, I just sent them an email, and I didn't have to tweet about it or anything. It's like there's a lot of like negative stuff out there about YouTube support, but yeah, I got contacted within 24 hours, and it took them 2 or 3 days to fix the issue because one of my lives couldn't be downloaded. I don't know what the problem was, but they sent me a few suggestions, and I tried them, and it didn't work, and I let them know, and they escalated up the chain for me, and they kept in contact, and they got it all fixed, and it's just like that was way less painless than I thought it was going to be really painful because Don't get me wrong, I'm a fish that is slowly growing in size, but I'm by no means a big fish in this pond. I'm not. And no, I was treated like a human being, and that's really cool to experience from a giant company. Oh, Katie, that's... Sleep talking is such an interesting experience. My dad sleep talks sometimes, but he tends to sit up and start getting really worried that the foxes are eating his chickens. He doesn't have chickens. So... yeah, I can't talk though. I'm a very active sleeper. I don't think it's as bad as it used to be, or Mr. Bones has just learned some coping mechanisms. But I used to be a full-on sleep talker, sleep singer. I used to take myself out for sleep walks. I fell down some sleep stairs once. So it's one of those things where it's just like, oh no, we really don't want that, but at least it's not my problem. It's the problem for the people around me. I'll agree that there are a few drama llamas out there, and there's also there's the element that's like, I don't want to name it like scammy, but I kind of mean like the people who are perfectly comfortable stealing is the best way I can put it. And that is like taking free patterns and then selling them for it. But like, I don't consider them to be part of the craft community. I consider them to be like people trying to parasitically benefit from the crafting community. And those are very different things. And I think that also there is a long tradition, and pretty much the entirety of human history, the tradition is of crafting people sharing information and resources and helping one another and training each other and helping each other learn new things. And I don't know, it's nice to know that that spirit is still part of the craft, you know? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Did I do this right? I think I did this right. Someone would tell me if I was doing it wrong. Besides, I wrote it. I get to decide what's right. 3, 4, 5. So yeah, every time you like help somebody with something regarding their crafting, you are connected to every craftsperson that has come before you for millennia. Unless you start spilling all your dark, deep crochet secrets. Well, I'm not holding anything back. I don't know what kind of secrets y'all are keeping. Let's keep it decidedly PG in the chat though, okay? Why do I not do chat donations? Do I not? I haven't specifically turned it off, but I also just, yeah, I kind of feel like I'd rather you guys spend the money on yourselves. The economy's hard these days. I love that you guys appreciate me, but I'm not out here trying to milk you guys for your hard-earned money. There you go. That's one little foot, and now we have to close off the top. And the reason you probably see other streamers sort of actively push donations a bit more is probably because that is how they make their income. I'm lucky enough that I make mine from the ads shown on this stream and on YouTube. And I have my patrons who are a huge part of why I can do what I do and not have to like fit it in around a more regular conventional job. And then I have my Etsy sales as well, which again, extremely helpful to keeping the lights on. So whereas like with a lot of streamers, particularly gaming streamers, they have, yeah, they if you want to keep them around, you have to support them. That's just the way that works. And so like, yeah, it's a different beast. It's like also why I don't think I'll ever open a PO box, because as much as I understand that gift giving is a love language, and I appreciate anybody who has ever wanted to send me stuff, but I'd much rather that you like cultivate those relationships with people that like in your direct vicinity. Like if you want to send me a hook, how about you give a hook to one of your friends and you teach them to crochet, and then you guys can crochet together, and that's a massive net gain in the world in terms of positivity and all that other stuff. I would rather just be sent the stories and the photos of what I have potentially helped inspire. Thank you very much, Doxymum. I do try to be helpful, but most of that is just, I'm very interested in the subject of crochet, and I basically had to start this channel because Mr. Bones excluded. He has never shown disinterest, but like, there are plenty of people in my life who have, lost interest over the years in how interested I am in crochet. It's just like, you can only have reactions to things a certain number of times before, like, I can't show somebody this, something new every day and expect the same level of excited response, you know? And like, I can prattle on about how to do different shapes and that sort of thing. It's just like, a lot of people aren't necessarily interested in that. I wasn't getting the validation I needed from my real life. So I had to create this channel so that I had an outlet. I want to talk about this stuff. And so I had to go out there and find some people who wanted to hear it. And, you know, build it and they will come. Here you are. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to talk about crochet until I've had enough. And in the meantime, everyone in my life is grateful that I found an outlet. And I'm grateful that all of you are interested. And I learn a lot from you guys too. Like, I was calling something top stitching and it turns out it's actually called surface crochet. And so like, that's just an example from the last week of my life. So yeah, it's a two-way street. Sorry, I just read a darker comment. So we're still talking sleepwalking? Oh yeah, YouTube take a significant chunk of super chat money as well. So just yeah, as a side note, I know I've just had this big on prattle, but if you are feeling compelled to send me a donation, I would much rather you either join Patreon just for a month or just purchase a pattern on Etsy, because then I know you guys are getting something for it and I also get a significantly bigger cut of it. So just if you're thinking that way, you just why not take yourself over to the Etsy and buy yourself something pretty. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Which row am I up to? That one. Okay, we're gonna do it again. I'm making the leg part of this leg. That made sense to me. You felt that way with your cake business? Never ceased to compliment me every day for the past 14 years. Yeah, it's lovely. And it's like, I had a Facebook for a little bit, but okay, so I guess I'm telling the full story. I was sharing on Reddit for a little bit and that was kind of helping, but I would immediately get hit with a wall of where's the pattern? Where can I find the pattern? And it got to the point where I couldn't post anywhere because people wouldn't even say, wow, good job, or that looks really cool, or that's really nice. And they wouldn't, like, if anybody asked me how I made things, I would just tell them. Like, that wasn't a big deal because that's what I was interested in. But it became just like this wall of, I don't want to call it entitlement, but it felt that way of just like, I would post something and I wouldn't even get the gold star I needed. It would just be a wall of like, where's the pattern? Why are you gatekeeping the pattern? I was like, okay. And then it got worse because I couldn't find anywhere I was allowed to post that didn't count as self-promotion, even though I was literally just sharing photos of projects I was working on because the wall would follow me. So yeah, in the end I ended up having to create my own spaces for those things. And by the way, self-promotion is encouraged in the Discord because you got to say it louder for the people in the back, all right? You got to be your own biggest cheerleader. You're not allowed to interrupt conversations or anything. We've got a channel for that if you just want to like start screaming into the void. But like, if someone's looking for a pattern and you have that pattern, I want you to share it. If you've just designed something cool, I want you to share it and I want you to tell people that you made this pattern and that where they can get it. All right? There's just, self-promotion is encouraged. Okay? You got to self-promote, and my community is built upon the foundation of like, if you're making stuff that's really, really cool, I'm never going to tell you you're not allowed to post it. Within certain reasonable boundaries of not being a terrible human being. So, but yeah, I feel like a lot of crafters experience that where they're making cool things and they're not allowed to post them anywhere because they also happen to have a store on the side. They're not necessarily doing it for self-promotion. They're just trying to share the cool thing, but they're not allowed to share their cool thing anywhere. It's like, I want the world to see more cool things. So here, this group, this is where you can find the people who want to see cool things and want you to succeed. But also, we will, if you're literally coming in and you're just shilling the same store over and over and over again, we all know that's not the spirit of what's intended here, okay? Oh no, what's happened to Katie? Is Katie okay? Saw that we're sending love and hugs and it was only raining last time I looked, but there's been tornadoes in the past. Welcome back, Holly. Happy to... you may consider us your co-workers for the day, if you must. You're needed in a meeting. This is clearly just a meeting. Cool things include cake, gardening, baking. Yeah, absolutely. Anything crafty. Anything that photographs, you look at it and you think it looks cool. Honestly, it doesn't even have to photograph that well because we also find coding pretty cool. You made a cool chart on an Excel spreadsheet. I want to see that. For opposite reasons, I started a tween fibre arts group. I had 2 children that were overwhelming me with questions, so I made a group so they leave me alone. Fair enough. All right, well, Grim Squirrel, you are still allowed to share, like, I consider us an adult server, right? And I don't mean that we're, like, constantly in that territory, but we don't, yeah. So just, like, anything that's, like, if you're going to post excessive adult content, just slap some spoilers on it. Let's protect the kids. Makes me uncomfortable to think that there are children in there being corrupted. But there's not really a lot I can do about that in this day and age. And for the love of all that's holy, do not start saying your names in chat. That is such a security risk for anybody who is under a certain age. Alright, so we've nearly finished this little leg just to refocus my attention because I've gotten very distracted by the conversation going on. No, see, it happened again. But again, I wasn't paying very much attention, so I don't know if it happened again or if it happened again. So I'm going to formally change that row. And it will be what it will be. If in doubt, message Mr. Bones. Exactly. And for the record, the inappropriate stuff I giggle at too. It's just a matter of like keeping everybody in the community relatively comfortable. Corrupt children in positive ways. Teach them how to think. Are you okay? Okay. That's... no. Oh, I'm glad you're okay, but I'm sorry to hear what that you're going through that. Katie, I can relate. Oh my god, I think the council actually just cut the grass on the front. Oh, mercy me! Everyone drop their monocles and clutch their pearls. The council's actually doing something? Something helpful? It's stressful. There we go. So, alright. I'm working on a video idea at the moment, and it's very early days, but I just want to, like, you guys make for a really good test audience because I get to see, like, of the moment reactions to things. It's one that I kind of, like, developed with Mr. Bones. We just were chatting about it this morning. And I really enjoy doing 24-hour challenges, right? I haven't done one in a few years, and that's probably why I think I enjoy them. I probably don't enjoy them. It's just I haven't done one in a while, so I think that maybe I might. But I feel like the time might be up for another 24-hour challenge. And I've been thinking about getting you guys to like submit photos of your pets, and then I crochet as many of them as I can in 24 hours. So I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know if I'll be live for it because that adds like another layer of tired. But if I get proper, like I might do like a couple of little live pop-ins here and there. If I get bored, because it does get, they do make for long days, so I might just do it for the company. It might not be like an ongoing chat type of thing. But I feel like I should be able to do between 12 and 24 of them. And it'd just be like, I'd set it up as an online form, and you guys could submit a photo and a story. And you'd have to be okay with the photo being shown and the story being shared as part of a video. Just, you know, pick the best photos or stories or draw them out of a hat or something. And oh my goodness, you are a chunky fellow. I hope the wings balance you out, or I'll move them up your body a little bit. But yeah, it's just a thought. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of excitement for this. It's just, I feel like some of you have some really interesting animals in your lives. Like I've seen the pet tax. I scroll through it every day to cheer myself up a little bit. Or not, it's not that I'm sad. It's just that like, it's like a morning cup of mental coffee. It's like eye bleach, right? Not literally, but you know, you see a lot of nasty things on the internet and it's just like, this is the cuddly corner that we have created for ourselves. And yeah, I just thought that all animals apply. I have snails personally, but there'd probably be little. And then at the end, depending on how they turn out, there could be like a little series of like, I release the patterns for the different minis and whatnot. Maybe you guys include your email addresses as part of the submission and I can email you the pattern I used for your specific pet. That could be a fun thing too. Discord cake. Oh! Doxy Mum Forever, that cake is amazing. I love it so, so much. Hydrate or dihydrate, thank you very much. All right. Wings, right? We're making wings now. Which means we're swapping over to our purple. And we're only doing single wall because they're purple on the front and the back. I'm trying to remember what this color is called. I think this one's lilac. Or it's okay. There are two shades of purple. One's pinky, and then there's this one. They are different colors. They look very similar on that camera at the moment. Oh, here we go. So those are the two shades of purple. Now, one of these is called lilac, and one of them's called wisteria. I don't know which one's which, but it's either lilac or wisteria. They don't all come labeled. It's just the way that is. Oh, good. I'm so glad that you guys like this idea. That's good then. All right, I will keep this one cooking. Because yeah, it's nice to like, I could do the prep work of having like a base cat and a base dog, and then like if your cat is particularly fat, we have to fat it. Like it's pattern hacking, you know, you take the basic cat and you make it fatter, or you give it a stripe or a spot. And I feel like I could get between, I think I already said, I think I said between 12 and 20, and that's wrong. But I feel like I should be able to get 10 done, maybe 15 if they're all real easy. Because like 1 an hour isn't that bad. Because like, for reference here, Diglett took an hour. So allowing for maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours for each of them. Factoring in the sleep drunkenness that kicks in at a certain point. So yeah, 10. Should be able to get 10 done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What am I doing? I forgot. 6, 7. All right, we're working up this row of the wing. Is that to scale? No, it's not to scale. It's always easier when it's to scale. Is this to scale? That's probably a little small too. It's always easy. Like I said, it's just always easier when I draw them to scale, but we'll make do. 8, 9, 10. We'll go 11, and so the first row is 10 stitches. We'll chain 11, turn, 10 single crochet, turn. How would I do calicos or tortoise shells? I would have to work that out. I could do it with, there's always like embroidery on top as an option. It's actually surprisingly easy to do. Like I did it with gloom slips, in just like you make the base in the main color and then you just use cross stitch or like tapestry stitching to fill in the blanks. Or I could, people were real mad at me for using watercolors last time, but maybe I get some fabric paint and I could paint them. That could also be super fun. And it gives us like a different flavor to them all. Like I could churn out like 4 or 5 body patterns and then stop and do a little painting session. It gives me a little break, gives my hands a little rest. And we put the finishing touches on each of them. That could be fun. Or there's always just like the stitching them in, which I've also been known to do over the years. Okay, so that's the widest wingiest point. And we're only going to do 9 single crochet in the next row. And I'm not really minding. Or am I minding? Do I want to keep it all stitches looking the same? I do. Dang it. Okay, we're doing the slip stitch in the back loop, or slip stitch in the front loop method. Which is just going to make these take longer, but they'll have so much better structure to them. They'll be able to hold themselves up better. And all of the stitches will look like they're facing the right way, which is just really good. Oh, bye Joseph, thanks for hanging out. Painting, I feel like painting would be fun, right? Because then like, and I would ask that anybody making submissions would submit the funnest pose or like the pose that embodies their pet. So like they're not just all like sitting cats. But then, yeah, I don't know. It's a thought. It's a very early thought. Sometimes it's nice to run them past a test group. You guys seem to be very enthusiastic. If I did your cats, I would have so much fun, so many colors and patterns, fatness. My male cat looks like a box, not a loaf when he loafs. I love that. So that's exactly it. It's just like, and I've done lots of cats, and I happen to know from the Discord that a lot of you have cats, but like this would be also a way of just getting a couple of dogs out there real quick, because I'm very low on dogs, which is funny because I'm way more of a dog person than a cat person. Big, fat, long, dashing. See, that's exactly what we're looking for here. Just saying. I feel like there is a lot more variety when it comes to dogs than there is cats. Don't get me wrong, I know that there's a lot of variety when it comes to cats, but I feel like dogs have, like, when you think of cat, you think of the domestic short hair. When you think of dog, you think of like a dozen different dogs standing in a pile looking at a camera. You know? Do baby moos? They absolutely do. So do lizards. Yeah, lizards, mice, hamsters. All the things count as pets. If you consider it a pet, it's a pet. Huntsman spiders can count as pets if they've been around long enough. So yeah, at some point I might put together a little like digital form, and that will be, we'll get that ball rolling because that could be fun. And like if we ever get tired of Pokemon, it could be a fun stream series too. Like I pick a pet out of a box, that's the one we're doing. Alright, so I'm just doing rows of 9 single crochet at the moment, just because that's what I've mapped out here. So like one long one, so that's 10, and then we've got 9, 9, 9, and 9, I think. It's a little blocky, a little boxy, but I think it'll work. Cats have less variety, yeah. And that's specifically referring to like the domestic cat. And I understand there's like the hairless ones, which are really cool. I think that and then there's the very distinctive color markings on cats, but it's all the same body shape. And you've also got things like Maine Coons, and you've got ones with like the big square faces and the little flat faces, and like there's cuteness to it, but like, yeah, they're all pretty much the same shape. What about feral toddlers? Not pets, I'm afraid. If you make it yourself, that's a craft. Yeah, like fun posing, because then like we can have a bunch of different cats in a bunch of different poses, and that makes it more interesting as well if the patterns do end up being a thing that get... I mean, they'll always go out to my patrons. That's just how that works. If I've taken the time to write it down, I send it on to the patrons, regardless of if I always warn them. I warn you guys if I feel like they're impossible. Like the baby dinosaur we're making, again, hopefully this week. I shared the pattern notes to the patrons last week because it had been a little while, and I warned them, like, I don't think you should attempt this pattern before the video's out. I don't think you should do it. I think you should wait and stop. Found a pattern on Ravelry of a snag dog, and you could open its belly and there were baby snags. Oh, see, I appreciate the craft that goes into that, but something about that just makes me feel weird. I don't like, it is not to my personal taste, the ones that like open and there's things inside them. There's something that really upsets my body autonomy about it. Okay, we've not succeeded because we've been distracted. I should have been decreasing, I guess, along that row. And then I could have been increasing again. So maybe we decrease 1 row. Slip stitch, and then 9 single crochet. Oh, that's... Sorry guys, the notes will take a second to write down for this one here. So we'll do 9, and then when we turn, we'll do 9 slip stitch. And then when we come back down, we'll only do 8. We'll do 8 slip stitch. Then when we come back down, we'll only do 7. And that'll keep it flat along the bottom instead of having this flappy triangle bit that we don't want. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back. Serves me right for chattering. So if I stop with the slip stitchy nonsense, I can just make 2 exactly the same. And that's better for this. It's better for what we're doing. So back we go. Don't get me wrong, the rigidity would have been good, but it's better for this pattern and for the method I'm choosing to share this pattern in, for it to just be a little bit more straightforward than that. So 1. Thought it would be a good idea to take fur yarn and basically do what I did on my owl's tummy with the yarn. Not a good idea. It took 4 hours a day for a month. No! No. You're getting models with and without the backs. It seems up in the air which one it is. I don't know what we're talking about. Nine-week-old puppy. A red fox Labrador sounds adorable. I've not heard of them, but it sounds cute. I'll start with a little decrease. A cheeky little decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, right. That's not 8. That's a... Oh my goodness, the notes here are a nightmare. Chain 11, then 10 single crochet and turn, then 9 single crochet and turn, and then a decrease and 7 single crochet and turn. Okay, we're good. 2 Australian Shepherds. Yeah, there are some dogs that are a little too smart for their own good, and I would put Australian Shepherds in that basket. But we have things like Kelpies and Red Heelers over here, and there is no fence high enough to keep those dogs in. You will find them on the roof. You can build a 9-foot enclosure. It won't be enough. I've seen them climb chain link fences. I've seen them leap 12 feet in the air with a single bound. Okay, I might be exaggerating on that last one, but yeah, it's just, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, doo-dah, doo-dah. Did I decrease or did I not? I did. Oh, the doo-dah day. Crochet and a decrease, turn, decrease and 5. Tiny keyboard, giant thumbs. I'm just quietly enjoying all the puppy stories filling the chat at the moment. 3, 4, do I want to keep shrinking this? I might. We're developing a fun little triangle right now, but I think it's approximately the right shape we're going for. I might start growing it out a little bit. Or maybe I keep going at this rate and then just do the corner like I said to turn it. Yeah, okay, we'll stay at 6 for a couple of rows. Then when these wings are done, I'm gonna go on break and I'm gonna eat some lunch. Yeah, and then we'll come back and do a second one. Right. How did I get down to 5?
chocolate buttons to keep it going.
Oh, honey. He brought me some chocolate bunny bucket. Not bunnies or buckets, but buttons. When did I go down to 5 stitches though? I don't remember doing that. Wow, so I've done 3 rows of 5. I thought I'd stopped at 6, that's all. Sorry. Please forgive my confusion. Well, we can rebuild. We can make it better than before. Oh, lasagna. Oh, I could make mac and cheese for dinner. Or we could have indiscriminate tubes for dinner. Or I'm gonna have some nachos for lunch, that's for sure. Sorry, I'm talking about food. We are gonna get this done. It's fine. If I have to, I'll stop and I'll go and eat. But I'd rather get one done. You know what I mean? And just like... I did decrease, but I decreased 4 rows earlier than I thought I had. I just... Sometimes, like, my hands are crafting and they haven't told my brain. And so, like, they were doing exactly what I wanted to have done. It's just I wasn't consciously aware that I did it. I agree, sunflower, a midnight snack is just the thing. Ooh, chicken parm is one of my favorite things. Gotta make it from scratch. Cornflake crumb is the best. These are long wings. Nice little hydrate or dihydrate. $3 a.m. breakfast time. Nope, I don't like that. Okay, so in terms of the shape I'm trying to make, I'm wondering if I start increasing on this side here and decreasing on this side here, if it's just gonna like pull it back in. So I'm just trying to get them right. And I'm feeling very pressured about the whole thing. But honestly, I'm being a bit silly about this because I know it'll all read the same anyway, and I should just continue 5s now. All the way down. So we will continue working 5s. That's where the decrease was. So 1, 2, 3. I think we've done 4 rows of 5 now. 5 single crochet times 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we're going to keep going. It's like sometimes I overthink it. I'm just like, I'm getting so hyper focused on the idea of making a realistic wing that I've forgotten that the whole point is that it just needs to look like the wing. I don't need to build a second level in here because it's going to look like that anyway. It's the impression. All crochet is doing is trying to create the impression of the shape it is. So 9, 10, happy time zone, everybody. It is currently 4 o'clock, give or take 4 minutes. It's like 3:56 here. Oh, sorry, Stephanie Hall, it's completely acceptable to cut corners. I've just found that I can't eat wheat anymore. So if I want to have something like a chicken parm, I have to make it myself. And I'm also not a chef, so it's a nice break for me. And also Mr. Bones does most of the cooking. But chicken is one of the few things that I do. Excuse me. That chocolate is causing me problems, but Nerdity Master, I actually fully agree. I think the middle of the night is the most peaceful time of day. It's the time that allows you to focus the best. It's the time when you don't have to keep all of your like radars for tracking everybody in the house and if they need something. I grew up in a big family. There was always somebody who was like, wanted the attention for some reason. And so like middle of the night is the only time you really get to yourself. And so, yeah, it makes perfect sense to me that middle of the night is like the peaceful time. Buddy, why are you like this? Okay, we're going to reattach with our grey. Drawing a little diagram for myself so I know where to reattach when the time comes. Oh, excuse me. Because we'll do one attaching at the base and going around, and one attaching at the tip and going back, and then you'll end up with them looking the same for the two wings. So we'll start here and we'll go one. I'll work it as we go. I'll work it as we go. One of you will keep track for me. Crochet pot chicken taco soup. I don't know. There was a lot of words that I did not recognize. Well, in that order. It's like all those words independently make sense to me. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to do something very sneaky, okay? We're going to do 5, and then we're going to do a decrease in these edge gaps. And that'll give us the bend. Not enough of a bend. So, okay, we'll do 4, and then we'll do a single crochet 3 together and force this bend to really bend. And we'll keep working up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It's up to the little starty loopy bit. So in there is where we're going to form our fingers, but I need to write this down before it goes away. Single crochet 3 together, and then that was 6. And then, as suggested, I will be doing a, what did I call it? It was like a three treble cluster, all in this little gap for the claws. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're all gonna have to just forgive me for the fact that the claws aren't gonna have white tips. I'm already way out on a limb here. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Come on, 3, 4, and finish. Dang it, that first loop got really stretched out. The treble might have been excessive here, but we'll see. We're just gonna now single crochet down this edge. And we're gonna take a second and work out if we think that looks right. I think that looks pretty good, honestly. Thoughts? Every time CK explains a maneuver with crochet, like, all right, we're being sneaky or risky, I'm like, heck yeah, do that thing while having no idea what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. But when I say sneaky or risky, what I really mean is I'm going to make something up and I'm going to call it something and I'm going to assign it that name and then I'm going to refer to it as that name and you're just going to know what I mean by it. It always feels like there is always a degree of like espionage and subterfuge with crochet. Like we're tricking the yarn into doing what we want it to do when actually the yarn wants to do what we want it to do. I didn't keep count of this, but I'll count it later. And we'll slip stitch to finish that. and finish off and leave a decent tail so we can wind it back. Pop. Yeah. Now as I'm winding it back, I might use it to anchor that little, it's just a silly little claw. Anchor it a little bit better, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then it's 8 single crochet and a slip stitch. Cool. So that's wing number 1. We're winging it. We're just winging it. There we go. And I'm anchoring more of it than technically I should, based on the image, but it'll help it hold its shape. All right, we'll get it in the editing, don't worry. When he's assembled, he'll make a little more sense, but we're just gonna whip up a second wing real fast. Then it's just tail. 3 hours ain't bad, considering we've only really been working on him for 2.5. I thought he would take a lot longer than this. Oh, we need to, yeah, yarn wants to be things. Exactly, Mr. Bones. He's heard me rant about that many times. The string wants to be things. It does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And more than that, it wants to be cute things. Why else would it be giving you adorable corners and lovely little folds and wrinkles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can count, but I'm trying to get to 11. There we go. 11. And 10 single crochet back down. This is always the fun bit as I try to follow the pattern I just wrote. So, okay. I've been seeing bits and pieces of what everybody's working on. What is everybody working on at the moment? And that can be like you're working on making breakfast, you're crocheting something, you're at work doing a big project or a small project or a medium-sized project. What is going on? I'll be crocheting once the kids are in bed. A Greeky waistband, a Greeky waistband for daughter's crazy hair day. Oh, okay, cool. We're going to whip up a second wing real fast. We are going to whip up a second wing real fast, like this. We're going to do a little bit of this. So sorry, the comment that I think has made me laugh the most has to have been, I think it was on one of my earlier streams. It was just like, I started by saying, oh, we're going to make 2 to 3 new Pokemon today. And they were just reacting with like, what? Like, I admire the courage. I'm just like, well, I did make 3 Pokemon in that video. Like, it's like, I have one thing that I'm really good at, right? And that is I can make shapes fast. It's not a skill that has very many real world applications, but it has this one. And having been born in the current era, I have the incredible privilege to be able to do my craft as a performance art, and people don't mind watching me spend 3 or 4 hours on it.
There are many things that you are good at.
My honey, you are very lovely, but that's not the point of the story. So yeah, because like I couldn't sit and busk the way musicians can or singers can, like on the street or whatever. Like this just isn't performance art at that level. This is very much a performance art that can only exist because there are people who want to watch someone do it for 6 hours. You won't find me on Australia's Got Talent, let's put it that way. Ooh, practicing the crocodile and the dragon stitch. Is that the one that creates like those big scales? Because my goodness, does that devour the yarn while also not providing a firm enough structure to stuff. And it is the bane of my very small existence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because it always looks so freaking cool, but you have to do something underneath it anyway to hold the stuffing in if you're going to use it. If I'm thinking of the right stitch, that is. And so that's why I don't tend to use it for most of my stuff. Yeah. A little awoo in size 10 thread. No, that is madness. I think what makes that really bad is I don't even think that's the smallest awoo I've heard of. Don't get me wrong, that's not a challenge. That's still incredible. A little cockatoo bird, that's fun. It's not quite, I'll make you a balloon animal on the street. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, hey, small child, what would you like today? Oh, you want a cat? Okay, come back in 7 hours. It's like, no, it just doesn't work that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go, so that's 5. And then we're gonna go back and forth a lot. So 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's cool. That's really cool that you and your friend are like challenging yourselves to learn different things. Because it's a really fun stitch to make. I don't want to take anything away from it. And honestly, it's probably easier than making individual scales and sewing them on, but like I have a fondness for that technique that I may never grow out of. Feathers for some reason hit different. I don't mind scales. I can make scales all day, but like feathers for some reason annoy me. 2, 24. I think that's 24 and 25. Yeah. Yeah, streaming today, this week. Sorry, Stephanie's saying that they thought they'd missed it. It's like, yeah, I try to keep it fairly stable so that people know where and when to find me. But I didn't want to skip streaming this week, and I got home at like 4 o'clock yesterday. And I wasn't quite up to streaming, so but I knew ahead of time, so I was at least able to post and say, hey guys, if you're looking for me, I can be found. Zarita the Fox, I wish you all the luck in the world teaching your friend, because this is going to sound kind of bizarre coming from me because of how many people tell me these days that I'm the reason they've started or I've taught them things, but I've tried to teach people how to crochet in person. I just don't seem to be able to do it. I think that it's just that I'm pretty good at taking people who know how to crochet and showing them some new stuff that they can do with it, but I don't think I'm good enough to take someone who doesn't know anything and get them the basics installed. That first basic patch, first software install. Okay, I need a couple more rows still. So yeah, nothing but respect for people who can take the raw beginners and turn them out. This is the first one still, Katie. Y'all picked Aerodactyl. The theme for the day is we are digging Pokemon up, and of course Aerodactyl comes from a fossil that you dig out of the ground. So here we are. We're nearly done though. This is the second wing, and then we have a tail to make. So I'd say we'll be starting the next vote within the hour, pretty comfortably. We do have to vote on names still for this guy. Though there is some excellent options being bandied about. That's the purple done. And let's see, it's 1 grey, and we'll do 2 grey over here. My notes are becoming less orderly as we go. Oh, hey, you can actually see the fact that I didn't realize you guys could actually see what was going on here. That's cool. So that's that, and then we're going to start at the other end and work backwards. Treble, treble, cluster. I mentally always add another word to the end of cluster. Not one I'll use on stream, just as a matter of course, but you should know that I always think it whenever I say cluster. Single crochet 3 together, and then 4 single crochet. And we'll grab our grey, which is just getting more spaghettified every second. Come on, I need just enough. I just need just enough. I should have given the tangled up half to Mr. Bones to see what he could do with it, but it's okay. I got enough now. I did. I've mentioned it, the pinning technique. I'm glad that I taught it to you. But yeah, I've mentioned it across a couple of different videos and a couple of different streams. So hopefully that information has been distributed in a useful way to as many people as possible. 4, 5, 6. Should have been crocheting over that end, but it's too late now. I'm not going back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and we're making our claws. 3 and 4. 1. Got fibre nose. 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Come on. Don't act up in front of company. We're very close to the finishing off this very tricky fellow. 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4. And we'll pop you to the front and we'll finish off the stitch. And we'll scratch our nose because it itches. A cow bucket hat, that's so cute. Blankets are great for like using up those extra scraps as well. So someone was making a scrap blanket. It's just like, yeah, I have a bunch of scraps from different brands of yarn that I want to just turn into some sort of scrappy business. Scrappy barra, scrappy barra, scrappy barra, scrappy barra, scrappy barra. I should totally make a giant scrappy barra. Just for the pun. Sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes they're like, you just need a pun and it'll propel the idea to greatness. Where's the third toe? It's still in there. Come on. These toes got so tangled up, but there we go. There's these little claws, and we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're doing 5 and 6, and then we'll do our decrease. Which feels further down than it was on the first one, but what are you going to do? And then it's just, I think it's 4 back to the start. 1 and 2, 3, and there's not really room for a 4th one, but we all know that all that matters here is you get the right number of stitches. So 4. There we go. And we'll finish off. And you don't need a super long chain on this end. I should have left a longer chain here because that can just tuck into the body. There we go. The second wing for our winged beast. It looks like he's singing an opera. La do de opera. There we go. We have wings, we have jaws, we have face and feet. All we need now is a tail, and we'll... So the tail has a point on the end of it, like a little arrow. I'm not going to linger over long on the tail, we're just going to whip it up. It's not going to be as long as it appears in all of the pictures. He's a stumpy tail, and that's okay. So 4, 6, and we'll do that. And we want it to be pointy, so maybe I'll just do 6 single crochet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that'll be the point of the tail. I mean, the point of the tail is to help him maintain balance in the air, but there's the point of the other point of the tail. And then I'm going to build it out, and then we'll probably skip some stitches. So we'll do a couple of rows of building it out. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is that enough of a point? That feels like it might already be pointy enough. He's not the biggest of burbs. Maybe one more row bigger. Just one more row bigger. 2, ink 3, 2 single crochet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, Katie. Glad you could make it. First live's always exciting. We're nearing the end of our first Pokemon, and there'll be a vote coming up pretty soon for the next one. One and two. Yep, I'm glad I went a size bigger on this tail. So that's like the arrow point on the end of it. And we're going to do, I think of it as my shark fin trick, because if you've made either my mini shark or Maxi, the Maxi shark, you'll know that I made those fins by you just skip stitches, and it gives you this really nice pointy point. So while we're currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we're currently 14 stitches around. We're going to skip a whole bunch of stitches and get us back down to 6 stitches. So it's not going to be a big deal. Is that right? Have I mathed that correctly? Ow. Don't hit yourself in the head with a pen. It's just silly. We are going to work 1 and skip 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. We want to end up with 6, so we have to skip 8 stitches in total. So I'm going to 2, skip 4, 3, skip 4, and then 1, and that'll get us back to 6 stitches around, which is good. Oh, move this back up here. Oh, this Aerodactyl was a long one today, but I think he's worth it. One, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. 1. You enjoying my hieroglyphics? It's thematic. So there we are. By skipping those stitches, yeah, there's tiny openings left in the work, but it means that the tail is going to be properly pointy, and now we can just continue on. And I will continue by working a couple of rows of 6 single crochets. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We're going to go around again. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. I'm playing Yarn Chicken all over again. This has just been like, you almost need to name him Yarn Chicken to so many times we've played it. So that's 2 rows of 6 single crochet. I'm going to start putting just 1 increase into each row. So over the next 6 rows we'll work up to 12 stitches, and then that'll just be the tail. So we'll go 4, increase 1, 5, increase 1, 6, increase 1, 7, increase 1. So that's the next 4 rows all written out. And now we just gotta work them. I'm going to use my bobby pin again because I'm a distractible little person, aren't I? There's a fart puff too. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just appreciating people discover the little fart puff and the little cacaw. They happened organically. I'm just helping Aerodactyl communicate. And it might not be a fart puff, it might be speed. Might be a speedy fella. One. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then increase. So we've already worked 2 of our rows, or we will be by the time I finish this sentence. There we go. So 4 more to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I'm beginning to question my methods. I feel like I should have spaced these increases out a little bit more, but I think it's going to be fine. I think it's all gonna be okay. That's halfway, and I kind of just want to build up a tube. We're up to what, 9? Yeah, we might just do a tube. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And it should be known that, like, if any of you are feeling the need to follow this pattern, and you go to Patreon and you download it when it's ready, because it's not going to be up there yet because we're still writing it. But when it's out, and like within the next 2 weeks, if you wanted to make a more realistic aerodactyl tail, and by that I just mean a really long one, you could add as many rows of single crochet between these rows as you wanted to get the shape. Because that's just how these things work. You can just always add rows of single crochet to add length to things. It doesn't mess with your it might mess with the drift a little bit, so you kind of then have to pay a little bit of attention if there's things built into the rows. But on something like a tail, where we're literally just building a tube into the body, you can absolutely just make it as long as you want it to be, and you can add that length wherever it makes sense for it to be. Come on, I just need like a little bit more yarn that I can use from this. A tiny fraction more. There we go. Okay, I think we got it. I think we got it. Yeah. Okay, and we carry on. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 3 rows of 9 single crochet. Is that long enough? I'm cheating a little bit making it stumpier because I want it to become like a tripod base so that he can stand. And so to do that, I'm probably going to leave it that length because that's the perfect length to provide that stability that I need. So, the tail. Now, we do pin things in place, but then we pop it all to one side and I do that sewing in between streams, and you guys get to come back and just get to see what I've managed to turn the pieces into. So I'll stuff this real quick. Have I thought of making any of them shiny? I never stop thinking about making them shiny. But I definitely want to make my Crochetdex non-shiny. Oh, my stomach just made the biggest grumble. That's good though, we've made all the pieces here. All right. Names. We need to name the little fellow. Or lady. It's just like I pick genders at random. Oh, we got a name. Mr. Bones is so on top of things. Let me open up my window and we'll start ourselves a poll. Okay, so the names. We liked Barney. We liked Smith.
Check Discord.
Okay. Okay, that's a lot of names. There's a lot of names. Oh, all right. Okay, I see. Barney, oil, pale. Okay, right. We are going to make some that we've got 8 different names to pick from, so I'm just gonna have to pick 4 and we're gonna go with it. Mr. Bones sent me through a comprehensive list. So Barney makes the cut. We're definitely gonna have Ace in there. I liked Goyle. And apparently Pale was very popular. So I guess we'll put Pale in there. Okay. Nem the Burb. He's very Muppety with these wings the way that they are. Blah, da, da, da. Waggy little tail. All right, looks like Ace is winning with 43% of the vote. So that's already pretty commanding. When there's 4 options and I already see one jump up that much ahead, that's probably gonna be the winner. So let's just pop. Oh, sorry, I'll keep him on the screen for now. There is room on this page for another. I'm gonna coil up my grey yarn while I wait for that name to come through. Oh, it's dropping. Goyle's in the lead now. Goyle's in the lead with 38%. Yeah, I thought that pale was for the pink yarn as well, but I was informed. Mr. Bones reads all the messages, and apparently there was a push for pale to be the name. So, made the list. Oh no, I cursed it. I'm sorry. I liked the name Ace. Oh, Ace is back in the lead at 37%. Are you guys going for a tie again? Because if you balance it just right, I suppose you can give him a first and a second name. All right, I'm gonna close it. Here I go. Final votes in. And the winner was Ace with 36. Oh, for goodness sake, you guys. Ace got 36% of the vote and Goyle got 36% of the vote. How do you keep doing this? So is his name Ace Goyle? I don't know how you manage that, honestly. I looked at photos from the back and they weren't grey, they were purple. It caught me with Charizard, but I definitely saw the pictures I was looking at definitely showed purple wings. Oh, dang it. It's because I was looking at that realistic version. And in that other version, they are purple at the back. In any case, we are leaving it the way that it is at this point. I'm sorry. Like, I went back and fixed it for Charizard, but...
Half the models had purple on the back, half the models had grey on the back.
Okay, Mr. Bones with an explanation. Apparently, the models are like 50-50 represented as having purple on the back or grey on the back, and so we've just sort of picked one. So
also,
there we go.
one's significantly easier to crochet.
Okay, so we have combined the name. We have named him Ace Goyle. And he's pleased to meet you. He's very dramatic, but he's happy and he knows it claps his hands. All right, let's get this second vote going, shall we? So I'll switch back to the other screen. There is that, and I will start the poll. So we'll have 2, 3, 4, and 5. Here we go. 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I want you to absorb these colors now while they're on screen. Keep in mind that they're all Pokemon that we can dig up, because I'm going to start the poll and then I'm going to cut to a break and I'm going to go scoff some lunch down. So if the break is slightly longer than normal, you know what's up. But during that break, you can pick between 2, 3. Oh, sorry. Let me. 2, 3, 4, or 5. Are you ready? Here we go. There's the poll. And I'm going to throw to a break. So I'll see you soon. Okay, so I'm back. I'm just going to turn off the camera for a second. If I can find the camera. Where is the camera? There's the camera. Okay.
Why is the camera disabled?
I turned the camera off so I could get back into position.
Oh!
Because I'm climbing over furniture and stuff. Hi everybody, I'm back. I just... Oh, there's a top hat on my desk.
Oh. Sorry.
Oh no, it's Diglett's top hat now. Excuse me for a second, guys. I'll close the vote in a second. Come with me, and you'll be do 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 do. I think we can agree that's his hat now. Mr. Bones has lost the hat privileges because he's feeling cute. Might delete, might post later. But yeah, Diglett gets a hat. That's just how that works. All right, let's close this vote. Let's see who you voted for. End poll. Fairly decisive, you guys chose the blue, which makes sense. It's like the boring colours are never going to get any love. The blue is a great choice, strong choice. 56% of the votes. Love that. Yeah, so let's reveal what it is. Sorry. My blood sugar is just rapidly adjusting itself. Oh my goodness. You guys, I'm so lucky I had swapped the cameras to show you Fancy Diglett, because otherwise you would all know what was behind every single box right now. But my butt just got saved by my fanciful notions. So, alright, you voted for number 4, let us reveal. Is anybody surprised? I feel like some of you may have guessed. And for anyone who doesn't know Pokemon, you'll see the reveal in a second, so... I get great joy out of the slow reveals. All hail. All hail the mighty Helix fossil! Yeah, it's Omanite. With his big ridiculous googly eyes and his big fancy tentacle mustache. And his long curly shell. And I just thought that would be a really fun option for today. So that's who we're gonna make. Here we go. Let's see here. Let's update our sprite on our make screen. So bye-bye Dactyl. And, oh, sorry. Bye-bye Acecoil. And here we are. Where are you? What number are you in the decks? There we are. Omanite. Number 138. Oh, he big! He a big boy! Oh no. Now he's stretched boy. What did I do to him? Oh, and we can update our count as well. Not that you can really see that there. Let's actually just fiddle with that for a second because I think it's fun. Select color. Let's change it to... What color can we see on this screen here? I'm just gonna fiddle with things for a second. You guys happy with the aquatic snail dude? He's like a nautilus. It is, it's a very strong mustache. Alright, I think we'll stick with white text and I'll just put him on a little black background. If there's a way to do that. First of all, we need to update this because we've done 139 now. Background color, background opacity, there it is. Okay, I'll just give it a little like bump. Oh yeah, we can actually read it now, yay! So we've made 39 out of 151, I believe, and we're now making Omanite, not Omastar, Omanite. And yeah, cool, all right, great. We are calibrated, we are doing fine. Just give myself a little pep talk to get back into it. Okay, so we need to do some sketchy business. Thankfully, we don't need our grey again because it's a mess. But we do need to just like reset our whole area here. We will not need the purple. We'll pop that away. Cool. I cleared a little space, and now I want to just like scooch this over. Little scooching action. Because Aerodactyl got very greedy with the book space, but we still have quite a bit of space on this side of the page to draw our Helix Lord. So he's going to be a real fun one, I think, because he's just like spirally boy. I'm trying to draw him from the side here. Open shell policy. And it curls in. And we'll make that as one long tube, which is fun. Oh wow, the photos be incoming. Thank you very much, Mr. Bones, for that. So he does have very defined lines on his shell, but I'm thinking that I'm gonna just stitch it up first and see if the rows of crochet kind of make up for that detail. And oh, night, Autistic Frog, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, because like sometimes those lines are just kind of implied by our stitch direction and they already give that impression, and sometimes they need a little help. So I'll sew them on afterwards if I feel they need it, but I think that will generally be okay. And then he's got like these two hello tentacles. And he's got his eyeballs. And then he's got a Zoidberg. And then two more. If you can hear those noises upstairs, they don't need help, it's a puppy. You can always tell when the puppy decides it's playtime. So I'm going to draw this again. obviously, to get a better feel for it, but I just wanted to see what he looked like from the sides. Which is basically that. Oh! Mr. Bone says, helpfully included a butt shot for me. And I can see here that he has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tertiary tentacles and 2 main army tentacles. So that's a lot to deal with. So that's so interesting because the sprite I'm looking at here shows 5 little ones at the front, but the one that I'm looking at from Discord shows 4 at the front, 2 on each side, and then 2 at the back, and then his arms. So I guess I'm going to have to decide which one I go with here, but I kind of liked having just 4 at the front. And we will be using safety eyes for this because that's hilarious. The first time safety eyes are actually applicable. Oh, I'm a little allergy-ish since that break. There we go. So the piece breakdown for this one is a little bit, oh, it's a little bit funny because like some pieces are obvious and some pieces aren't. I feel like Mr. Bones is monopolizing the chat, and that's perfectly fine. It's like, yep, he's perfectly happy. He's just looking over my shoulder. Yeah, so the eyes are a separate piece. First of all, that's a nice easy one to kind of split out. We'll put a safety eye through it. We'll do the rest in white. It'll look fabulously goofy, as it should. Then the shell's a nice, easy, predictable piece because we just need like an open mouth, maybe with a lip around it. And then we need to make a long, relatively flat like panel of it. And based on how that starts, we may or may not give it a little bulb at the end just to help us get the roll started, because then this just gets rolled up all the way to the front and it forms just a very nice shell. So, and then we tuck whatever we make the body look like into the shell opening. So we'll do his little arms that stick out as separate pieces, maybe, or is that out of scale with the rest of it? Because I feel like his arms are quite chunky compared to his little leggies, which are smaller. I guess it depends on the size I want to do. I've got a million different thoughts. Like, it'd be nice to make these as like frilly little bits the way I did the toes on Aerodactyl, right? But part of me kind of wants to make him bigger, and it's always hard to battle the instinct to make him large. Yeah, it's totally Peppermint Butler vibes. His shell does totally look like a newt newt. Newt newt! But other than that, his body is kind of like we'd have some of it parked back into the shell, like enough to give us something to sew on. And then it'd just be kind of like this, where the eyes would go here, the arms would attach here, and this would have the right number of tentacle friends around it, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 on either side, and 2 at the back, I think. So very rarely does a crochet pattern tell you point blank how many stitches you should have. And in this case, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's either 10 or 20. It's either 10 or 20. Though you could argue that the way they're positioned, it's like a little bit more spaced out on the back and sides. So you could argue that there's like stitches here, and then that there's 4 really close to each other at the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, let's just do that in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We could probably make that work with 18 if we really wanted to. Doodah. Well, it's just like with 2 stitches between them at the back. So we could make that 18, which is just like a really good place to start, I think. I love the names coming through already. Make him a big boy. Remember the execute. I'm sorry, the execute turned out the perfect size. He was the perfect size eggs. My instincts on that were correct. I feel like his front forward portrait deserves a little bit more love than it got. There we go. I meant from me, tracing over with a pen. Not any of you guys. You guys are doing great. Don't stop what you're doing. You're nailing this. 1, 2, 4. Whoop, like a little beanie. There we go. There we go. There we go. I love him already. We're calling him Newty Boy. Praise Helix, make him bigger. Stop that. I could make the arms first and crochet them on as I go, but it would make him big, and I can't be big. He has to be proportionate to the others, so he can't be each tentacle, even 6 stitches around is too big for them. So we're gonna go with this concept first, and I'm gonna make this specific piece first, and we're gonna gauge it. Do we love it? Do we hate it? Do we want to go back and try a different approach? So I feel like that's the way to do these patterns sometimes. So, and keeping in mind that when we make Oma Star, we're gonna make him bigger again. So who could ride him? A helix is never too big, nor is he small. He is precisely the size he needs to be. Exactly. He's not the Messiah, he's a very newty boy. Just layers of reference there. So yeah, I'm gonna start by making this base piece, and it's an oval that we want to end up 18 stitches around. So we'll start with our magic ring of 6, but then we're gonna load our increases at the 2 ends instead of in the middle. So 6 increases, and then we'll do, it's like this. Right? It's like this. This is what we want to do. 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 12 stitches, and so that means there's 3 here, and we'll go to 1. 2 single crochet, 3 increases, 3 single crochet, 3 increases, and a single crochet to get us to 18. We haven't talked about colors yet, guys. So I was thinking cream for the shell. Like, I know it looks kind of yellow there, and for a while there I was leaning more towards, like this color, but that's too dark. I feel like cream is the right color. His name might be Brian. Oh, I threw my blue. So I'm thinking, I mean, that's nailing it, right? I feel like that's pretty dang close. Yeah. So I'm gonna give this, I feel like this approach is gonna be really fast to test out, and I'm just, yeah, if we hate it, we'll just do a different thing. We'll just do it differently. We got all the time in the world, and we'll do it differently. I have nowhere to put my arm now that I've moved this book across. That's gonna be really annoying. Nailed it. Yeah, thank you. I think so. Gary? Yeah, perfect. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, cool. Everyone approves of my color choices. I love that. It always makes it so much faster and easier. And honestly, guys, you have no idea the confidence it gives me to be able to just like run these decisions past you, because the number of times during the rest of the Pokemon series that I've been told I should have gone with the other color, Budju and Snubble leap to mind. Whereas like these days I can just be like, is this color or is it this color? I think this is right. And you're all just like, yes, huzzah! Or no, do the other one. It's like, cool, excellent, I can work with that. Oh, blue does look darker on down cam. It's a little bit, it's way closer to it's honestly as close to the real color as you could possibly get. And this looks pretty much the same on both. Yeah. Color balancing was another thing that kind of fell by the wayside today in the chaos. So I'm creating where his little beak would be. 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Yep, sorry Becky, you're missing the fossil stream. We're digging them up. So far, yeah, so far you've picked 2 of the fossils. Obviously there's 5 options today, so there's only 3 fossils available. I suppose technically there's 5 fossils available. Woof, woof, woof. Okay, so unless you guys could hear that, you now think that I just randomly started barking. But there was a bug. A bug? A dog barking outside. Apparently a bug is a barking dog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the pitty pat of tiny tappy paws. Yeah, there we go. And so that's 12 around, and now we're going to turn that into an oval. And we'll get a real idea of the size now. So 1, 2. Loadout increases at 2 distinct points on opposite side of the circle. 2, 3, 4, 6. Then single crochet back across. Thanks for hanging out, Sharky's Crochet. We will be here when you're ready. Aw, McSnuffles. Or Mr. Snuffles. You're gonna call our Lord and Saviour Mr. Snuffles? See, to me that looks like a great size. But I guess now we add tentacles and we really give it a go. So, orientation-wise, looking at this, where'd my pencil go? I found it. I think we're here. So that's how we'll work around. We'll go tentacle, 1, 2, tentacle, 1, tentacle, 1, tentacle, 1. Tentacle, 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 1. Tentacle, 1, tentacle, 1. You guys catch that? Good. So, what would make a good sized tentacle here? I can't even write this down properly until I decide what the tentacle size should be. So we'll start with a treble's too small. Double treble? Double treble. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have to do a few of them, otherwise we're not going to be able to tell if we like them or not. So we'll do the whole row. 3, 2, and 3, and 4. And 1, 2, 3. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Shalbert the Third? Who is Shalbert 1 and 2? Okay, so that's the 2 backs and 2 sides. Now we have 4 across the front, which we'll have to do slip stitches with. I think these might be a little on the scrawny side, but I think they're going to be really cute. Jeez, it took me a second to find the camera lens to look into it. My eyes just sort of went, oh. Stephanie Hall, I had faith. I knew somebody would be able to follow on along with my tentacle 1 and tentacle 2. It's like what we were talking before about giving away all of our dark crochet secrets. It's just like, I'm just out here sharing everything, all the secrets. The secrets is vaguely musical. Just give everything away. Oh, floppy lasagna. Oh, I'm sorry that the lasagna house was unimpressive, but I'm sure the company was spectacular. And that kind of can sometimes make up for it. You know, a movie's only a bad movie if you're not having fun watching it. Okay, I'm nearly through this row. Don't know if these tentacles are big enough. I already know that you all will tell me to make them bigger, but I think that they might end up super cute. So there's the little 4 front ones. There's 2 little sides, 2 little back ones. You got to picture him with giant eyes. That's true. I suppose we have a piece that we could have used to calibrate ourselves with, and that are these. So even these tentacles are too big for the eyes that we've got, but... Okay, what do I think? I think it's great. I like it a lot. I'm gonna do it. Oh, yeah, okay. For everybody looking for a little bit of Sesame Street nostalgia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You're welcome. Yeah, I like this. I'm a fan of this. I'm correct. Double TR. 2 single crochet. Double TR. Then it's 1, 2, 3. Except it's actually only 2. Single crochet, DTR. It's a single crochet, and then it's 3 DTR plus slip stitch, because they're back to back. 2, 3, and then it's DTR single, DTR single, DTR single. This row is absolute madness. I don't know what's happening with my accent there. I didn't expect that when I opened my mouth to speak. But look at this row. That is the tentacle row and what it looks like. Utter gibberish. As long as he's big enough for his top hat, yes, it'll be perfect. The company was violent? Oh, right, sorry, I forgot who I was talking to. Everything's fine, everybody. That just means Mitch was there. Lord Felix Bryan the First of his name, first of his house. And then I think we're just gonna do 18 single crochet around to give us a little bit of breathing room, because we know I'm a fan of that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, it's kind of like spells, isn't it? 8. I always kind of consider myself like a stitch witch. 9, 10. Skip the slip stitch 11, skip the slip stitch 12. Yeah. It tangled up for a 13, and isn't that just the way? Of course it was the 13th stitch. 14, 15, 16, 17. Sorry folks, counting and music kind of occupy the exact same space in, I'm assuming, everybody's brains, but my brain. So I can't help myself. The little ditties just come out as I'm trying to count. 17, 18. Okay. Oh, he's so cute already. So in the next row, I'm going to do his arm tentacles. And I'm going to use this. I want them to all look like the same creature, so but we'll do like a super long one coming out from like here and from here. I love this. I love him so much already. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I don't even think it's a treble. I think it's a quad treble. Which for anyone playing along at home, it's yarning over 5 times before you start the stitch. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that would be where the other one goes, or are they a little bit more off to the side than that? I think they might be slightly further to the sides than that. So we'll change that to 3, quad, 6, quad. And that gives us 9, 10, 11, which means we have 7 remaining. Hey, 4 stitch markers. That's a bonus. Oh, I counted from the wrong end, from the wrong side. My row is backwards. Thankfully, I just need to swap the 3 and the 7. You gotta be careful which direction you're looking at your rows sometimes. They get turned around, and then where will we be? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Then 8 is closer. Oh no, that 8th is definitely supposed to be the thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a lot. This is a lot of responsibility. And we're going to tuck that in. 1, 2, 3.
Post nacho pep.
Oh, yes, please. He brought me a beverage, which I immediately bumped into my teeth like a lady. Go. One, 2, 3. I'm rethinking that. All right, so here's the trick, and it's something that won't show on camera unless I specifically tell it to you. With these little ones, they're folded over and they have the chunky look I'm looking for. For this one here, it's always going to look a little bit like a loop. So what I'll probably do in the sewing on assembly part is sew the two sides of that together, and just like that, we have a slightly beefier tentacle that appears to have the same construction method as all of these. And I'll potentially even sew it in place against the shell, but I don't know that until we've actually made the shell. So with this particular loop, even if I pinch it together, it's not going to necessarily stay that way. I will probably just sew that very slightly shut. You can rest easy in knowing that anytime I've ever done that with my patterns, and I don't think I have, I would have told you that that is what I was doing, but you should just always know that that's an option. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we're going to do another quad treble. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, and 2, and 3, and a 4, and a 5, and a 6. There we go. And 3 back to the starting point. This guy, I'm genuinely so pleased at how this is turning out. And if you're worried that this is going to be over too quickly, you know that that shell is going to be an hour just making a tube long enough. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool, we're at the right stitch count. So this is where we're at so far, and he's perfect. As you can see, the real little colour. He's going to be like perched in the middle of our hand like a tiny octopod. So now we actually need some white. I'm going to make the eyes real quick. I know that I haven't finished the body. I just want to make the eyes and make sure everything's proportionate and fitting the way I want it to. So we'll just do a little magic ring of 6. 1, 2. Because if I'm on top of it enough, I can attach them in the round and not have to sew them on. It's just always nice. Hi Ian, thanks for joining us. Wait, Nerditia Master. So you voted for blue thinking that blue was one of the boring colours? Because I always thought blue was one of the fun colours. And is that big enough? It might have to be. Glorious. Oh, the vision. The vision is coming together. The little stem on the eye is not.
Little body weight.
Oh, I thought it was a cool mint.
Too small.
Yeah, I don't think it has enough weight. Sorry, Mr. Bones is suggesting we weight the body down, but I don't think that's heavy enough. Honey, I've got like bolts and stuff I can use for that. Like these would be good for a different project for sure though. Wonder if they're microwave safe.
No.
We should see.
No.
Sorry about that. The Chaos Gremlin took over for a second. We're okay. There we go. You voted 3 both times. I don't remember what colour 3 was. Hold on. Oh, I see. Yeah. We'll see. You can be set at, like, I've set the boundaries of this project, and that is all of Gen 1, and so you can at least be satisfied in knowing that they will all be made eventually. So no one's missing out on seeing their favourite. They need to go up a row. Oh my, yes. Oh my. I'm trying to stab that into place for now. We'll do the other one real quick. Eyes. Magic ring 6, finish off. He's so good. Oh, good. I'm so glad you guys like it. Because it's like I was feeling pretty set on those tentacles being the size and shape that they were, but then like there is a solid argument for making tentacles and attaching them in the row. I feel like the size is going to be so much more satisfying. 2, 3, 4, 5. And so significantly easier to construct. And I can't help but think that way, not just because we're on a little bit of a clock with the live stream, but just like, I know that, like, I hope, given that I'm preserving all of my notes and passing them along, that somebody at some point is going to want to replicate this experiment. And there is something infinitely more rewarding about this technique than there would be in just another one where you're attaching things in the row. Thank you very much, Snot Puppy. I think he's cute too. He's just a great little guy. I don't think he's ever made it onto my team in any game, but oh my, he looks like a baby. Just a little baby. Just a tiny guy. The smallest fellow. Hello, smallest fellow. All right. So you'll see there that I've just got those sitting on top of that back row at the moment. And you can see what I mean about the stems of the eyes not being like long enough to go into the body as well. So I'll snap those onto just the whites, but good to know that that's where they'll go. In any case, we need to do at least, the shell will come down on top of that. I suppose technically. Oh, is that too tricky? Am I making this too hard? Because like technically I could just change my colors here and work up a tube and he's just all one piece, except for the eyes. Do I really want to do that though? We'll do one more row of blue, just so that we know our eyes are locked in the way we want them. But we might just build the shell onto the body. It wouldn't be that hard. And at the very least, I might experiment with it and we'll see if we like the angle of it. And if we don't, we'll just make it as a separate piece. And 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'm sorry for the old lady voice. Some wisteria stuck to me. A little Oscar the Grouch, maybe? Mr. Bones reckons he's giving yip yip vibes. Like, you know, yip. Oh, okay, I see it. Yip, 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 yip. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Even more so with the eyes attached. But the pins are a little pinny for me to mess around with that too much. So I'm thinking what I'll do here is I'm going to attach my cream and do 18 front post single crochet around, and we'll immediately know if it's the right angle for the shell or if we want to not do it this way, because it's very easy to just finish this off as a nub and create the shell piece working towards the opening and just fit them into each other. So like that's not a big deal. Seeing a push to name him Mr. Schnuffles, and I'm not against it. It's a little Schnuffleupagus. Here we go. Two, three, four. And this is is just like a big chunk of what designing is as well. Like it's trial and error. It's just like I'm trying this to see if I like it, and if I don't like it, we'll try something else. It's like I said with the tentacles, but I ended up liking it. And sometimes it's worth taking those like little risks and just seeing how we feel about them. See, I'm seeing a lot of Finding Nemo happening in the quotes. And Omanite would like me to convey to you that he is terror and he is the deep, and you will respect him. Okay, so to do it this way, I would want to have curved it down around the back. And do I really want to introduce surface crochet here after what I'm about to do to you on Thursday? I'm thinking. Because there's how I would do it and then how I think it'll be easiest to replicate. And I think that the solution here is to make them as separate pieces. That's the correct choice. It's what we're going to do. But in the meantime, I'll do another row of 18 single crochet, and then we'll round off the top. So let it be known that that would have worked, but it would have included incorporating a technique that I don't want to do without supporting video, because this is a little guy that I want people to be able to make. Let's put it that way. And I feel like sometimes I'm making the barrier to entry way too high. So that surface crochet technique is one that I would have used, but we're not going to use today. I think that's one round. And then we're going to just do the usual 6 repeats of a single crochet and a decrease, and then 6 decreases. He's baby Thulu. He's just a little guppy, a little Cthulhu in a big Cthulhu's world. Golly, can you imagine one of those demonic cults doing a summoning circle, thinking they were summoning an elder god, and out pops Mr. Schnuffles. Blink, blink. Destroyer of your sandcastle. But then I feel like he wouldn't. I feel like he's a very well-behaved little squidling, and he wouldn't want to destroy anybody's sandcastle. I can see him like coming along behind the bully and helping the little crying kid rebuild his sandcastle just by like with these little tentacles, just trying to scrape it into a pile. He's not good at it, but he's gonna try. Thalulu. I love Thalulu. He's cute. Unexpected cuteness. I love it. It's like small boy, tiny, does not know anything, does not even know ABCs, just knows sit and be little. It's the vibe. I can hear Mr. Bones pacing around out there, and I'm very nervous about what's happening. There we go. Tuck that away, and we'll tuck this away, and we'll make a nice little shell so that little Thululu can feel safe. Just pin these eyes back on. Now, Thululu is not crying, they are simply scraps of yarn. She's like, nope, don't feel like focusing on him? Okay. I tried. It's the littlest Thululu and she's here to say she can wiggle all her tentacles this and that way. Sorry. I'm a little embarrassed. A shell. We're going to make a shell. I feel like Thululu is how a baby would say Cthulhu when like it hasn't quite mastered speech yet. It's Cthulhu. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm starting with a magic ring, but we're very quickly going to have to work up to an oval. So I honestly might even just mirror what we did in the head there. Hi. What's up?
Can I do something in the camera zone?
What would you like to do in the camera zone?
Put the hat on Thululu.
You want to put the hat on the Thululu?
Because she's currently naked.
Naked Thululu! Okay. Oh, honey, what have you done?
Much better.
Mr. Bones was worried that Thululu might have felt naked and has unleashed this on us all. Oh no. What are you doing to me? What are you all doing to me? I kind of wanted to have a big floppy pink bow. Thululu is getting a shell, okay? I get that you guys like the hat, but they're getting a shell. Don't be shellfish. No shell, just vibes. There we go. So we're getting closer to what we're looking for, but we still need to be more wide. One day I'm gonna get copywritten struck for just like burbling on to myself, but not today is hopefully not that day. So shell. Magic ring 6, 6 increases. Then we're doing the 2, 3 increase, 3, 3 increase, single crochet that we used on the head to get up to an 18 oval. Because then we know that the shell will be the same width as the body. So like that's good. And then we can go one size larger and we'll know it'll fit. Oh my goodness, Tangler and Jiggles had a baby. So, okay, so the lore is then that, Thululu is the baby of Thicket and Jiggles. I'm loving what's happening in the chat right now. I'm seeing monocle, I'm seeing sandpit. You are going to spoil this child. She has plenty of toys already. And I'm sorry, if you make her a tiny sandcastle or a tiny sandpit, she needs a tiny bucket. And a little spade for the other, like a little bucket in one hand, a little spade in the other. Oh Oh no, we are definitely getting distracted and we're losing the plot, folks. Okay, so excuse me. Little dress fitting. So that's good. So we're going to continue a big long tube at 18 stitches until we have enough to like wrap around, and then we'll widen out at the mouth so that it fits over her. Just like a... Oh, binky for the baby. You're being adorable. There's going to be many rows. I'm going to guess it's going to be like upwards of 15. We're going to use a stitch marker and I'm just going to stitch madly around and we'll count afterwards. Like how just instantly the entire chat has adopted the squiddling as their grandbaby. She will be gifted all of the things. I warn you now, I'm taking the batteries out of any toys received. It's not safe. There's too much water around. There was a plot? No. Nothing but herrings. Herrings everywhere! Yeah, we don't have any sand. Living that apartment life. We don't even have grass. We have to go traveling to touch grass. It's depressing. There's going to be so many snail mamas. Yeah. Everyone's going to go after their slug bunnies. So yeah, this part is just not gonna be super interesting, I don't think. We're just gonna keep going around and around and around. I think we've done 1.5 rows. There's gonna be at least 15 of them. We're just gonna keep on going. Brown sugar, Grim Squirrel, brown sugar will just make the squiddling sticky. That's how we get ants. Dye salt yellow.
Back in a minute.
No.
Let's go pitch some from downstairs.
Don't.
No?
Mr. Bones is out there waving a shovel around, threatening to go like rob the landscaping. No, I don't want you to. I hate it when I have to be the adult. So like I feel like she's tipping her hat. Yeah, I'm just gonna stitch around and around. Stop it, y'all! Don't encourage this vagrancy. I heard that. Put those keys back.
No keys, it's a knife.
That's worse. I don't like it when I have to be the practical one. It's ruining my vibe. Can you all hear that? Can you all hear the mischief that has been wrought? Adulting is hard, but it's also overrated. Like, I think at a certain point you'll just sort of decide this far and no further. Did you really just... Oh, okay.
Sandpit.
He brought in a dish of sugar,
No,
which doesn't
it's
read...
sand.
I'm sorry, it's sand, but it also doesn't read on... Oh, just tipped it everywhere.
Can you not pretend it is sand? I didn't spell it. It's not my fault. I'm out of here. I wasn't part to this.
She's making little tentacle prints in the sand. Oh, there's no way you can see that on camera, but that is so adorable. There's just these little tentacle prints in the sand. If I shadow it, can you see it? Can you see the little lines? Oh, cutie. Tell you what, she can have a little bottle of pop. It'll spoil her dinner, but that's just where we're at the moment. I just have a dish of sugar in here. There's just no way that's going to end well. There's sugar everywhere in here. I'm never getting rid of it. That has made contact with yarn.
No shoulders were harmed in the making of this pearl.
Oh, honey, we're done with the sugar bit. Please just get it out of here before I knock it somewhere. The sugar has already been disposed of. There will be no picture for the Discord, I'm afraid. Okay, alright, everyone who's currently on me a little bit about not being able to instantly pretend the sugar was sand. It's like, sand would have been fine, right? Sand doesn't attract ants. And I don't want ants, because once ants have your house, that house then belongs to the ants. In the meantime, we're still just crocheting up this shell. It's more than tolerating, and normally I'm on board with the tomfoolery. Like I said, I hate being the one that has to be the adult here. That's really upsetting for me. But I don't want sugar in my craft room. I don't even normally have food in here. It's just with streaming, it becomes like a non-negotiable. You got to snack. Got to have the stream snack. Some sort of something to keep the energy levels up. They worked hard to get that sugar. That's what I'm afraid of, Mr. Bones. He's just said that we're in an apartment. If the ants can reach us, they deserve the sugar. That's what I'm afraid of. They'll get up here and they'll be like, right, I guess we're staying here now. I don't want housemates. I left that part of my life far behind me. I should just move aside and let Mr. Bones take over this stream, I think. The ants are believers in our Lord Helix, who still has sugar on her tiny tentacles. That's okay, she's hydrating or dehydrating, and so are we. I agree, Mr. Bones is just being a bad influence. Oh, Lord Helix hypnotized you. Oh, well, thanks for hanging out, Anita B. Draws. You know, that does fit with the Messiah thing. You know, forget water into wine. Our little lady turns sand into sugar. We've definitely landed that Thalulu is the name, right? Like, there's just no way we could name her anything else. Yeah, you guys just need to be a bit more gentle with Mr. Bones. He hasn't yet developed an internet skin. He doesn't know how to ignore the chaos of people chanting for him to do things. Yeah, Thalulu is the name. Absolutely. See, we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're working on the 9th row now. And see, that's as big as it is so far. And when we start coiling it up, we have a ways to go. This is what I mean when I say it's going to take a long time. And imagine getting to the end and realizing you've made it one stitch too big. That better not be foreshadowing. I'm going to be real mad at myself if that's foreshadowing. Current name list, Thalulu, 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 Thalulu. Like taking candy from a baby. You have to teach your baby elder gods how to share. It's really important for the survival of everyone that your baby elder gods know sharing from a very young age. Ready? No, we were teaching sharing. What can we as your chat do to ease your current stress? I'm not stressed anymore. Honestly, after the like literally only just getting my cameras to work 10 seconds before the stream started, I don't think anything could stress me out today. I am definitely the adultiest adult in the room at the moment. But that's also fine. It's like we take it in turns. Later on, he'll cook dinner while I play video games, and it'll be a complete role reversal. Oh yay! Doxy Mum's power is back on! Huzzah! As I said, Zach, I did not take candy from the baby. The baby was learning how to share. Kelly Dreams, if you're looking to join the Discord, the link in the description of this video should work. And if it doesn't, you can talk to Mr. Bones and he'll get it sorted out. Coletti Spaghetti, we ended up with fossils because we're literally playing, like the theme for the day is digging up Pokemon. And so they're like, I gave you guys a shovel and you just started digging. The first one turned up was Aerodactyl, a fossil. And the second one we ended up with was our little Thalulu, who was also a fossil. There's 3 more options in there. I will neither confirm nor deny whether or not there are additional fossils in the mix. But it should be fun finding out. But we'll never find out if I don't finish making this giant tube. It's basically a sock at this point. All hail. Oh yeah, Mr. Bones is working real hard at the moment. Like, this is extremely tiring and stressful for him as well. So a little bit Mr. Bones appreciation in the chat is always appreciated. Because, like, I'm here working, but, like, let's not underestimate how much effort it is to read every message, respond, keep everything on track. Send everybody their links. He's flexing madly in my doorway, which is always appreciated. Yeah. You derailed my train of thought. But yeah, he's great. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jean Crochets, you missed Aerodactyl. We'll fix him, the couple of things about him in the edits when they're sewing him together, but that's the rough starting point for our Aerodactyl. Well, see, Zach the Sunshine, I get from your name that perhaps you are not the same kind of person as I, but I love me a grey day, and when the sky turns like, I'm gonna say blue, and I don't mean a blue sky, I mean like the clouds have turned blue. That's when you know you're in for a good time. Of course, I believe green means tornadoes, which means you shouldn't be looking at the sky and you should be running, I assume. We don't really get them here. Except for Bunbury. However, so often the tornadoes come through and take out the church, and it's hard not to see that as a sign. The dream team. Yeah. I would have a very difficult time doing what I do if I didn't have his support, so that's good. I love how everybody's being sucked into the cult of Thalulu. da 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 da. She's also a cute little brain sucker, actually. Like, he's Diglett's toupee. They're friends. They can hold hands. Ooh, enjoy your ice cream, Darcy Rose. I hope it is infinitely less disappointing than the floppy lasagna. I understand that it wasn't the lasagna that was floppy, it was the lasagna house, but in any case, enjoy your ice cream. Casey Bear, I'm glad that you found your way home after missing your stop, and I apologise for lengthening your transportation? Your travels? There's a word here. Diglett is having a perfectly fine time, I'll have you know. He has an excellent sense of humour and loves being the butt of the joke. He's a good sport. And this row wrap around all the way to up here. Okay, if I take one stitch out, that's the end of a row. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's the 15 rows I thought I was going to have to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Noot, noot. And I'm going to chuck a little bit of stuffing in the bottom of this just to pad it out. Maybe I can save myself some rotations. Oh, fireplaces are the best. You know, if you put newspapers in your fireplace, the inks burn interesting colours, like purple and green. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. I like that she's either a baby or an old-timey music person. Transit! Thank you, Sam! Oh my goodness, that was going to really bother me. Okay, so that's as much as we've done. So, oh, sorry. Sorry, Dactyl Boy. So I'd say that we've done this bit. I'm just going to colour it in. We've done all of this, and I'd say we're up to here. So that's actually good. That's way more than you think it is. So we have maybe 5 more rows to get back to here, and then we're on the outside. So, like, wait, it's going to be fine. Longest tube ever. There's a reason that I wouldn't put Omastar and Omanite in the same stream. And it's exactly this. It's just like, I don't want to spend the whole stream doing nothing but tubes. How will I do the lines on the shell? Probably embroidery, if I feel like they need it. I was going to wait and see if the rows kind of felt enough, but I'm perfectly happy to stitch on additional details, just like I did with Drowsy last week. I thought I was going to skip the inner ear patches. In fact, I negotiated with you guys to skip the inner ear patches, and then I ended up stitching them on anyway, and it worked great. Looks good. We like it. Oh no, sorry. I have to read this out loud. The lasagna at the lasagna house, that was the flop. All the food is prepped and it's all cold. Ugh. It's just like lasagna is such a difficult thing to mess up. Like, it literally is a food that gets better the older it is, up to a certain point. Obviously there's a point of diminishing return. But like, you make a lasagna and you either stick it in the freezer or like stick it in the fridge and eat it the next day. Oh my goodness, that just makes it so much better. I want lasagna. I got indiscriminate tubes for dinner, but I want lasagna. I should make lasagna. Honey, I'm going to make us lasagna at some point. Mr. Bones heard me call out to him, and he stood up to react, but now he's waiting for the sound to filter through from the stream so he knows what I said. Sounds good, okay. Okay, first of all, Darcy Rose, super cool that you're a firefighter. That's wicked. My dad was we called him Chief Womble, but that just meant that he was head of the local volunteer fire brigade, which was a big thing in the rural areas, because fires can wipe out everything. Everything. You would know that. You're a firefighter. But I just meant inside a fireplace with proper venting. I'm not suggesting that people breathe in the fumes. Yeah, I feel like the lasagna house specifically should be experts at making good lasagna. Because it's just, okay, first of all, cheese. Cheese is hard to mess up. Cheese is great in all its forms. So as long as cheese was present, you're good. It's like the pasta sheets, they could hand make their own or use the dried stuff from the box, and it pretty much comes out the same. Again, it's a pass fail. It's either a noodle or it isn't. But they need a good sauce. You do need a good sauce for lasagna, a good meat sauce. But how hard is that to make? It's not that hard. And I know that because I'm not the greatest cook in the world, but even I can do a really good lasagna. And not from jars either. We make our roux, we make our cheese sauce from scratch. We do our meat, and you put all your veggies and your tomato and all that good stuff. Yeah, I do. I know how to make that. It's like, if I can make it, then something called the lasagna house should be able to make that. Grim Squirrel, yes, I can see you. And you should move that lasagna to a different shelf.
I don't usually come and suggest things to you directly.
Okay.
But someone else seemed to think it was a good idea.
Oh, what?
And that was, instead of black lines over the top, because blah,
Okay.
terrible. Every third row, colour change to a cream
Oh.
on the final run.
Well, I do have this, which would be the right colour.
And then it looks like it's got the lumpy bits.
Maybe. They would be triangle, like diamond shaped.
That's cool. That's shells. Organic shapes. Slowly backing away.
Yeah, Casey Bear, make lasagna. Why are we screaming? Oh, right, Grim Squirrel, that makes sense. I was like, yeah, it just makes sense to me. Grim Squirrel should always be screaming. Mr. Bones, please do not poke the firefighter. We thank them for their service. It's not a bad idea. I'm not sure if it'll work, but it's not a bad idea. So, sorry, it would work in a way. I'm not sure it's quite the aesthetic I'm aiming for, and I also don't know if I'm past that point anyway. Hang on. We just need to recalibrate for a second here. Have I rolled that the wrong way? No, it's the right way. Okay, there we are. So now we have reached here. So I'd say 3 more rows before we're on our outer stitches. She hides all of her dark secrets in her little shell sleeping bag. No ants. Please do not even put that thought out into the universe. No ants. Because if the ants come in here and they have a taste for yarn, I'm gonna lose it all. Zach the Sunshine, thank you for letting us all know that you are being good with your fire safety. Oh yeah, I get the snail cake thing. It's kind of like a roulade. Is that the right thing, or is that a meat thing? But yeah, like the rolled up sponge cakes. Mmm. Eh. The Lulu will protect me from the ants. The Lulu is the one who will need protection. Her tentacles have sugar on them. The ants will just carry her away. Which, while an excellent shot to catch on camera, don't get me wrong here, not the vibe. Roly-poly cake? Just picture it in slow motion from the ant's perspective. It's a giant 30-foot Thululu is slowly munching away on hordes of ants with her itty-bitty tentacles. Her entourage. Ah, there we are. I am. I'm thinking of a Swiss roll or like a jam and cream roll. We do, there's like a Lamington one you can get over here, which is lovely. I do like chocolate and coconut. I like coconut. You guys fans of coconut? I feel like coconut is surprisingly polarizing. I also think that mint goes delightfully well with chocolate, particularly dark chocolate, and I also think orange goes very well with chocolate. And for some reason those opinions are very controversial, depending on who you're talking to. One of my sisters like insists point blank that mint and chocolate is like eating candy covered toothpaste. I'm just like, you're doing it wrong. No, no. I can't do the Australian no. No. Nah. Ah. I can do crow noises. Okay. Oh my goodness, I did not just do that. You guys, you let me take the... I didn't count how many rows I'd done.
A lot.
You let me take the stitch marker out. This isn't your fault. I'm sorry. I'm just lashing out. Ah! Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I hate this. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27. But where's the start and end of the row? Okay, so that's where the increases are. And then after the increases, there's one stitch. That's an increase. That's a stitch. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to just guess that's where it is. So 1, 2, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I think that's the end of the row there. We'll just stitch around to it. Tragedy strikes. Okay. So I think that's 24 rows of 18. But it had been a really long time since I've done a count. So anybody trying to do this pattern later, this just might be wonky. It might be. There's not a lot I can do about it now. How are we doing for size? Okay. It's coming up okay. So I'm going to want to continue what I'm doing now until we get back around to like here. And then from here on outwards, we're going to need to grow it upwards, not wide, up, until it's big enough to engulf the entire little nugget that is Thululu. So I'd say there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 rows. 10 more rows. But we're doing good. Look at this. It's not even really taking that long. What's with all the frogs? Did I miss something? Oh, you're all laughing at Mr. Bones is helpful a lot. Honestly, it's not going to matter too much if anyone replicating this has theirs a row shorter or the stitches start or finish in a different point. Crochet is very forgiving that way. It's just I don't like not knowing for sure exactly how many stitches I did. Like this isn't going to make a big difference. It's not going to make any difference at all to anyone trying to replicate this pattern later. Sleep drunk o'clock is the most fun time to hold people accountable for their actions. No, you sold me that house. It's mine now. For the record, we've done 25 rows of 18 single crochet so far. Someone do the math on that for me because I ain't doing it. Oh, I forget. How many rows did I say that I had to do? Did I say it out loud? I hope I said it out loud. Was it 5? You know what? You can laugh at that you did the perfect amount of rows thing, Casey, but just you wait next time I put out a pattern and I just say, do this until you've done the perfect number of rows. I'll personalize that pattern just for you. A 9 or 10? Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry, I genuinely forgot. It's just my short-term cache isn't doing so well right now. $18 times 25 is not 45. 450? Okay. Well, hello to New South Wales. I believe that's 3 rows around since I said I'd do 10. It's times like this where I really wish that there was a machine that could knit. I get that this is a tube, and so I probably could have used like a French knitter or a I-cord maker, I think is also what they're known as, but it's okay. It just seems like such a shame to get the crochet fatigue for something that's just a tube. I hit enter before 0. Yep, sorry, Emily. I once I saw that the actual answer was 450, I did realize what had happened. Perth and WA. Oh, hey! I'm in Perth, WA. We could be twins. I'm trying to work out when exactly it got to be 6 o'clock at night. I'm still game to do a third one, assuming that I finally finish this spiral in the next half hour. You guys are game, I am. Yeah. Yes. Darcy, we are aware that you're going to go get ice cream. Are you reacting to like the Baskin 31 comments? Ooh, Tasmania, nice. Victoria. Oh, I feel like the Aussie crew is out in force at the moment. I think I caught most of you on your travels home. Just here to keep you company. It's missing the bus stop turning into an adventure. Yeah, I can see it would. In fact, that takes on a whole new meaning knowing that you're on Transperth. Time is it for me? It's 5:59, so it's almost 6 o'clock. But we definitely put time back on the clock when I absolutely scoffed down lunch at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 5. So that's 6 rows since I said I would do 10. Oh, Munich in Germany. I like that. Hey, I just got here, so if you could do 3, that'd be great. Noted. It's okay, everybody. Darcy Rose has gone out to get us all ice cream. Now, who's having sprinkles? Ooh, or cookies and cream. What's everybody's favorite ice cream flavor? I like that. Let's talk about that. Because, you know, there's a really easy, super easy homemade ice cream recipe. If you're not fussy, I'm not fussy. That tastes exactly like, I don't know if you have Connoisseur where you are, but the Connoisseur cookies and cream ice cream. And all you need is a packet of Choc Ripple cookies, a tin of condensed milk, and a carton of whipping cream. It's not too sweet. It's just lovely. So yeah, you whip the cream, you stir in the condensed milk, you crush up the cookies and you stir those in too, and you freeze the whole thing. The end. I use a glass container for it. But yeah, it comes out not too sweet, but tasting exactly like Connoisseur cookies and cream ice cream. Ooh, choc mint, mint choc chip. Yep, cool. I love the cookies and cream extra cookies. Well, cookies and cream is the correct answer. We all know Mr. Bones has a soft spot for strawberry cheesecake. Well, I mean, I knew that. You guys now know that. Cookie dough, yep. It was at the third row when I started my rounds, but I actually moved it after the first row. So I am keeping some semblance of track of what's happening there. I'm doing it stupidly though. Ooh, Korean red bean. I have heard of that one. I've heard it's delicious. Love Potion at Baskin's is lovely because that's that one with the little raspberry-filled chocolate things, right? That's good. I am a big fan of raspberry anything. Raspberry's superior to strawberry in all ways. Always. Ooh, boysenberry. Ooh, choc fudge brownie, nice. See, what is Moose Tracks? I see Moose Tracks there. I've heard people talk about Moose Tracks. I'm assuming it's some sort of fudge or cookies or something. Like it feels like it should be a chocolatey type one. And also, you know what? Apparently Rocky Road is like one of the top ice cream flavors. Now I don't go anywhere near Rocky Road anything for peanut reasons, but Rocky Road is just not featuring anywhere here in this list. This poll of random individuals with very fine tastes, and we can tell because they're here to begin with. And not a single one of you is saying Rocky Road as far as I can tell. I might have missed one or two. Rum and raisin is an odd choice, but I salute you for picking rum and raisin. So wait, if you have a choice of any ice cream flavor in the world and you're going for rum and raisin, like more power to you. No, yeah, I'm double hydrated. An American brand of moonshine that makes a strawberries and cream flavor. Does moonshine... No, strawberry is not better. Pink Remus, you're wrong. I don't often speak in absolutes, but when I do, I'm right. I've tracked where all that is. I've taken that pin out, and now I'm rolling us up. This is getting out of hand. And there we go. So then the little baby goes at the front and will be squished. I wish I'd stuffed him slightly less. Okay, so now I'm going to start growing it here and here to create like the sloop. Because if this was the opening now, you'd no fit. It doesn't fit. Oh no, no fit. Oh, see, I like marshmallow. I think marshmallow is delicious. Mango is wrong. Lemon sorbet is delicious. I don't like mango flavored anything, but lemon flavored everything. And pineapple is growing on me. Like, I think I mentioned that before. It's just like something about pineapple I really, really like. I don't like banana flavored things, but bananas are fine. Good for baking. You can use them to replace eggs and butter a lot of the time. Okay, how am I going to do this? Oh, white chocolate caramel, Maltesers and mini M&Ms. Okay, Darcy Rose, you are clearly a woman of culture. You know what I've been craving recently, actually? Lemon meringue pie. Again, I feel like that's like, it's one of those, you either love it or you hate it, and I'm very much camp delicious. But the colder the weather gets, the more I want to stew up a nice big batch of stewed apple. You know, with like the cinnamon and the cloves, and the whole house will smell delicious forever. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Sorry, a moment of silence while I do some figuring out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 8, and then 10 single crochet. Okay. I've worked out where the first 2 increases are going to go. I'm going to put 2 increases in every row at the top to like grow this out pretty evenly. And I'm just hoping that it's smooth. And if it's not smooth, I'm hoping I can get it in editing. Because I'm not going back now. We have committed to this course of action. This isn't like with the tentacles where I was willing to try different things. It's like, nope, we've committed to this now. This is what it is. Excellent. I've got a fan of lemon meringue pie in the chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 increase. Yeah, no, I lost count. There we are. There we are. 1 and 2 and 5 across. I am rather into baking. I've never tried making my own lemon curd, but I should, because I'd like to try making lemon meringue pie without the pie crust. Just like little lemon meringue cups. I think it'd be lovely. That said, I don't think I've ever had a successful relationship with meringue. But that could just be carryover trauma from my childhood with an event known as the mutant marshmallow, which was an attempt at meringue, but the cookbook we were using and following told us that the meringue could be made in the microwave, and it lied. If you've ever smelled egg whites that have been microwaved and not microwaved well, then you might know why I'm having this trauma reaction right now. Okay, 10 single crochet, ink, 7 ink, single crochet. Okay, go. Here we go. Yeah, Mr. Bones, that's exactly what's happening at the moment. Cthulhu, who I keep going to call Cthulhu, Cthulhu is holding Dodger's hand, and they're just comforting one another. It's like one little person has found another person that is an appropriate size, and they've decided they have to be friends. So that's what's happening. Of course, from the angle I'm sitting on it, it's way more like, hey buddy, I hear you want to buy a house. Well, do I have the bridge for you? It's very like, trying to, selling little, poor innocent little Dodge a dream. Thank you, Chloe, for responding appropriately to my microwaved egg story. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Drift is becoming an issue now. 9. So that's 1 increase, that's the second increase. 10. Yeah, I swear there's something not quite right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But that shouldn't carry me into the increases unless something's gone wrong. 16, 17, 18, 20, 21. Why do I only have 21 stitches? Because I've already done one increase this row? No, I haven't. I don't want to frog it. I don't want to frog any of it. I don't want any part of this. Increases, increases. You guys. I think my row only had 17 stitches in it to start with, and I think I've been doing rows of 17. It's fine at this point, and it's going to stay that way. But that's the only explanation I have for what my stitches are currently doing. 4, 5, 6, 7, and undo that one as well. Then there's 2 increases in that row for shorsies. But we're going to go back to the other increase. Okay. So that's after our first row of increases. So I've only frogged one row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. My row only had 17 stitches in it this whole time. Let the pain wash over you. I'm not going back. It's a 17 stitch row. That's just staying that way. But where did the mistake happen?
It's fine. It's fine. All is well.
Did they send you in to help?
No, no, no. I just,
My emotional support creature.
there will be ice cream later.
Okay. Just here having a mental breakdown on stream. It's fine. Everything's fine. Today is just one of those days. Oh. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I don't know how to adjust the written notes because the written notes are mathematically correct. I just don't know where rotationally the problem is. I'll tell you what, we'll do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then change that to 9 because I remember thinking it weird that I had to frog a stitch, so I know that's correct. We'll do that. 17, and then at some point we've only done 2 increases and I don't know where, so we'll just change that one to 2 and put that as 2 and make that 17, and it just is what it is. It is what it is. We're rolling with it. Honestly, even if I was following somebody else's pattern at this point and realized that, all I would have done is chucked an extra increase in the next row, gotten us back onto count and kept going. It would have been fine, and it still is fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I'm going to change it to working out increases in the second stitch of every increase instead of the first. And it is all going to be fine. Don't look at me like that. We both know that you knew what was going on this whole time. You were probably laughing at me. This is payback, isn't it? Because I took your candy. I was trying to teach you how to share. It's called parenting. Wib. I'm okay. I'm all right, everybody. There's no don't get me wrong. I'm having a slight mental breakdown, but it's not really to do with the pattern. It's just more about the cumulative day. And we're just processing, and we're getting back on track, and we're finishing off the shell, and everything is going to be okay. But yeah, this is basically the number one reason why I've decided to stitch any lines on that I want instead of trying to do color changes. It's just because It's like there is a level of self-awareness that's needed sometimes, and my self-awareness right now is screaming at me that I'm just not mentally capable of tracking color changes like that properly right now. And I would hate to get to the end and just be like, I wish those lines were slightly further apart or slightly closer together. Just like you try and take the path that is going to get you closest to the result that you know you want, or be easily adjusted to the result you want. So I've talked about this before in terms of like, it's why I don't really experiment in stream in joining things in the round. I mean, I did my chop last week, but like in general, I will make the pieces and sew them on because there's more flexibility there. You can recover. There's solutions. You leave yourself easily accessible solutions to problems instead of having to like remake the whole tube, which is looking very questionable on stream right now. I will not argue with that, but I'm going to roll it up and start pinning it a little bit so it looks slightly more family friendly. Instead of family avoidant. It's good to know your limits, exactly. And normally it'd be fine. It's just like, oh yeah, I am looking forward to just having some things that work. This computer is doing its best, but I can't even turn my camera up to more than like 3 pixels. And my lights are doing their best, but they're yellow. And my brain is doing its best, but it's had a long day. Okay, so we've started opening the opening. Excuse me, sir, or ma'am. Ow. Makes sense that Thulu would demand a blood sacrifice. Okay, so he's a little longer than I expected. But, could scooch that up a little bit. How are we feeling about this? I'm going to give him a little bit more of a rim around the top here, but I don't think it needs to grow anymore. Like I said, he's a little longer, but I'll get that in sewing. Get him scrunched up nice and tall. Yeah, okay. Well, I think we're doing good. Hello, Auntie Jem Dem, and hello to Scotland. I do need a moment with the emotional support, Diglett. Thank you. Just looking at his little soothing expression, everything's gonna be okay. Okay. So now that we've reached 23 single crochet, which would have been 24 in a beautiful round number, just saying, I'm going to do just a row of single crochet around, and then I'll work out how much of a lip I want to put on it. We are all just doing our best, and our best is okay. I can, and Patricia, I will be sort of stuffing it selectively as I kind of assemble it and see where that stuffing needs to sit, because it'll likely be, it needs kind of a fatter outer row, and so we'll put a little bit of stuffing in like this outer bit and as it leads into the head, but I'm just trying to give myself the most room to move I can get to make sure that it's going to fit and all that other jazz. Oh, Katie, I'll show them again when I'm done with Omanite. Someone said that they didn't see how the last streams ones turned out. That's fine, we'll show them again. There we go, there we go. So yeah, a little bit of stuffing smooths it out. We'll bring this all the way around. And then ideally, come here, Tort. Hardest working tortoise, everybody. Because even the hardest working tortoise knows that slow and steady wins the race. There we go. Okay. And then this little guy will go in here like this. He's fighting, does not want to go into the shell. How about if I let you keep your top out, okay? Get in. Get in, shell. Okay, what do we think? Again, I will try and smooth this transition out so he's less of a long boy, more of a tall boy. But in general, there is our... It kind of come to a head very, very quickly. Ah. Aww. Hi, Zion! I love baby waves. I collect them. Okay. So yeah, we're a little flat on top, but again, I feel like I can adjust that angle as I roll it up and attach it. So yeah, all right. Yeah, we're gonna call that done, I think. Sorry, I just feel like that was very abrupt and anticlimactic. So we've definitely decided that her name is Thalulu. I don't think that's up for any kind of debate. So yeah, I'll give her some stripes. Move her shell up a little bit. Potentially give her slightly more of a shell rim to her, but there we go. I'm gonna reclaim my bobby pin before it disappears into the deep. Don't look at me like that. We both know you would take it, given half the chance, just for the chaos. So, as promised, let's just do a quick recap of last week's creations. We made Diglett, Dodge the Diglett. We made Cheddar Cheese the Machop. Yeah. And we made Snorkel the Drowsy, who ended up looking a lot like something called a clanger. But cute. So those were last week's creations. This week so far we've made Aerodactyl and Omanite. And we're about to vote for another one. Oh yes, sorry. Omanite is canonically the daughter of Thicket the Tangler and Jiggles the Jigglypuff. So we must remember that. That's important. Let us flick back over to the other screen. There we go. And you have a choice to make. Now you've gone through the purple and the blue, which were the kind of the interesting colours, and now you have 3 other spots that we can dig. So this one here is yellow, obviously. Then we've got like a sandy colour, and then we have brown. So you get to pick which spot we dig next. Let me get this poll started. Alrighty. Hang on. Choose. Oh, nope, not 1. 2. 3. Nope, not 23. 3. And 4. Make your choice. I might go stretch my legs a little bit. So we'll change over to the break screen. But 2 is yellow, 3 is sandy, 5 is brown. It's up to you. I'll be back soon. I'll be back soon in a minute. There it is. Okay. I'm back, hold on. Can't believe you guys picked number 3. Hi. No, it's fine that you picked number 3. Unless you guys wanted to vote again because clearly number 5 wasn't included in the poll and we accidentally did number 4 instead. Fine, you chose number 3 at 53%. So I guess that's what we're gonna do. It's fine. It's good. This particular character is just a candidate for the Carnivine effect. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, the Carnivine effect just means that not my favorite, not looking forward to it, but I might end up in love with it. Mr. Bones moved again. He's just patting his pig, guys. I haven't done Nidorino. I've only done the female Nidoran. So one day we might have to have a Nidoran day where I do the other 5. Okay. As I walked out of the room to go on break, I said to Mr. Bones, I was like, oh, I hope they don't pick number 3. And I came back to 55%. And that's fine. All right. I know I shoulda. I wasn't thinking. And I don't like to impact you guys. I do like you guys to have some semblance of free will. But here we go. You want to see what number 3 is? You're not going to like it. No one's going to like it. I'm not going to like it. Anyone recognize it just from that? Oh, look. 4 toes. Isn't that fun? I'm looking forward to making 4 toes. Look at all the fingers, and all the claws, and all the rocks, and all the details. And look at this guy. Turtle ball. You guys picked Gollum. That is someone's spirit being broken. Holly, you're not wrong. Now, noted here, I want to say that I have nothing against the Pokemon in-game. I'm just very against making this Pokemon right now. But it's fine, we're gonna do it. These are the rules as we have laid out. I actually kind of have a plan in place for him, so it's not so bad. But like, I'm not feeling it today, guys. We're gonna do injustice. I'm not gonna do him dirty. We're gonna do him justice. It's gonna be great. So I'm just gonna clear some of the other stuff out of the way. Would you like to see what the other 2 options were? By the way, or do I show you at the end what the other 2 options were? Let's show you at the end what the other 2 options were, just to keep you guessing. Either one of them would have been better. But that's okay. Let me just pack some of these away. Oh no, are these spoilers flying past? Not spoilers. Oh no, not spoilers. No, please make the spoilers stop. I'm sorry, I don't know what's up with me. I think I'm sleep drunk. It's not even that late, but just okay, what colours do we actually need for Gollum is the real question. Let's swap over and get a sprite up. Bye-bye, little Thalulu. Bye-bye, Lulu. And hello to Gollum. There he is.
With the chat, could we see?
Sorry?
I'm kind of with the chat on this one. Could we see?
See what?
What they were?
Oh, okay, you guys want to know now? Oh no, he's treating me great. Don't you worry about that. Mr. Bones is an absolute hero. But I'm hearing a lot of insistence that I show you what they were now, and I respect that. So let's have a look. So number 2. Now, I kind of assumed you guys might think it was Sandshrew or Sandslash going into it, right? Because yellow, digging, it's a ground type, could have been a cute little Sandshrew, right? But it's not. It would have been Kabuto! Little beetle boy. Could have been a little beetle boy. Would have been real easy. Would have just whipped it up in no time flat. Would have been great. And number 5, in the spirit of the 9 week or the 8 weeks, we played. No, it was 9. We played Dodge the Diglett 9 weeks in a row. We just won in the 9th week. So, in the spirit of playing Dodge the Diglett, you guys have successfully dodged the Doug Trio, and the game has begun again. Haha! Sorry, Nerded Team Master, it was Doug Trio. I put him there. You could have had him. It could have been all yours. But sadly, no. Instead, we're making Gollum, and that's okay. Alright, I'm just giving you guys a moment to grieve while I work out what my colours are for this thing. So I think that's his flesh colour. I'll show you what I'm doing in a minute. Let's change back to the other screen. Here we go. So I think his flesh colour is this, right? It's like the sandy colour that was sampled. Then for his rocks, I'm thinking we do dark grey base. Let's dig out that other, oh no, I don't want to use that grey again. I was going to use this grey again, but I put up such a fight with Aerodactyl and it's all tangled up. So maybe I just sit here and I untangle this for a little bit while we all just emotionally adjust to where we are in life. We'll do Golem next week. And who knows when I'll do another shovel theme, because like next week we might have a fishing rod out and we're going to go fishing. So can we have a recount? I have regrets. No, once you know, I offered to like leave it, and then if you had have asked for a revote before I revealed what the other two were, I might have allowed it. I might have, just because that's where I'm feeling Golem at the moment. But that's okay. It's okay. It's all gonna be fine. We made our choices. Now we all live with them. What's that saying? I think this is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. 2, please. I voted 2. Trodge. Flesh colour. Swap. He wasn't even in the poll. Yes, he was. Who wasn't in the poll? Oh, right. Because I accidentally typed 4 instead of 5. Like, 4 was clearly meant to be 5. Oh. I'm sorry that your hip hurts, Fluent in Fangirl. That sucks. I'm sure Doug Trio can survive a little bit in the water. Maybe he dug too far, fell into an underground lake, and we fished him up. Who knows what transparent reason I will find to inject him into the selections. I'm not saying I'm going to do fishing next week. I'm just saying, who knows when I'll bring out the shovel again. This might have been your last chance for a really long time to get the Beetle Boy. I'm going to stop rubbing this in. It's going to be fine, guys. Yeah, I think this is our colour palette for this thing. As well as a little bit of white, maybe for some claws. The mouth is going to be shut. I've had enough open mouths to last my lifetime. Today, anyway. Us missing Doug Trio is what we get for putting you through Golem. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's just like, this is going to hurt me more than it hurts you. I don't know why you're upset about it. Exactly. Bug theme. We can whip out a net and suddenly bugs. So, yeah, there's fun to be had. They'll come up again. They will. All of them will. But today, right now, we're going to do Golem. And Golem's not actually as miserable as I'm making myself sound. So, he's the holy bowling ball. Like I said, he's the turtle ball. He kind of looks like, I don't know, some sort of creature that panicked and rolled downhill. It's a very snaky head. Just do some toes. And some more toes. But really, he's just a ball. He's just a potato boy. And then on here, we need like a bunch of shapes tessellating. And they can like fit themselves around his head and arms and such. Look what you've done. Look what you did. So the goal here is going to be making him as small as possible. No, guys, look, I openly acknowledge and accept the fact that I've done this to myself because I'm the one who included him in the vote. And I know by now that if I put something in the vote that I don't want to make, you guys find it. It's like you can smell it. Bob the Boulder. Yeah, sorry, I got caught up in the chat for a second. Let's just draw his little face on. You ready to go? I'm trying to make him a little more friend-shaped. So I think I'm going to have to make him as like a baseball ball, like I said, in the dark grey that I've pulled out, and then do like light grey shapes that I sew on over the top maybe. The sewing is going to be punitive and never ending. The shapes will actually fit. We'll make him some little armies and some little leggies. We'll make sure that the shapes fit around them so that they look nicely ensconced. So we'll sew it together in layers. We'll have a baseball, we'll sew the arms and legs and head to it, and then we'll fit these shapes in around the edges. And we'll make the shapes as like cobblestoney. They're cobblestoney, so we'll make them as round and as regular as possible, not the funny jagged shapes that I'm drawing necessarily. And the smaller I make him, the better off we're all gonna be. Getting very close to my work here. There we are. He friend-shaped. Yeah. It's gonna be fine. Gollum does not have a tail, he's smooth-bottomed. Thank you very much. Small 'em, roll 'em, boll 'em, ball 'em. Are you naming the whole genetic line there, Mr. Bones? Okay, so he's happy to be here. So we greet him as a friend. We're gonna make a baseball, not a baseball, a baseball. Baseball? Ball. We're gonna make ourselves a ball. We're gonna have a ball. What shape are these legs really? I should pay slightly more attention. There's such... Unless, did I get some pictures to help me with this? No, I didn't. That's okay though. The head we're gonna do is a very simple like triangle face. We're gonna use safety eye.
On the way.
On the way! The triangle face from the side. And it'll have, it's square-based triangle face. Technical terms. He's so happy to be here, guys. He's so pleased. Oh, night, Jinx. Thanks for hanging out. The legs look like tree stumps. Yeah, well, they were supposed to. Let's see if I can understand this shape though. So from the side, it's like. Okay, honestly though, if I make him real small, I can probably just get away with just doing like actual just little stumps with 4 little toenails around. Like no bend, no fanciful, nothing. Let's just do stomp. Flat got 'em columns, you make them rockin' boulders go round. Grim Squirrel, yeah, we're vibing. You're a good time, I can tell. So yeah, we'll do that and then we can just like flatten one bit or the other or stick him out on funny angles so he's just like like this. He's a cartwheeling boulder. You just like around and around and around and around. There you go.
Sorry, it's hard to find a picture for something named Gollum.
No, I understand, honey. Yeah, his feet are wrong in this, but I appreciate you. And then the hands, we might go stumps again just because we can. If we can get away with it, why wouldn't we?
Also, this model is weird, so take it with a grain of salt.
I'm going to ignore it completely.
Cool.
But I still appreciate you. I might use it to help me with rocks. Because like the rock shapes are good on that. Then we'll just do a little tubey arms. Sorry, just stopping for a quick meeting with Mr. Bones. Yeah, we'll do little tubey arms, little tubey feet, little triangle head that's going to come together real fast. So this bit's all easy, but then the stones that are interlocking. Yeah, Fluent in Van Gogh, you really should try and sleep. I'm sorry that your hip is hurting, but just you need to go sleepy. We can't name him Dwayne, we named the tentacle. I warned you guys that Geodude's evolutions were coming up. But nope, you insisted on naming the tentacle Dwayne. And so you can't, you can't name the golem Dwayne as well. There we go. He has a little tongue sticking out. Yeah, and then we just got like the tessellating rock shapes, and I think that what I'm going to do is be kind of cheeky about it and just like make 5-sided circle shapes. 6-sided is going to look too regular, but 5-sided always looks just odd enough. And then around each one, depending on the size we're doing, we might just do flat little panels, or we might add a ridge around of just back loop only single crochet to give it a little 3 dimensions, but it's going to, as I said, it depends on the size we end up doing. So we could name him Gate. He's Boulder's Gate. Yes, we have a Dwayne already, I agree. Oh yeah, he's stuck. You could call him Stucco. Let's roll this off. I don't know where to start on this one really. I could start by making a ball, but that's the easiest piece to adjust to different sizes. So I'm thinking I'm actually going to start by making... We're going to start by making a ball. We're going to make a ball. We're going to make a ball. This ball is easy. You've seen me do balls before. Of course I see. It's that time of stream already. Let's do this thing. Golem. Magic ring 6, 6 increase, 6 single crochet increase, dun, 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 doo, 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 doo. Stop that. And then up to 24, because I think his ball needs to be like 30 around. So we'll do increases in lots of 6 up to 24, and then we'll do a row of 3s and another row of 3s, and that'll get us up to 30 and give us a nice gradual ball-shaped ball. He is without moss. He is a rolling stone.
Amos.
Oh, Amos.
Amos.
No. Call him Atlas. Atlas has the weight of the world on his shoulders. Held up the globe. He's a turtle holding up a giant ball.
John Gold. No, okay.
No fuss, no muss. We love the bad puns. We celebrate the bad puns here. The bad puns will always, or I almost called them pun bads, or like pad buns? Pad buns, that's what I said. Yeah, like they are celebrated here and will always be welcome. Let's make us a boulder. I like my boulder. It'll be a nice boulder. Okay, you guys clearly like the rock and roll theme. Hoodoo, because he hold the door. Aww. And now I'm sad. No, it's fine. 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we go. And bigger. You guys stop me when I've gotten big enough. Ready? Second row. He is the hardest tortoise, but we have the hardest working tortoise here, and we don't want any confusion between the two, because the last thing we would want is for the hardest working tortoise to be unappreciated. He does look a little bit like a golf ball, but Tiger Woods doesn't look a little bit like a golf ball, I think. Is that pastry that looks craggly? Don't know. I like Bob the Boulder. I think that's cute. That said, it seems like we've got plenty of options to name here, because they can't all be Thalulu, you know. Like sometimes a name appears and you just know that is the one. Whereas like it's fine that if we want to vote for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Cool. That's our second row. I think we still need to go bigger. You okay, Mr. Bones?
Yep.
Okay. Stop. Thanks, Pink Remus. I might save that comment for later. I have no context, but I would lay my life down for Bob the Boulder. Yeah, because then Geodude can be Can We, and Graveler can be Fix It. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18. 18 around. And again. 2, 3. Five, 6, 7, and 8. 9, 10, 11. Well, Graveler is one of the few, like I agree that Bob the Boulder would also work for Graveler, but Graveler is one that I'm going to put to one side, and Mr. Bones will get exclusive naming rights, no matter what he chooses, because Graveler is his #1 favorite Pokemon. So Mr. Bones gets to name the Graveler. It's just the perks of being who he is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 11. That's not helping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. What am I doing? Okay, that's 23. And this will be 24. What can I say? I'm in jeopardy. At the moment, I'm not using front loops. At the moment, I'm doing regular crochet because I'm stitching up the base. I'll be possibly using loop stitches when creating like the bits. I'm going to create the rocky bits. Hang on, let me adjust my finger here. There we go. The rocky bits. Oh, don't bite me. And I'll sew them on. They'll be appliqued. That's 24, and we're only going up to 30, so we're going to be a little bolder. Oh, welcome back, Blobulent. Hydrate, okay. Boo the Builder. Alright, cool. Everything's sort of settled down a little bit. So we're up to 24, and then we're going to do 2 rows of 3 evenly spaced increases. So that would make, this would be 7 and then an increase, and the next one would be 4 increase 4. And that will get us up to 30, and that is as large as this fellow is going, and I think it'll be a good size. So we're going to whip out a bobby pin, which has been very well behaved so far today, I will say. Smeagol? Yeah, that makes sense. Smeagol definitely makes sense. 3, 4. We'd have to give him a ring though, because the only way Smeagol becomes Golem is by finding an evil artifact. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nat, we've only just started our 3rd Pokemon. Like, don't get me wrong, normally I'd be wrapping up around now, but Mr. Bones says he's up for me to keep going, and so I'm happy to keep going. Sorry, this isn't a permission thing, it's just more of a, this takes over the entire house, and so, like, we try to be considerate of it taking over the entire house. So if he was getting fatigued, I would have you know, factored that into the decision making. But we're both feeling pretty good, so we're both just going to keep going. Trying to decide if pet rock is offensive to golems or not. His precious could be Thalulu. Alright, that's one row. And we're going to go around again. So 1, 2, 2. Har, 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 har. Hello, Golden Freddy. I'm not sure what you're laughing at. There's always time for more crochet, Raquel. Just saying. Though we did have a big discussion earlier about the fact that we sometimes have to be adults for a little bit. Oh, Fluent and Fangirl, we finished Aerodactyl and we finished the Lulu. Both will see some minor adjustments as I sew them together, but that's my problem, not yours. And then I'm pretty sure chat picked 3 just to hurt me. Felt vindictive, it felt malicious. It felt like a personal attack. So here we are, making number 3. Golem. Or golem, if you're thinking more like the stone golems. And here we go. This is good, because this kind of ticks off 2 that I've kind of been like very low. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not my top 10 of ones that I was actively avoiding, but like they were up there. And sometimes it's nice just to have them behind me, because like I haven't met one yet that I haven't managed to make one that at least resembles it. I'm not saying I've nailed all of them, but I feel like we've done pretty well with most of them. We've done okay. You can tell what they are. So it's good to do the challenging ones sometimes and just get them out the way. So there we are. That's as wide around as we're going. And now we're going to build up 5 or 6 rows up. I'm just going to go up. Nerdatim Master has the Doug Trio's colour memorised and will pick it next time. Well, Nerdatim Master, it's not just you, it's a team effort. You're going to have to drive a campaign. Because, like, no one more than me would have liked to have just made Doug Trio last. It would have been a very peaceful, easy way for me to end this stream. Instead, no. We're making the fanciest rock that ever rocked. But I suppose that begs the question. I want to hear from you guys next time. So we used the shovel this time and we went digging. Do you guys want to go fishing? Do you want to use a bug net? Do you want to, I don't know, we could use a parachute and go after some birds. Ooh, what other kinds could we do? Mr. Bones pitching magnets as he always do. He will rally with a war cry. Good for you, mate. Fishing! Yeah, fishing could be fun. We're missing a lot of fish because there's what? Goldeen, Sea King. There's Seal and Dugong, because I think they count even though I think they're technically ice types. Cloyster, still in the mix. Magikarp, still in the mix. Gyarados will never happen by accident. Gyarados will always be a planned event, I'm sorry. That doesn't mean he won't appear in a vote. It just means that if he appears in a vote, it's I've done the mental work already. I suppose we could also fish up Wartortle or Blastoise. I guess it depends on how sadistic I'm feeling that day. Oh, flames. What do we do with like, boxer matches? Boxer matches, we could go looking for some Pokemon that are on fire. Birdseed. Birdseed's fun. I don't think we've done any birds on stream. There's Farfetch'd, the Pidgey line, we've got the Fearow line. We've got Zapdos and Moltres still to go. We've still got Doduo. I did Dodrio as part of a video, but we still got Doduo. What other birds have I missed there? Farfetch'd? I think that's all the birds. Yeah, Throwballs or Frisbees would work for dog Pokemon. Are there any in Gen 1? There's Growlithe and Arcanine. But I don't think there's any others, and so that's not really much of a surprise. Yeah, fairy isn't a thing in Gen 1, but anything that was retroactively made fairy, we could still go with it. Because, like, I feel like what they're designated as now is just like science has discovered new things about existing creatures. So we're not locked in time. We're just focusing on a generation. I don't think there are any other ghosts in Gen 1 other than that Gengar line. But, like, I'm going to be very loose with these themes because I feel like, I mean, we were joking before, so I'll use the same example so that I don't ruin a perfectly good idea. But, like, Doug Trio might have dug really deep and fallen into a subterranean lake, and he's very happy to be fished up. You know? It's like, it makes sense to me in a certain way. There could also be, like, vaguer things, like maybe the circus comes to town and I finally have to deal with Mr. Mime and Machamp, the strongman. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely some fun themes ahead that we could do. Or the theme could just be the one CK doesn't want to do. And it's just a bunch of people. Is there somewhere that shows all the ones that I've made? Well, the starting opening screen of these streams has all the photos of them, and the break screen little video has, they're not always super updated, but like has most of them as well. I did a roundup at the start of one of the Soul Silver videos, but that was a while ago now. I actually recently did a shot, like took a shot of, hang on, I'm not showing my phone on camera, but I just want to see if the video is on here. Ah, that's busy. I think my lights arrived. So many notifications. Look, just because I ignore you for six hours doesn't mean you get to fill up with notifications. Okay. This is all of them. So there's a piece of footage that I will hopefully have prepared to actually show properly on camera. Instead of just like, this hasn't been edited at all, this is just like raw footage of all of them. This is all of Gen 1. And there's not that many of them, there's only like 38. Oh, 39. Did we forget to update our text at the end of the last one? Our Crochetdex counter? Because I think we just questioned 40. So yeah, that's all of them sitting in a row. And that's just Gen 1. We've got 80 something all up, I think. So no, there's nowhere currently. But this is all supposed to be adding up to one big video, which is why we haven't really done a summary yet. Because the video was going to be, I crocheted all 151 Gen 1 Pokemon. So, yeah. Have I done Vulpix? I have. Named Browser, because she's a little Firefox. She appeared in the very first Pokemon video I ever did on this channel. Was also my most widely viewed one. She was one of the 6 that I caught in that particular randomizer. So that was nice. Gengar was my starter. And I think I named him Spiky Boo or Spooky Boo, something like that. Something, it's not the best name, it was a really bad name. And we had Browser the Firefox, we had Beads the Weedle, Pincushion the Voltorb, who was later renamed as Watson, because Watts. There was, who else was in that particular video? Stink Blossom was in that one. The Vileplume. And there was another one. There was somebody else in that video. I don't recall off the top of my head. You can introduce the public to them and they're fantastic names. Exactly. But for Halloween, yeah, for Halloween it's on. Yes, I did show my phone on camera for Clefairy and we realised abruptly that I shouldn't have, so. It's just one of those rules that you don't really think about until you think about it and you're just like, yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. Okay, I've done 5 rows there. I don't know why it was only 3. But I think one more row still. Dunk. 2 more rows still. Dunk, dunk. 2 more rows still. It's Beads the Weedle. I don't know what you want me to say. Not many of them got named because a lot of them happened as part of the randomized evolutionary run. So they were all just either Chaos or Crisis, or I think Cal was one, Calamity. And there's also Kenya. But like a small handful from each gen, 6 specifically, was caught in their own video. And those ones will have names. Like, I think it's Spinder. So we had Spinder, who I named Gummy because it's a little gummy bear. Caterpie is totally a little baby and absolutely a friend. And I will never forgive Misty for her reaction to him in the anime. Like, does that really count as anime? You know what I mean, the TV show that they showed. Like, it was clearly just a friendly little baby. I don't understand the reaction. Bye, Nat. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, final row of single crochet. We are nearly done with the boulder. Teddy Ursa, that's right. It was Teddy Ursa, with the moon on the forehead, not the spinny eyes. Sorry, they're both tiny little orange bears. No, I haven't made Spinder. I've made Teddy Ursa, and I just got momentarily confused between the two. But I tend to ask this every stream, and I know a lot of you, there's a lot of crossover between them, but I'm just like, I really like to know who you're hanging out to see. From Gen 1, but also who you're hanging out to see overall. Like, what is the one Pokemon crochet pattern that you are hanging out to see? Whether or not it's because you love that Pokemon or just you think that I'm not going to be able to do it. Both answers are okay. I'd be interested to know, because like, then if I feel like if I got like a big event coming up, I try to put the one that I know everybody wants to see in there. And I try to have, every week I try to include at least one that I know people will want to see. Because like that's how you get through all of the ones that nobody wants. Here's by like branching from exciting one to exciting one, you know? Favorite is Slowpoke. Oh yay, we've already done that one. Eduardo, whose name is actually Slowpoke, but he became Eduardo. Turned out so good. Really pleased with that one there. I look forward to making Slowbro as well. Though I don't understand why they did Shelder so dirty in the Slowbro evolution. Just writing some notes. All of them, and Mew. Mew has been done. Mew turned out great. Wingle. Oh dear. Wingle is going to turn out as a perfect, precious child, and you are going to forever eat your words. I'm worried I've made this guy too small, but he is what he is. Gyarados? Yeah, me too, guys. Corviknight, interesting, Stephanie. You love Abra? What am I saying there? Camelot? Growlithe. Oh, Gloom. Honestly, I think Gloom turned out really, really well as well. Like, don't get me wrong, I love all of my Yarny children, especially the look that, look at this look that this guy is giving me. He's like, but like one or two of them have just turned out superbly on model. One of them's Diglett, and one of the others is Gloom. Gloom has just turned out so good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Jane, your 5-year-old wants Pikachu bad. Yeah, Pikachu is going to be an event all on its own. There's so much pressure with Pikachu though, because like not only is there like a million patterns for him out there already, but people take Pikachu personally. It's just a completely different kind of kettle of fish to some of the others. Like, nobody really minds if you, like, kind of have to, like, put a little Vaseline on the lens for Machop, you know what I mean? But, like, people are paying attention, and if you mess up with Pikachu, they know it, and they're never forgiving you for it. Rockruff is cute. Sandshrew fun. I've actually made a Sandshrew before. It was a long time ago. And I had to sew on all of those stripes. That little brick texture. So we've just been quietly biding our time before we volunteer for that duty again. At least it wouldn't happen on stream, I suppose. That's a pretty cruisy evening. Pop on a show and start stitching on lines. Yeah, Gumi's probably a while, but you never know who's going to turn up in the randomized runs. Admittedly, the one I'm doing now is restricted to gens 1 through 4, but that's not necessarily how it's always going to be. And I'm getting closer and closer every day to streaming Violet. Scarlet? Scarlet. I haven't bought it yet, but we've got a capture card now. So, like I said, we're getting closer. And so, like, Gumi could appear in that one, I'm pretty sure. Lugia? Yeah, see, I don't mind Lugia, but some of the legendary ones, I don't want to make them. I don't want to make some of the legendaries. They look hard. I'm sorry to hear that, Jazz. That sounds awful. 5, 6, 7. Who looked silly? Oh, Lugia, right. Yeah. I have not made any of the Abracadabra or Alakazam lines, though I think I've offered Abra as an option in one of the votes at one point. Nobody took the bait, so no Abra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Decrease. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. Decrease. At this size, I might even have to just like sew on toenails. I thought I was going to stitch them in, but they'll be too big if I do that at this scale. So I guess win for me. I can just make proper little tubes and stitch on the details. That's always a bit of a time saver. Oh, we like Kadabra? Porygon? Yeah, I want to see Porygon. A lot of hard lines in a Porygon. We'll find a way. We found a way with Matang. Oh no, I think I named him Email. Because that Matang should have been an email. A stream of psychic Pokemon. Okay, but what would be the little symbol? Would it be like a Ouija board? That could be fun. Lapras? Oh no. Laprases don't have leprosy. What they have is a lot of details on their shells though, which is intimidating, but it would be cool to make a Lapras. Again, Lapras is definitely a feature. You know, you make a Lapras, that's what you're making that day, and then like you hope that you've got some like basic ball type Pokemon left to make to fill in the gaps. A thought bubble. Make Snorlax big enough to fit around your exercise ball seat. Oh my goodness, that'd be so funny. Can you imagine if I'm sitting here bouncing on Snorlax? Look at how beautifully round this fellow is coming out. I give you orb. You round boy. Okay, let's knock these decreases up a notch. Bam. Oh, hang on. There we go. I wrote it down wrong, but I fixed it. I would love to make Snorlax that big, but guys, the whole stream would literally just be me making one arm. You wouldn't see anything. It wouldn't be that interesting. Like there is a method to my madness in why these are being made on the small side, you know? Gyarados and Lapras in the same stream, yeah, but while I give you guys a vote, and I have to be a bit more careful now as we start like weeding out more and more of them, I do try to do a mix of easy ones and hard ones. And if I'm going to do a really hard one day, like Charizard I thought was going to be way harder than he was, I make sure all of the others are really easy so that like there's often a trap. If I'll tell you what, I don't know. I always tend to like show you what all of the possible options were, just to like tease you a little bit, but also because it's fun and I need closure. And I would hate it if I wasn't shown, if I was participating from your perspective. But like, there's every opportunity for there to be like 3 really easy ones eliminated. And you guys have just managed to dodge the 2 difficult ones I've put in the vote, which makes it really hard because if I get to the end and there's nothing but difficult ones left, I'm going to be in a world of pain. Like the ouchy kind. Okay, we're nearly done with this lovely little ball. And I'm relatively pleased with the scale. Don't get me wrong, I think he's a little on the shrimpy side. It's more of a pebble. But it sets a scale for Golem and, not Golem, Geodude and Graveler as well, which I don't mind because it means the Geodude's gonna be nice and Diglett sized, tiny boy. And it means that Graveler can be like a 24 ball instead of a 30. This is a 30 ball. And that's good. That's good. We don't want to go huge. This is just a nice size. Sometimes they get away from me. This is a nice size. What do you guys reckon next? Hands? Feet? Head? Why do I feel like he should have an Ankylosaurus tail? I know he doesn't, but I feel like he should. Is that something that they did in one of the megas? Mr. Bones is concurring with me over there. This is emphatic nodding from the doorway. Detective Pikachu made Gengar really freaky. Yeah, Gengar's one of my favourite boys, right? He has been on all of my teams whenever I can swing it. Crobat and Gengar, they're my boys. You're all suggesting blanket yarn. Yeah, it is good that you sniffed out Aerodactyl and Golem, but also I blame you. and that's not changing anytime soon. It's like, guys, we could have done Kabuto, we could have done Dugtrio. Both of them would have been done by now, I'll have you know. I think this is the longest stream to date, so go team. And look, I'm still coherent and still talking, even after the day I've had. As I mentioned, we're building the stream stamina so that I can start doing proper 24-hour challenges and Pokemon streams and all that kind of stuff. Okay, round. You round boy. Let me just finish writing these notes for him. Decrease, and 6 decreases, and finish off. Okay, cool. So now he need heads and legs. I'm seeing feet, arms, and head. So yes, that is a list of the things that we need. Please don't offer me food, honey. I really can't eat while I'm doing this.
I was just thinking you could pause the camera for a second and just stuff your face.
Guys, I'm going to pause the camera for a second to just stuff my face. Hold on. Don't bring it into frame, please. Okay. I'll be back in 1 second, I promise. Okay, I'm back, but one day I'll learn which camera is which. Let it be known that that was too hot for me to eat, so we had to send it away. Wah. Okay, well, did we arrive on head? I think we're doing head. Didn't I tell you off for not choosing a boring color in a previous stream? That's for my vote today. Well, to be fair, I gave you a vote of like sand or brown. I thought brown was a gimme. I just thought you guys would like gravitate to it and just be like, brown, haha, it can't be Diglett, who else could it be? And nope. Casey Bear, I appreciate your brain for doing some of the work for me here. That's okay. It's just, we kind of cruised past my dinner time, but I only had a late lunch, so we're fine for now. Like, we're fine. We're living. We're surviving. Let's do some little, I think we're going to do some little stumpy arms, honestly. I think you guys voted for head, but I feel like arms are going to help me calibrate a little bit easier. Oh, wait, no. Before I do that, I'm just going to make one little patch so that I get a feel for how much width is going to be added. Because that'll tell me how long the neck, arms, and legs need to be. The rock is forming. Just not hamster cheeks. Yeah, it was pretty much that. I stuffed two tubes into my face and I ate them, but they were very, very hot. And I tell you, when I tell you I wanted that whole plate, oh my goodness. Would have been good. But I don't know, I just feel weird about chewing on stream. It's just, I know that other people eat on stream all the time. And so I know it's literally my hang up. But I just don't want to be down the camera like, you know, ugh. They're indiscriminate tubes. Oh no, Lisa, I'm not exhausting myself or anything like that. I'm good. It's just like the food looked delicious. There is more where it came from though, so that's okay. Yay. And the more I do on stream, like at this point, it's the point of no return. We've started Golem now, which means that I'm better served by finishing Golem on stream, because otherwise it's like Raticate where I have to finish them unsupervised. And not only do I know I'll put that off to the last possible moment, I know that I'll never quite be satisfied with the result. Okay, so that's kind of, and we'll sew on using the back loops only, so it ends up with like this nice, like ridgy, three-dimensional quality to it. It's not quite like the blue-ish, greenish tones he is, but we're going to make do with what we have available to us. So my golem is going to be like this guy, but with like a slight yellow filter over him. Yeah, Nerdity Master, I'm kind of right there with you. I think the chewing noises can go gross very, very quickly. And it's just a really easy thing to avoid. And so like if I need to eat something, I'll take a 5-minute break. You guys hang out. It's like my numbers don't drop at all when I go on 5-minute breaks. I'm good with it. I think part of it is just like Mr. Bones' theme song is an absolute bop. How did I tie this knot? What even is this? Like, how does this even happen? The individual strands have knotted themselves. Okay, is that it? Ah, okay, we got it. We got it, folks. Naming him Frankenfurter. Okay, but only if we name Graveler Riffraff. And Geodude can be Janet. 3, 4, 5, 6. Such complicated. Yeah, exactly. Very complicated knots. So, oh my goodness, can you imagine if I gave him just these tiny... Oh my, I'm going to. I was like, oh, can you imagine? I was like, yep, that's about to happen. And we're just gonna do a little tube. And it's gonna be the cutest, woodiest little thingiest ever. He thinks he's a big scary boulder, but he's a tiny territorial pebble. Oh, he's so cranky. Phenomenal cosmic power, itty bitty living space. Mr. Bones, you will not get me singing Rocky Horror on stream.
He's just a little brought down.
Please no, it's copyrighted music. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to spare you that particular treat because it would be a treat, but I gotta make some money. I'm sorry, I do. I can't get demonetized. Patient. Thank you for the patient, Holly. I appreciate it. Holly's onto me. It's like I've given him character. The Carnivine effect is taking over my whole body, and I adore. Well, I don't adore yet, but I can feel it. It's gonna happen. He's just so little and so full of terrors. Rawr! Like, I mean, come on, that's a little arm. Like, rah! Yeah, that's perfect. That's the perfect size. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 rows of 6 single crochet. Like, this is gonna go fast. It's not gonna be quite as like, and we're done as Almanite, but like, it's gonna go fast. All right, and finish off. And we'll just pin one in place. Oh, where do I want the head to be? I think there's a good place. So let's sort of do one little rar. It's just, I'm sorry. I know I'm laughing at this like little knob on this ball, but like the vision I see in my head is very specific and it's so cute. We'll do another arm. Yeah, you guys can sing. Go on, get a little karaoke going in the chat. Ooh, huckleberry tea sounds delightful. I'll admit that by like this point in the stream where it's 6.5 hours, although it's starting to be like, hey, why so chatty? But I'll have a nice cup of tea later. And it's really funny. After stream, I just don't talk for the rest of the evening. And Mr. Bones is fine with that, and I'm fine with that. It's good. It's very peaceful in this house afterwards. 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going all the way up to 24. 7, 8. Anybody trying to do sit-ups or chin-ups, now's your time. 9 and 10. Keep going, we got this. And on the 7th hour, he sleep. 14. 15. 16. He is terror. He is the deep. 17. 18. 19. It's all going to come down to the face. 20. Yeah. Because like he's lining me up right now, don't get me wrong. But if I'm happy with the face, it doesn't mean it has to be cute or it has to be scary or it has to look like the golem. If I'm happy with the face, yeah, he's won this round. Cause he round ball. He ball boy. He rar. Rar. That's not his face, it's just a handy little stand-in at the moment. He's little. I think we'll do legs next, just to draw out the anticip.
Patient.
Oh, congrats, Notative Master, on your blanket. Coming along nicely. Rawr. Okay, next, legs. Oh, the mushroom jumper. Yeah, I'm a big fan as well. Recently a store has opened near me called, by near me, I just mean within a reasonable radius, Dangerfields. And like, I get that it's not new, but it's so quirky and I love it. And it's like all the clothing that I wish I had access to, like in my 20s. And so like now I just have no shame in buying the little sweater that has embroidered bees on it, or the sweater that's just got giant mushrooms all over it. They've got this little vest that has like a frog skeleton on it that I kind of adore as well. So it's like, yeah, be prepared to see a few more pieces incorporated, because I'm really bad about getting stuff for myself just because I want it. I'm pretty good about getting stuff that I can justify because I'll wear it on stream. And so that's how I'm giving myself little treats. 2, 3, and 4. How clumpy are these feet, you reckon? 5 and 6. They're pretty clumpy. Okay, we are 9 around, and I think that's going to be big enough. That's 3 stitches wider around than the arms, which is a full 50% bigger. Oh yeah, they do trick. They do trick nicely. They're cute little feet. Ring 6. Increase 3 single crochet. What did I do? Stop it. I'm sorry, you've told me to say to stop it, but I don't know what I was doing, so I apologize. Was it the numbers? Yeah, Dangerfields does do really cool scrubs. Which honestly, I've been tempted to just get some scrubs and just have the scrubs be what I wear. You need to see the frog one soon? Oh, I don't know if I'm going to get that one, just because it's a vest and I don't really like... It's one of those things where I can't mentally work out how to wear it on a stream. But jumpers and sweaters are fair game, and they've got some fun ones, and it's winter here as well. So like they'll be bringing out their fun ones now, I would guess. But so far I've been really happy with the quality. Like, don't get me wrong, you're paying for the quality. This isn't like Target prices or whatever, but it doesn't feel too bougie, and like, yeah. So I'm good with it. All right, now we're gonna make our little tube for the feet. I did do a row of back loop there to give our feet a little definition. Oh, I should try and put little rocks in there or something, little weights in the feet. Weight bucket, weight bucket, weight bucket to the rescue. These are too big. Got a nut, a rock. Little screws are probably, if I make the legs long enough, the little screws might work. That might be too long though, because it means the leg would have to be quite long, and I don't think his legs are that long. So nope, those are too long. I could just put a little weight in one foot and hope that helps add stability. Because yeah, I think I used the other 2 on Machop, and apparently I only had 3. Dude rags. Sorry, I'm just firing it back. That line needs to be followed by thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, so I did a row of back loop only to give the foot a little bit of definition. And now I'm just doing rows of 9 single crochet, I'm making him a little stump. And once again, I'll take my white, just like with the hands, and stitch on claws afterwards. I did it with Clefairy too, and it came out great. So at this scale, I'm kind of happy to do it that way. Oh my goodness, it's just occurred to me that his eyes are going to be huge in his little head, and it's going to look so dumb, and I love it already. Unless I choose not to use safety eyes, which is also still an option, but it just feels like this might be one of those safety eye moments where you want your dude to look like he's been secretly licking toads. So, sorry, I feel like that's the safest way I can put it for YouTube, even if it sounds extremely graphic. Yeah, I love my weights container. Every time we like dismantle furniture that we're just going to get rid of, or like, you know, when you buy IKEA furniture, it comes with extra stuff. Some of it ends up in the toolbox because it's useful, but like some of it, like I've got landscaping rocks, I've got some glass pebbles and stuff in there. I've got a bunch of buttons that aren't super helpful. I used to have a bunch of washers, but I've used them all in various things over the years. Like, yeah, weight bucket. You just put the heavy stuff, the small heavy stuff in there. And then, you know, a fairy stone might fit in there after all, actually. And then it's great, because when you need a weight, you just go to the weight bucket. Weight bucket. Doesn't normally have a theme song, but it's feeling fancy today, apparently. I can fit that in there, it just won't be flat. Or maybe it is. Someone's in a hurry. Cool, awesome, the fairy stones fit. Oh, this is what I'm referring to as a fairy stone. It is... I found these in the landscaping gardening area of my local Bunnings, but I believe they are also known as like aquarium rocks and all kinds of other names. Glass pebbles, all that stuff. Fluent in Fangirl, in that scenario, I'm uncultured swine, and I always just put an ice cube in it. I don't like tea hot. Well, I mean, I like my tea piping, but if I'm drinking it, I want it lukewarm at worst. Now we're going to do one more row. With a little weight, I'm not even going to have to stuff it. Besides, it's thematically appropriate to put rocks in the feet of the Bob the Boulder. Oh wait, we haven't technically named him, have we? Gonna have to work out how many rows I did. I don't even think I wanted that last row. There it is. Wee and wee. Stop to scratch the nose. 9 single crochet, but how many times? The people must know. We have to tell them. They need our help. That's back loop. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. But we might take that down to 3 because that feels like a very long leg. I don't know, what do you guys think? Is that... Oh no, that's probably about right. Whee! Gone cartwheel across the room. Cartwheel across the room. You don't have ice cubes? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm all out of ideas. Can you stick it in the fridge for a minute? Put some room temperature water in there, dilute it. Okay, there we go. And we're going to pin one little leg on. I feel like his arms are very frontwards, but his legs are kind of centered. Like, the position of all pieces will shift. Let's make another little leg real quick. Oh, that sounds cool, Casey. I've seen things like that, and you could totally use the little fairy stones that I've got here for that as well, because they do magnify what's under them. You see that? Blum. Oh, I see. Yeah. See the difference? I am amused by the smallest of things. But yeah, like that sounds really cool. He's just got real I'm going to get ya vibes. Now he gets the top hat for a while. Everyone's worn the top hat today. He gets the top hat for a bit. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I gotta tell you guys, it's starting to hit me now, a little bit of that streaming fatigue. So I don't know if we're gonna make it all the way to the end of this guy, but I'll try. We'll do the head next. And then I'll just do the rest of the rocks off stream. Okay, deal. So we should probably be wrapping this up by about 8 o'clock my time, which is about 20 minutes away. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm liking all the ice appreciation in the chat, actually. I'm a big ice cube fan. It's like, I love an ice cube in things. I always put 3 in my Yeti bottle. Keeps my water nice and cold for hours. And I also like ice drinks in my soft drink. Ice cubes in general. I like an ice cube. Okay, and now we need to do 36 around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't know why I'm always surprised. 12. Yeah. 13, 14, 15, 16. This is putting me to sleep a little bit. 17, 18, 19, 20. Just 16 more to go. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. This feels taller than the other one. 34. I'm suspicious now. 35. I don't think it's right. 36. Oh, no, it's correct. Oh, wait, wrong weight. There we go. And I don't want to leave you guys in total suspense for next week, so we will just try and whip up a little base head real quick so you can get a feel for what he might look like. Can have a little glow up off stream. My magnetic scissors just flung my bobby pin at me and it's gone. Okay, here we go. So those weights in his feet will help him balance because there's a lot going on this piece. But okay, so he's not super balanced, but I might be able to get him that way if I try real hard and go real far. But in the end, it won't really matter. Hi, honey. That is a different bobby pin. How did it get all the way out there? Mr. Bones just walked in with my bobby pin. Oh, Nerditeer Master, I'm worried about you a little bit. Okay, let's make this head real quick. So we know we want it. What is a square base triangle face? And that's the vibe. So we're going to make a tiny little rectangle for the tip of the nose. And we are still going to do that with starting with 6 because we always start with 6. That's the way this goes. But instead of increasing in 6s, we're going to increase in 4s. So what that'll look like is we have our 6 stitches here, right? Yeah, like that. And we'll pick 2 on one side and 2 on the other, and they'll become increases, and this will just be a single crochet, forming kind of a rectangle shape. And from there, we'll work it as rectangles in a rectangular way, where every row will just get 4 increases. So the first row should get us up to 10. And the next row should get us up to 14. And at that point, we're going to stop and just assess how big we're getting and see what we want to do from there. Cool, I've got a Pokemon song stuck in my head. It was called To Be a Master. Second line, Pokemon Master. This is the spoken word version. I will be trying to be the greatest master. Pokeball, go. Go. All the children sing. Na 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 na. I'm not even joking. Mr. Bones is very supportively bopping along to my spoken word version. Okay, I'm going to change my answer and do a row of single crochet before the next row because we need to get a little bit more depth going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm honestly not sure how much bigger I can even go with this. He's only a small boy. Like, it needs to be deeper, don't get me wrong there. Okay, we're gonna go one size bigger still. Cautiously. We're going to go 3 single crochet, 1, 2, 3, and then increase, increase, 1, 2, 3, increase, increase. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Which will get us up to 14 and leave those increases on the sides to give him wide face. Which is kind of what we're after. We're after a little bit of a wide face. 3. See, we're all discussing yarn storage, with the exception of the stuff that's been sitting around for a long time because it predates the channel. My yarn is all behind me. Some of it's in bonus storage boxes at the bottom, but it's all behind me. So I can access it quickly. It's very convenient. It'd get dusty, but I go through it so fast it doesn't sit around for very long. Like, it's funny, I would have thought it would take me longer, but it honestly doesn't. And I pretty regularly have to... It's not every colour that needs replacing often, but I pretty regularly have to replace some colours. Hi, love.
Hey, beautiful.
What's up?
Tanya wanted to see Thalulu because she missed it.
Oh, okay. Thalulu? Thalulu says hello. But hanging shoe organisers sound like a great idea, honestly. Stacking tubs too. I like stacking tubs for projects. Like, I've got a stacking tub in the corner with, honestly, 2 of them have Pokemon in them from various gens. Then I've got one that has beads in it and one that has so much needle felting stuff in it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm getting a bit of a Smurf vibe from her too, but that's okay. I feel like I'll fix it in editing. I have confidence. But I also use mini stacking tubs, where you saw my little weights container before. I have a bunch more of those back in there with my eyes sorted, even though I only really use 20 mils and 9 mils now. I have a bunch of leftover, like 18 mils and such. That was not quite the whole way around because that's increases there, but did I go all the way around or did I... There we go. There was one row of 14 single crochet and I think I'm going to do another. Like, don't get me wrong, his head's a little head, but I think it's good. Like, we're going to do one, maybe, do we do one more row? No, I don't think one more row is the answer. I think that just might be the size of his head. Good morning, Nicole. Welcome to the stream. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. He will have eyelids, okay? He will not look like Tiny Snack. I mean, butter wouldn't melt, am I right? He's just so little and so cranky and so pleased with his top hat. But we take that off, that's not yours. So yeah, I'll be making a bunch of these little grey stones and they'll go all over him. But that is basically where we're going to leave Golem today. I will add a bunch of grey stones to him, keeping track of how many I make, and get him all sewn together. I'll also get Ace Goyle all finished off and put together. That was our Aerodactyl that we made earlier in the stream. And of course, the Lulu will be getting a shell lift, but generally pretty happy with the spread today, guys. You dug up some real winners. Exactly. If our friends don't dance, they're no friends of mine. But yeah, I think that's probably where we're going to leave today's stream. We went for almost 7 hours, which is the longest yet. And if I'd fed properly throughout, I'll know for next time, if I'd fed properly throughout, I probably could have kept going, but I think it's time to call it for the day. So I can assure you, Fluent in Fangirl, Mr. Bones did not know a single thing about crochet before meeting me, but he may have known a little bit of macrame. In any case, we're going to wrap this up for today. Thank you all for hanging out, and yeah, hopefully I see you all next week, and hopefully I get this video out on Thursday because it'd be really nice to upload once in June. We're doing our best. But okay, guys, have a good night. We forgot to name him. I'm back. We forgot to name him. What are we naming him? Quick, Mr. Bones, what were the names? I was like, roll credits. We're not done yet.
One second. Speaking is faster than typing. I was a fan of Amos, but everyone nicks that. Then there was Bob the Boulder.
I love Bob the Boulder. What else?
And there was Frankenfurter of the Rocky Horror Sphere Lizard.
No,
Shortened it to
too many characters.
Frankenfurter.
Frankenfurter, next.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. So guys, there's just two options. I'm guessing Bob the Boulder is going to win though, right? I was ready to be done, but it's okay. We got a job to do. I just got ahead of myself. Yeah, Bob the Boulder with 94% of the votes. We'll let it run for a second. No, Mr. Bones gets to name the Graveler, because Graveler's his favourite. Golem is up to you guys. All the others are up to you guys. But Graveler is specifically his favourite. I've known this for a long time. I want to give him the naming privileges for his favourite. It's like with Gyarados. I'll probably be open to suggestions, but I'm probably gonna pick the winner. Okay, yeah, I was thinking Rocky Balboa, but that's fine. Yeah, the Marvel secret scene after the credits. Yeah, I know. All right, I don't want to like rush you guys, and I can already see so many of the votes have already come in, and there's no way that that's gonna go any other way. But there we go. So Bob the Boulder won with 83% of the votes. And I'm leaving for realsies this time. So have a good night for realsies this time. Now, why can't I ever find that dang button?